Well, a very good morning to you all from Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas. This is the U.S. Endurance Championship. This is the 2025 season finale. This is the World Racing League on DriversEye Live. Thanks for your company this morning, just past sunrise here, deep in the heart of Texas. My name is Brendan Kazmarek. I am joined this morning by JT Tammy. Good morning, JT.
Good morning.
Joined by Jordan Worth on production duties. Ryan West is our man down in the pit lane this morning with the gimbal as cars roll off the grid for the final time in the 2025 season. Ryan, of course, will be up here a little bit later on, in and out throughout the day, down in the pit lane as well. And that we're back to full strength on this Sunday morning. We left you yesterday with clear skies, beautiful afternoon in Austin, Texas. I know we had some folks stop by to check out the World Racing League action. Today is all about the national championship. Plenty to talk about across 4 classes, and of course the national overall title there as well. Not every title is up for grabs, but we'll get into the details a little bit later on this morning. Kind of work through those possibilities. Obviously, the most important championship to be decided at any point today is right here in Austin, Texas. Thank you for joining us as the other things happen even this morning. JT, some attrition yesterday, but as far as we can tell, it looks like the majority of the cars that wrapped up the day yesterday have landed on the grid with us this morning and will be, something close to full strength in this 75 or so car entry list.
Yeah, just judging by what we've seen on pit road here, we're only going to be down, I think, 4 cars from yesterday. We've had a couple replacements as well, which we'll get to. But yeah, for the most part, we're going to have a very large field here.
We saw some challenges early on yesterday with getting the race going and settling it into a rhythm. Some of that was traffic-based, 75 cars around just over 3 miles here at COTA. I don't anticipate similar issues today, given that we did eventually settle into a nice place once we got into the throes of the race yesterday afternoon. Today also a little bit shorter, so maybe some different strategies, different starting drivers. We send this 2025 season off with a bang. JT, as we did yesterday, if you're prepared, let's run down a couple of the first couple of rows of every class as we work the second of 2 pace laps headed towards our final green flag of the 2025 season.
Sure. Taking us to the green flag will be the GTU class. 60 from Stratus Racing was quickest yesterday. They will start on pole alongside the 247 Hera Flight Racing. Roberts Motorsport. The 109 third, and the 908 Automatic Racing will be 4th. The 3rd row, 58 from Stratus Racing and a 98 from Random Vandals Racing. Our 5th row will be the 909 Automatic Racing and the 10 from Round 3 Racing. And then just behind them will be the 17 from Round 3 Racing. GTO, it will once again be a front row of Round 3 Racing Porsche Cup cars, the 71 and the 70. Round 2 will see the 87 of Stoic Racing, the Toyota Supra, alongside the BMW from Charlie Hayes Racing, the 191. Row 3 will be 82.
Sorry, JT, Stoic just into the pit lane. So you can scratch them off the second row of the grid there.
Oh man, now I'm going to have to do math. Okay, yeah, so Random Vandals line up alongside the 410 Racing. Then in the next row, we're going to have TCB Racing and the 40 from Off Leash Motorsports and Mercedes AMG there. Row 5 will be a Victory Racing, Toyota Supra, and the number 2 from ACP Tangerine in their BMW M4 GT4. Next row, LML Racing and the Pontiac GTL and the 188 Fast Track Racing. Then the next row, we'll have the 77 from Kingpin Racing lining up alongside the 41 Off Leash Motorsports. I believe that is the Porsche Cup car. Next row, we'll see the 91 Wheelhouse Motorsports Ford Mustang and the 678 from Rapscallion, the sister car that was brought out yesterday. Then we have the 11 from Kingpin Racing Toyota Supra, the 163 Random Vandals BMW, the 99 GTR BMW, 6 And the 92 from Real House Motorsports Ford Mustang, as we see the 87 with the hood up here. GP1 Screaming Goat Racing and the 46 of Ginger Racing will be the front row. Then we'll have the second row with 48 El Diablo Motorsports and a 64 from Open Throttle Racing. Third row will be the 38 of Palomar Racing and the 221 HK Motorsports. Fourth row will be the 62 Open Throttle Racing BMW 235R and the 140 from S Collective Racing, the Porsche Cayman. And we'll have the triple thread Bruce Innovations lining up alongside the 118 from Blaze Racing. We'll have the 85 AOA Racing and the 522 Choice Racing on the next row. Then after that, we'll have the 237 Magic Develop and the 808 from Hera Flight, the 24 from Bruce Innovations, 315 Split 5 Racing, the 53 Roaring Tigers Garage and Ginger Racing, the 112 from TC Klein Racing, 555 from Bruce Innovations, 302 Riser Harness Ford, the 3D Racing BMW from lining up alongside the 189 HQ Autosport BMW, which will be taking the green flag today after the incident in Turn 2 yesterday. Same with the 550 from Fifth Gear Motorsports, the Porsche Cayman. And then we're going to see the 927 Fast Track Racing out there as well, making their start today. GP2, the Garage 66 BRZ alongside the Lagunatix Racing BRZ. Row 2 will be the Hyundai Veloster Vaughn Group Motorsports and the 21 Northwood Motorsport. Third row will be Velocity Motorsports Club and the 83 Palomar. Then we'll have HC Autosport, the 68 Open Throttle BSI Racing, the 69 Open Throttle, the 851 from AOA, the 148 Puka Racing Miata, the 417 Hart Club Sport, 65 Open Throttle, the 411 Velocity Club Motorsports, and then at the back we'll have the AOA MX-5.
Well done, JT. Tremendous work by JT Tammy there to take us through just about the entire starting grid here. I do have one question mark, and that is a black number 6 BMW M4 that I'm not convinced I've seen before, but does look oddly like the old GTR 99 M4, just wrapped in the, or not wrapped at all, I suppose, in the more or less the bare carbon. GTU leads us to the final green flag, the final race start of the 2025 WRL National Championship season. GTO behind with what should be, what we expect to be for the last time, we do not come to the green flag. We continue around under another lap of safety car as we reach 8 o'clock, which means the race has started. But lights still on the safety car. I wonder if they're trying to pack the GP field up a little bit closer to the tail end of the GT cars. This is intriguing. Where is the GP field around the circuit? Jordan, can we pick that up? Yeah, they're just not formed up at all. Maybe that is part of the issue here, needing to get the Screaming Goat Racing getting a little better further back, but otherwise still single file.
Yeah.
And we don't have anybody stopped around the circuit as far as we can tell?
Yeah, not to my knowledge.
Yeah. Interesting. So we'll, just as the sun begins to crest up over the hill at Big Red up at turn number 1, a little bit of low cloud left over from what I would consider some light fog early this morning. Very, very damp as the humidity, the relative humidity rose overnight. Setting out cameras this morning, it just felt sticky. But otherwise, a fairly pleasant morning. Temperatures in the mid-50s today. A little bit cooler than yesterday, headed towards the high 60s with sun and clouds mixed together. What should be a fantastic final day of racing here at Circuit of the Americas. Thank you for being with us, everybody, and spending your Sunday morning with, as I said earlier, the most important championship to be awarded on December the 7th, 2025. Up the hill out of turn number 9, underneath the walkover bridge at 10. There is that black number 6 BMW. Has that trip timing in a way that we can identify what it is or who it is? No. You know, is the 99 in the queue? There it is. Okay, yeah, I saw it there. So I'm not sure who's tucked up behind the 99. Wheelhouse 92 is the only other car that's listed there.
Yeah, so the 28th should be a whatever that is, an M4.
It is definitely an M4. Like I said, it looks a lot like the old GTR 99 M4, if you remember, kind of that drawn-out rear wing that hung out further back over the deck of the car. Nevertheless, we've got everybody forming up 2x2 again. Presumably lights off on the safety car as we work through this arena second here at turns 12 and 13, round to 14 and 15. Camera's almost level. Pretty sure I had it this morning. Jordan, bit of touch-up work there. As the field, something like 70 cars strong now through 16, 17, 18. GTU cars 2x2 down the hill towards the final two corners. We're going to go left here at turn 19, left into turn number 20 with the GTO field a little bit further back. Touch warmer this morning, so hopefully the GTU cars up to speed a little bit quicker and we can establish some separation, really let this final race of the 2025 World Racing League season settle in for the final 7 hours in this 2025 season. NPO1s in the front, GTO cars in the back. The green flag waves, and for the last time, we are green in the 2025 World Racing League season. We are green at Circuit of the Americas. We head up the hill, climbing towards the sunrise, and 9 GTU cars and 20, almost 30 GTO cars climb the hill on the brakes in the dust towards the sunrise. Round 3 racing, number 70 is going to get the jump on the team car number 71. It's a pair of M4s from Random Vandals and ACP Tangerine who go down the hill in 3rd and 4th. And everybody works their way through the S's for the first time of asking all clean through the first half of the field as the GP1 and GP2 field rounds the final corner, heads towards the green flag. It waves, and much like yesterday, an altogether slightly messier start than we saw in the Grand Touring field for our production cars. We're going to go 4 wide up the hill behind the Screaming Goat Racing number 29. Remember, this was the trouble spot yesterday. Descending the hill out of turn 1 towards turn 2. We were 3 wide through middle part, or the beginning part of the pack yesterday. So far, so good. Everybody leaving plenty of room as we work our way back to the right and head into the S's for the first time, where more or less it's going to be single file. Screaming Goat leads Ginger Racing, leads Open Throttle, leads Palomar. So all the heavy hitters up at the front of GP1 this morning. Remember, we lost PC Racing yesterday. We lost Rapscallion and HQ Autosport. I know they were looking for parts. I don't think they made the grid this morning. So Screaming Goat and the number 29 picking up where they left off up there in GP1.
So they did. The 189 HQ Autosports is on the grid, I believe. You should be seeing them coming to your shot right there.
I just saw them. Yep.
Yep. Keep in mind, that is the 62 from Open Throttle. That is up to 3rd there, I believe. So passing the 64 car, Cherry. So that's a great start for that car to go from 7th to 3rd, just in the opening first corners there. So we see Hair Flight, I believe, in the lead in GTU at the moment.
Yep, exactly like we saw it on lap 1 yesterday, JT. Heraflight leads Roberts Roberts Racing, the number 109. They are first and second. Now remember, there was an early penalty for a pass under yellow for the Roberts car, but otherwise they sat first and second on the road for much of the opening stanza of yesterday's 8-hour race, doing the same thing this morning. Obviously, 2 of the quickest cars. Is that something dragging or dripping from the front left corner of the 247? Looked like it may have been. Let's see if we can pick it up down the hill here. The lead 2 cars, it's okay there, but 109 slipping well back. They were side by side headed up the hill, and now it's out to something like 7 or 8 car lengths as they descend towards turn 2 and the S's. Both those cars have been really quick when we get these races started. Very good at switching their tires on. And remember, Roberts Racing in particular was in contention for an overall and GTU class win late in the running at Sebring 1 month ago, last time out. So the pace is there, the consistency is there. Just need to limit those kind of unforced errors. And we could well see that car fighting for the class win right the way through today's 7-hour finale. Hello to all of you joining us in the chat. Thank you for being with us today. Getting some information on starting drivers. First, shouts to Pinky, Andrew Pinkerton, who started the Random Vandals number 98 NPO1. Pinky won the Where Does Brendan Go for local fast casual food sweepstakes back at Utah. Remember, tremendous work there by Pinky, and obviously we're rewarded with the NPO1 opportunity there at Random Vandals. We'll be calling strategy when he's not in the car, we are told. The starting driver in the 908 is Patrick Wilmot. Jackson Lee is in the 909. Black BMW is off leash, replacement for the Porsche that had contact yesterday. So that'll be to replace the 41 991 Cup, which is a bummer. Glad they're out here, but I would much rather have the Cup than the M4, I've got to say. Somebody who's slightly biased. Roberts Racing seems to be a little bit quicker through the second half of the lap in this battle for the GTU class lead. Incidentally, a little further back in GTO, we saw the two round 3 Porsche cars working their way through some of the GTU cars, climbing up the overall order. Third place is going to be that number 410 BMW M4 G82 from ACP Tangerine, and then directly behind them, if I can get timing to play along with me here, is the Charlie Hayes Racing number 191 BMW, AE Victory Racing in the 119 Toyota Supra, rounding out the top 5 there in GTO. Important to find yourself some space and some rhythm here, I think, JT, because it won't be so very long before this string of 30 or 35 Grand Touring cars is into the back of the production traffic.
Yeah, I've always seen in terms of the opening stint, those first 5-6 laps or whatever, you do want to try to build whatever gap you can before you start to hit traffic for the first time, because that's where you're going to really start to lose or gain time, is going to be in traffic the first time when all the general production cars are bunched together, still fighting nose to tail. So you're going to have to try to take whatever, gaps you can get right now, build them up as much as possible before you start to hit the back end of those cars. Remember,
we're doing this all just past sunrise this morning as well. Sunrise technically at around 7:30, I think, but remember, sun is rising behind the turn 1 hill, and it's just now beginning to crest the top of the hill and the kind of low layer of clouds that sits out to the east, moving quite swiftly up to the north and east, it has to be said as well. So we're going to be fighting a little bit of low sunlight in the eyes of the drivers as they climb up towards turn number 1, and obviously them working into the back of the general production traffic for the first time. Everybody's going to have to be on their toes as we settle into this, hopefully what is altogether a better rhythm than we kicked off yesterday with. 12 minutes gone. Leaders have completed 3 laps. Just let's call it 4 laps now, as Heraflight crosses the line. That's the fastest lap of the race, 2:20.801. And a solid string of GTU cars with just that one round 3 Porsche up into the top 5 overall. The 71 in second in GTO, back in 7th place overall. And then we begin to work back into some more of the GTO traffic. Good to see the 678 from Rapscallion. That's the sort of replacement Ligier, which I think you mentioned on the grid, JT, or on the grid rundown. 669 yesterday. Did not complete the race. In fact, the 678 did a handful of laps later on in the day once they got that car out and running. We did see that car run competitively at Sebring alongside the 669, I think.
Yes.
So it's not like this is a car that hasn't run in WRL competition before. The 2 remaining Ligier KS2Rs on the grid, with off-leash having moved to other platforms. Screaming Goat Racing kind of had their way with GP1 yesterday as they come off the final corner to complete lap number 4. It's about 4 or 5 car lengths from them back to the number 46 Ginger Racing BMW, but problems in the pit lane. It's the Palomar Racing number 38 out of the top 5 in GP1. Comes down the pit lane at 35 miles an hour. Is there trouble here for Palomar? There appears to be, yes. They'll come to the attention of the San Diego-based crew down there just past the middle portion of the pit lane. And looks like hood will go up on that BMW E36. Radiator, we're hearing from Mike Anderson, who has been kind of a star this late in this year in feeding us information out of that Palomar crew. Thank you, Mike, for letting us know. It's a tough start to the day for the number 38. I wonder if it was if it's a punctured radiator or some kind of other fluid leak there. You'd think starting off this morning, really shouldn't be any gravel or dirt to try to out trackside.
Man, this GP1 field is stacked coming up the hill here. Coming through 10 and into 11.
Yeah, this is tremendous. 15 cars all in a pile there, coming out of turn number 11 and headed down the back straightaway.
Yeah,
Nope.
seems to be the back end of GP1 and the first half of GP2 altogether here.
You do tend to get some blending and
Yeah.
blurring of that line, JT, as you get a little bit deeper into the GP1 field. The best prepped of the GP2 cars kind of intermingling there with the some of the slower GP1 traffic. Still under development for some degree. There is North Loop number 21. If you are looking for us, by the way, and you're interested in coming to chat with us or deliver information or whatever the case might be, you can find us up on the second floor of the admin building out towards turn number 20. So the gate that you came in to the grid down near T20. Ooh, that is the Lagunatic shoved off there to driver's right?
Yeah,
On the way into 19?
By the 550.
Which is good to see them back out this morning as well.
Yeah.
That Porsche Cayman. Anyway, if you head towards the admin building, come up the elevator to the second floor, wind your way through the cubicles, and you'll find us the closed door in a room that says timekeeping. More than welcome to stop by and have a chat. Be myself and Ryan West up here in the booth at various points during the day. Ryan West will also be down in the pit lane. 6'3" guy in a yellow vest tracking down, probably carrying a camera on a gimbal.
Hopefully.
He'll be down there. Be good. And now the leaders beginning to work their way through some of that GP2 traffic, and actually now into this gaggle of GP1 and 2 cars working their way through the S's. This is a battle we were kind of following along with earlier as Heraflight goes round the outside in 2 successive corners. Around the outside of an open throttle to the driver's right at 5, and then does the same thing on the left-hand side at turn 6. Drops a couple of wheels off the track there to go up the inside of the North Loop car. And blue flags obviously waving at the Marshall station there, but it's just sort of a blanket blue at that point.
Yeah. There goes Heraflight and Roberts Motorsports.
Obviously, it's a balance here, right? You can't put the car at risk. You can't risk contact or penalties or anything of that nature. But you don't want to lose too much time here with Heraflight and 109 kind of putting on a show first thing this morning. This early battle now working its way through traffic for the first time. 70 picking up a bit of pace there as well. Remember those GTO cars running at the same power to weight as the GTU prototypes, both at 9-1, but those prototypes being substantially lighter, run substantially less power, something like 190 or 200 horsepower compared to high 300s generally in the GTO field. 70 beginning to open up a margin back to that number 71 as a group of 4 NPO1s at the back there are all settling into this. It's going to be a tough next 2 or 3 minutes here, working their way through, like we said, probably 15 or so general production cars, 3 wide there underneath the bridge into 16, 17, 18. The NPO1 will ring around the outside. Aeroflight has managed this traffic exceptionally well. Aggressive but clean, I think, is how I would define that. 109 a little bit more conservative through traffic and has given up some time. And what was...
Oh, no!
That is Lunatic into the pit lane.
Yeah.
In the 779. Remember, they were kind of shoved off there on the way into turn number 19 a little bit earlier on. Will come to the attention of the crew. I do see a little bit of door damage. Oh, interesting. So they're working with a, what looks like some kind of wrench. Oh, no, plugging a wire in and talking to the driver. They have a radio wire come unplugged, or was it the window net? Very interesting. And now they go around to the other side of the car, so potentially something else on the right-hand side as well. Car is sent on its way. So that, whatever it was, I don't think is mechanical.
Okay.
I think it was something else on the 779, something either driver-related or otherwise technical, but not a mechanical fault, as it were. Rewind under the bridge, the 908 Atlanta-matic NPO1 sweeps up the inside of a couple of production cars there. Everybody being remarkably well-behaved for how frantic this is, especially as the field winds its way through the first sector and a half here at Circuit of the Americas. It does open up down the back straightaway. We have the North Loop on board here, Jordan, that we can jump on board with some of this action as the GTO cars work their way past down the back straightaway. Yep, you see the 119 scooting off into the distance there. North Loop will tuck up behind the 167 BSI GR86 Cup. I think that's Palomar just up ahead. 3D Racing is in there in the number 80 as well. I learned from having parked next to them yesterday afternoon in the paddock, that car does not look the same at any corner or from any angle. It does not have in any way a symmetrical livery. Oh! What on earth happened there?
Hopefully... Oh, nope. Yeah, some cars recovering right now.
The way the camera hung up there, it almost looked like an artifact, like it had just appeared at the apex.
It did. You can see them. It's off-leash car, I believe.
I was going to say
no.
555, perhaps. That's right. Is that Random Vandals trouble there?
Smoking, yeah.
That was the 82, which, remember, started really well yesterday before finding some trouble in, I think it was contact, wasn't it? That kind of did in the, debris.
Coming off. Yeah.
On the right front corner of that car. That was the same corner as yesterday as well. Remember, it was contact at the right front of that M4 GT4 that knocked the toe out on that car. They did get it fixed and repaired, but it is low at the front end again. The splitter has gone missing. That sort of plastic splitter. I assume that's what threw itself across the racetrack at the exit of turn 18. The 555 is into the pit lane. That's the M2 that appeared at the apex of turn 13. There you see the splitter missing on that 82. Get the pan right. I think that 82 is headed right. I was going to say it looked like maybe headed right to the paddock, but will come to the attention of the Random Vandals crew. The 91 is into the pit lane early as well. That's the Wheelhouse Motorsports Ford Mustang GT4.
I think 555 is going to go behind the wall here.
38 Palomar confirmed is behind the wall as well. MSD 9528. Congrats, North Loop Motorsports. It is 2 degrees in Minneapolis today. Pedal on the right. I'd much rather be here when it's 60 than Minneapolis when it's 2, I have to say. But Minneapolis when it's 60 is a pretty compelling argument. I'm into that. Okay, we made it more or less unscathed through the first really intense round of traffic. The question marks appear to be over the 91 and the 82, which I think are about to be listed as having made contact. The 82 also listed as having had contact with the 60, although there is some discussion about whether or not that actually occurred. It was reported. Same thing, 91 and 82, possible contact at turn 12. And that was where it all kicked off just half a lap before they both wound up in the pit lane. I wonder if it just knocked a bit of bodywork back in on the right front tire there, and it's actually just a tire rub.
It looks like
some plastic hanging down at the front of the car there.
Yeah. Is that the inner fender, maybe?
I think so. If it shoved the whole kind of fender liner back into the tire, in addition to doing damage to that splitter there, obviously, on the rear end of Vandal's car, then it's entirely possible that all happened as a bit of front to rear contact. But we'll let the stewards adjudicate all that. A trio of stewards here this weekend. Tim Davis, Casey Card, and Randy Buck guiding us through the final weekend of the season. All of them have been present on their own at various events this year, but it's the first time we've had them all together. 550 is into the pit lane. Remember, this is the first time that Porsche Cayman has run from fifth gear since since turn 2 of lap 1 yesterday. Mm-hmm. Able to get that car mostly repaired with a bit of red paint left on the left rear corner that'll be from the HK car, I think, which kind of clipped it on the way by as it spun across the track. Pretty intense stuff for lap 1. I'm sorry, not lap 1, the first time through traffic early this morning. Lighting coming up, temperatures coming up just a touch, and like we said, that low cloud, fog, whatever you kind of want to call it, burning off, leaving us with a pretty nice morning of racing here at Circuit of the Americas. Ginger Racing in the 46 still hounding the number 29 of Screaming Goat Racing in the battle for GP1 class honors. Headed up the hill with some amount of separation behind them, back to the 62 open throttle BMW, which is in a scrap with the 48 El Diablo BMW and Blaze Racing 118. Exactly. 91 back into the pit lane, by the way, so it was sent and has returned. Pick up the margin here from the 46 back to the number 62 open throttle BMW, sitting there at 13.7 seconds. Never mind the minus 2 minutes 22. A little bit of an artifact there. Right around that 14-second margin between P2 and P3, the two sort of little battle packs that have developed there in GP1.
GP2's Fawn Group Motorsports leading in the Hyundai Veloster end. About 5 seconds ahead of the Garage 66 BRZ. An additional 5 seconds back to get to the 83 Palomar BMW. And that's where you start to get to see GP2 a little bit more compressed as you get towards BSI Racing, North Loop, and the 69 of open throttle there. All quite close together.
Handling one of my other duties here up in the broadcast booth. Second. Okay, very good. View of the Ford Mustang GT4 there from Wheelhouse Motorsports, formerly FPRS Motorsports, of course, Ford Performance Racing School. Same team, same cars, new brand and new identity. Of course, a new livery to go with it. So your overall race leader, we just reset what we're seeing at the front here. Heroflight still leads Roberts Motorsports. What was 10 car lengths is now about 10 seconds from the 247 back to the 109. Then it's a 6-second gap, almost 7-second gap back to the Automatic Racing Atlanta crew, number 908. That being Ryan Eversley and Patrick Wilmot. Patrick starts that car this morning. Random Vandals number 98, Andrew Pinkerton behind the wheel of that debuting car. Ahead of the number 909 Automatic Racing NPO1, rounding out the top 5 there. Then it's a pair of Stratus cars, 60 and 58, from a pair of round 3 cars, 17 and 10. Your GTO leaders around 3 racing number 70. Cole Lofsgaard, actually listed against both cars, but I think that'll be 70 only for that car, leading by 9.1 seconds from the team car, and then another 9.3 seconds back to the off-leash Motorsports Mercedes AMG GT4. Stop me if you've heard this before. Porsche versus Mercedes in the World Racing League at COTA. Tremendous stuff. ACP Tangerine number 410 sits in 4th place, 23 seconds off of the class leader, ahead of the team car number 2. Ken Goldberg listed behind the wheel of that car, at least at the moment, 27 seconds off of the class-leading Porsche. AE Victory Racing in the 119 slips to 6th behind that second ACP car. Charlie Hayes Racing slipped to 7th, a second behind the AE Victory Super. LML Racing in the Pontiac GTOR up into P8 ahead of the number 188 Fast Track Racing M4. That's Lupe Tortilla-colored car, all yellow. Texan flag on the roof. GTR 99 rounds out the top 10 in GTO with the pair of Kingpin Racing Supras, 11 and 77 in positions 11 and 12. Go through the top 15 here. Random Vandals, number 163, ahead of TCB Racing 246, that Toyota Supra, and then the number 92 Wheelhouse Motorsports, the top Ford GT4. Rounds out your top 15. GP1, as we mentioned, the Screaming Goat and Ginger are locked together as they have been through this opening half hour of racing at the U.S. Enduro Championship. Open Throttle Racing number 60, Tato Siderman, I am led to believe, is the driver behind the wheel of that car up onto the podium positions early this morning. Blaze Racing 118 has dispatched of the 48 of El Diablo JT to go P4 ahead of that number 48. Open Throttle 64, Heroflight by Off Leash 808, Magic Develop 37, AOA 85, and S Collective Racing, who had a really strong run in that Porsche Cayman yesterday. I think in the top 5 by the end of the day, JT, yesterday. It's a really, really good run for a really pretty car. Up into the top 10 early. Close to the top 5. Okay.
7.
Okay. I mean, in a field of 27 cars, you'll take that.
Absolutely.
On debut.
Yeah, you can see right here, just directly behind the AOA BMW.
Late move from Charlie Hayes Racing up the inside of that number 140. No contact. Real heavy on the door donuts this weekend, and happy to say that nothing to see there as they work their way through the final corner and onto the front straightaway. I think for the first time here, JT, we've got the potential to see what the real range of some of these cars is like, and see a little bit of head-to-head comparison. By the time we got to any green flag pit stops yesterday, remember, we were, all over the place on strategy, fighting some timing and scoring display issues as well. So it took a really long time for us to get a sense of what the race was actually going to be like and how it was going to pan out. We do prefer, as we saw back at Utah and at Sebring, we do prefer these long green flag runs here on DriversEye Live, just to give us a taste of projection moving forward through the long days here in the World Racing League. could be an altogether different day than we saw yesterday. Whether that means full green flag running remains to be seen. Probably not. But so far, so good. 33 minutes gone in the Sunday 7-hour enduro here at the U.S. Endurance Championship. Thanks for being with us. Brendan Kazmarek, JT Tammy on the microphones. Ryan West is down in the pit lane at the moment. We'll be back up a little bit later on. Jordan Worth is on the buttons. As we jump on board, Jordan sends us on board, in fact, the Garage 66 Subaru BRZ. Works past what I think was one of the open throttle BMWs. Was it TC Klein?
TC Klein, I believe.
So that's a GP2 car getting past the GP1 car. A really quick GP2 car, by the way. I did not quite finish the GP2 or the rundown earlier at the half-hour mark there. Just to wrap up GP2, Fawn Group Motorsports, as you said earlier, JT, in the Hyundai Veloster, leads this garage, or that Garage 66. We jumped on board the S Collective Racing 140, but the Garage 66 car chasing down the class leader. If we go back, maybe Jordan, and pick up that BRZ Hyundai fight. Move already? No, there it is. It was 8/10 of a. It was 8/10 of a second. Excuse me, at the line last time through. It looks like a little bit more than that this time, with the Garage 66 car having to work through a couple of slower GP1 cars. But anyway, just a handful of car lengths between first and second in this battle for the GP2 class lead. We'll stick with this for the time being. Palomar Racing number 83 in the fight for the national overall title, and therefore obviously the class leader in the GP2 overall. I'm sorry, the GP2 title fight for the national championship sits there in third. North Loop Motorsport back to fourth, and the BSI Racing number 167 into fifth.
Oh, this gets quite close again. Yeah, it just seems like once we start to get towards turn 16 or so, until the final corner, it seems like this BRZ starts to really close the gap here to the Veloster.
That Veloster, it may be a little bit better through the S's in this part of the track. It is a front-wheel drive. Veloster front? Yeah, it's a front-wheel drive car, right?
To my knowledge, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe just a little bit more grip through some of these initial changes of direction there. Anyway, it seems to be a very well-balanced car. Now what was a second and a half is down to basically nothing. As they head through the S's again, the BRZ is going to peek to driver's left, kind of sells the dummy there, and then cuts back up and over the rise at turn 8. A tremendous move there. Really well set up and executed by the driver of the Garage 66 BRZ, reported as Jordan Musser, although it was it was reported that way for much of the day yesterday. RJ Till reminds us that those front-wheel drive cars do get a plus 0.3 helper modifier, so it actually gives them a bit more power back as a result of having...
yeah, he's going to try to defend here.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Look at the drag down the back straightaway. That is exactly what we were talking about with that punch as they get up into the higher gears. The little BRZ can't really fight there on the brakes, and the GP1 car, as you said, JT, the HQ Autosport, excuse me, 189, sneaks up the outside at turn 12, the inside at 13. It's a little bit wide, and as you say, this is where the BRZ comes back into its own. Straight line speed of that Veloster is really good for the Fawn Group gang, but this Garage 66 car, I think, is a little bit quicker on balance. Seem to have the legs generally over the course of a full lap here, up to the rear bumper of the number 418. Oh, on the brakes, decisive on the way into the penultimate corner, and gets the job done there.
It's going to defend
to the inside. 418 is going to sneak through, potentially around the outside. Nope, but watch the over-under here. TC Klein shows the nose on the way into the final corner. We do know that the Veloster has a good punch down this front straightaway, but I think what is now about 3 car lengths between those two GP2 cars will probably be enough. No.
Nope.
Here
Coming
comes the
side by
Veloster
side.
again. Round the outside into turn number 1. Is it good enough on the brakes? TC Klein 112 not helping things at the moment, it has to be said. I'm not convinced that TC Klein car is actually any quicker than the GP2 leaders at the moment. It's just quicker in different places. So it might be held up for around half the lap. Now the BRZ begins to put a bit of distance between itself and the Veloster through the changes of direction at 3, 4, 5, and 6. The overall leader comes through and clears second place car in GP2. And maybe now, JT, with about 10 car lengths into the turn 11 hairpin here at the north end of Circuit of the Americas, maybe this is just enough to settle down the GP2 lead battle. Styles make fights, they say, JT, and there for about 3 laps. Really good stuff between Garage 66 and Fong Group.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely showcasing the strengths, weaknesses for both of those cars there.
See, it's almost like you don't need balance of performance tweaked on a race-by-race basis to make it compelling.
What?
Isn't that crazy?
It's wild.
Remember how many times we've said this year, we identified it early on, that this is now the highest profile series in the world with an open technical rulebook, where you just design the car as you would like to design it, put whatever parts on it you'd like to put on it, match the performance modifiers to whatever your target is, and develop a race car without any fear of breaking homologation or jokers or anything like that. It is a really good but simple system that gives us tremendous racing within and between classes. Thoroughly enjoyed this 2025 season, and this has been a really good first 40 minutes or so, kicking off our season finale here.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, there's much to be said about the fact that, you know, the rule books give you an open set of parameters, and from there you decide how to fill that. And it's
I mean, it is quite literally what sports car racing has been about for decades.
Mm-hmm.
And if this is anything that sounds like it interests you, come play with us in the World Racing League. Whether you've got, you know, an E36 or 46 that's been sitting around, take a look at the WRL rulebook at racewrl.com. Anything you can imagine being turned into a race car probably has at some point in the World Racing League. And to be honest with you, JT, I mean, as some of the older, much more popular BMW platforms begin to age out, we're seeing some pretty tremendous variety in the types of cars we see developed in the production classes. Never mind the GT4 cars, GT4 adjacent cars up in the Grand Touring class.
Yeah, we're starting to get there. Still mostly a field of BMWs.
Listen,
we're getting more variations of
stuff.
BMWs, but
exactly.
We're getting there. We've seen some good Mustangs. We've seen Corvettes in the past. Of course, we're gonna have our Porsche Caymans Boxers. Starting to see some additional models come in. So yeah, the variety's getting good.
Good battle on the way up the hill towards turn number 1. It's Blaze Racing and El Diablo Motorsports. They were never more than about a second apart. There you see the Dayglow neon yellow, safety yellow, I guess, BMW of El Diablo chasing the E36 black and yellow BMW headed down the hill in the or at the tail end of another GTO battle there, which is GTR 99 and the Kingpin number 11.
Well, keep in mind, they're directly tucked behind the 62 from Open Throttle.
Oh, shoot. I hadn't even noticed the 62, JT. You're absolutely right. So this is 3rd, 4th, and 5th all right together. And it threw me off because we have lost the Ginger Racing number 46.
Yes, I believe, did they duck into pit lane briefly? Or, no, they had an off turn 4. They had been reported about 10 minutes ago to be smoking.
So they did pit. On lap 13, it shows them having pitted, presumably after the off in turn 4.
very defensive line for the 62 here. Coming into turn 12.
Smack in the middle of the road, JT. Right in the middle of the road. 118, not able to get it done on the brakes. And through this arena section, you've got to set up the pass really early on if you're going to give it a go, which they kind of do, but I don't think the overlap is going to be there as they peak to the outside. It does pinch the 62 down to the apex. The car protests at the midpoint of the corner, has to catch the slide, does so well, and they'll go single file here through 16, 17, and into the pair of right-handers at turn 18. Really good job to keep the car pinned right to the inside curb there in this number 62. Rides over the curb at the exit.
Come up to the sister car in GP2.
But deep on the brakes there and slides wide just out over the nose of that number 65. They clear at least the first two cars, 62 and Blaze, do clear that number 65, and now El Diablo will do the same. I moved this camera slightly higher this morning, by the way, so you should be able to see the cars most of the way up the hill now rather than disappearing behind it.
62 getting balked a little bit from the 455. Now the 118 is going to check up.
Yeah, that allows the El Diablo number 48 right back up onto the rear bumper of the Blaze E36. Blaze has cleared, they've both cleared that HC, right? 455?
Yes.
HC BMW, and with a little bit of separation here, measured in about 2 or 3 car lengths, and work their way up through the final part of the S's and towards the north end of the Circuit of the Americas circuit. Meet the bridge at turn number 10. Remember, this is a battle for second in GP1, all happening about 20 seconds behind the Screaming Goat Racing number 29, which has been left all alone out in front of the field. We probably begin to set ourselves up for our first round of pit stops in GTU within the next couple of laps. 45 minutes gone, and anticipate those GTU cars going between 50 and 55 minutes. Remember, we had the one extra lap of safety cars, so we didn't actually drop the green until about 8:04 this morning. So I get a bit of extra mileage off of that extra lap in terms of time. 18 laps complete. Again, one of those under the extra safety car there right at the beginning. Lead margin is out to 28.7 seconds. So after the number 109 was able to hang with the Heraflight number 247, 247 either found an extra gear or the 109 has backed off things a little bit, settled into a pace that, okay, yes, does concede a little bit to the Heraflight car, but is still actively, or has been pulling away anyway, from the 908 Automatic Racing. That margin is 10.7 seconds, with the automatic cars running around in lockstep. In third and fourth up in GTU.
Yeah, no tail.
Selling St. Petersburg in the chat. Fun fact, Pinky in the number 98 painted his own helmet. No, Pinky was an artist. The more you know.
Artists on and off the track.
QB 2.8 do, yet you can still see the roofs as they come up the hill. Thank you. Thank you. We do try here. Unfortunately, they used to have a really nice kind of semi-permanent scaffolding or gantry up there at the top of the hill. But since they're building that new clubhouse up at the east end of the facility here, that gantry has since come down, and what was fixture for our last 7 or so years here at COTA is no longer. And it's just a big old pile of dirt with a bunch of excavators and cables and wires and stuff. But we make it work. Battle in GP2 at the moment. It is the BSI Racing number 167, a quarter second ahead of the North Loop Motorsport number 21 that is headed up towards turn number 1 now. Sorry, out of turn number 1 now? Let's try and pick it up. There it is, on board the 21. It's BRZ and BMW.
Still running nose to tail as they were about 15 minutes ago.
Yep, as the Holden Commodore works its way through.
Yeah, that Pontiac seems to run very well here at COTA. Always seems to be quite strong on pace. Hopefully the reliability will be a bit better this year.
I mean, let's lay out the facts on that car, right? It's a 20-plus-year-old design. What we're pretty sure is a Pratt & Miller design chassis that ran in Grand Am, 2 full decades ago. They've replaced the engine with a smaller LS3, so it's not the big 6-liter lump that was in that tube frame car initially. But it's obviously not a modern tube frame design, right? And it wasn't designed to be as underpowered as it actually is, so it does things differently than I think you would do them if you were starting with a clean sheet design now. And also remember that non-production cars in the Grand Touring classes get a performance tweak per the regulations. I don't remember exactly what the number is. I think it's 0.2 or 0.3. So it's not much, but it does handicap the car a little bit down the straights. JT, the difference is here that's side by side.
That's BSI North Loop.
So down the straights it may be handicapped a little bit, but through the changes of direction, you'd think that slightly more rigid chassis, the maybe lighter weight of that Pontiac GTOR, do allow it to pick up a bit of pace there. Is that fluid or debris being dropped by whatever car is working its way through 17 now, as it exited the left-hander there. The one all on its own here. This one coming down the hill.
So this one here?
This one right here.
Should be the 53, I believe, from...
Okay, it does look like a 1 Series. From Ginger Racing.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely right, JT. Now, was that fluid or did it discard something off the right front corner of that car? Does handle well down the straight. 2.82. Really good straight line handling.
Yeah, not seeing anything suspicious from the 53. We'll keep an eye on it.
Yeah, it was just kind of a very odd one-off. It wasn't even like it was under maximum loading there. It was just as they began to unwind the steering wheel out of the left-handed hairpin at turn 15. And it just like it looked like almost like what happens when you drop a balloon, right? The way it just kind of splatters and spreads out. It was that same kind of event down there.
A little bit of GTO traffic here in between the battle of, I believe, 3D Racing and the 24 Bonus Innovations.
Yep, GTO cars in a battle of their own. That is the LML Racing GTOR we were just talking about, number 78 from Fast Track Racing in the yellow M4. GTR 99 in 10th, and then Kingpin Racing number 11, the Supra just at the back of that train there. So 4 cars right in a row, all doing that is late from the Hyundai. I think that was entirely unintentional, just outbraked himself ever so slightly.
See, I don't think they were expecting the 10 to check up so much because of the the general production traffic right there. And so they just went to the inside and got a little close.
A little close, putting it mildly. 53 minutes gone, and just a little bit more than that as we head towards the end of the first hour of racing from the Circuit of the Americas. And thanks for being with us on this U.S. Endurance Championship weekend. JT, remember when they used to award rings for winning this event? U.S. Endurance Championship ring? Now we have our beautiful trophies from plasmatracks.com.
I can't. If I recall correctly, it was either beer or liquor that was also awarded as well.
Well, they still award liquor, local liquors. Yep, from whatever feels right. I think at Sebring it was a spiced rum from a local distillery.
Yeah.
I was actually slightly late to the podium ceremony. The quickest turnaround we've had for a podium all season yesterday. I got back up to the suite 203 where they were holding the podium ceremonies yesterday at like 5:10, hour and 10 minutes after the checkered flag, and they were almost done. Like they were just doing the GTO winners. Tremendous work by everybody involved yesterday to get things turned around and us on our way.
The 908 tucked behind the 71 around 3 racing. That is an overall fight, not a class fight. The 909 just behind them. A couple seconds back to get to Andrew Pinkerton and the 98 Random Vandals, who had a very strong race yesterday on debut for that car.
Yeah. I mean, it's Random Vandals, right? Like, at the end of the day, it's still, a top-tier sports car racing outfit. Random Vandals been around. Where did we catch Random Vandals first as DriversEye Live? I think it might have been doing this sort of racing regionally elsewhere in the country, if I remember rightly. Maybe up at Summit Point or Mid-Ohio. They did some races here in the World Racing League. They obviously had stepped up to SRO doing GT4 and then GT3 races. And now, debuting an NPO1 in WRL right before they take on a full season effort. It's a full season effort, right? In the M4 GT3 in IMSA GTD?
Not this year.
No, for 26.
Correct. Not this year. So not for this upcoming 2026 season. I believe you'd have to double check with Paul, but I'm pretty sure they've had to delay that for whatever reason. I don't believe they could get the program ready to go in time. So I don't think we'll be seeing that, at least in the first part of the championship. They might maybe come out later on as we get towards Road America or Road Atlanta. But yeah, to my knowledge, I don't believe we'll be seeing that GT3 car running in IMSA. I believe we'll still see it in SRO.
Just found it here. Yep. They were among several emissions on the 2026 entry list. They were released at Road Atlanta. Oh, and it was supposed to be a GTD Pro effort. Wow. Remarkable.
Yeah, if I recall, it was... I'm trying to remember their lineup off the top of my head, because they run super competitive in SRO.
First pit stop of the day. It is off leash in the number 40 Mercedes.
Interesting to see the Mercedes pitting before the MP01s.
Yeah. It is intriguing.
As we
particularly
get the 908?
17.
17, okay.
Yep, and 927. It is interesting that the NFC Mercedes AMG GT4 that obviously ran so strongly in the 2023 and 2024 seasons was one of the better cars on fuel, despite it being a fairly large V8 lump in the front of the Mercedes. Off-leash, maybe slightly less so here. 17 making its first pit stop of the weekend, possibly of the season? Not sure if this car has run in competitive fashion before. It obviously is at basically every weekend. I just can't remember if it actually ended up on the grid at any point.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I'd have to double check.
85 is in. The AOA Racing BMW M2.
Okay. That car did have a bit of a moment earlier coming out of turn 9, going really wide. So hopefully everything's okay there.
247 being reported for no brake lights. It is your overall race leader. And I have to believe, JT, that this is something they're going to be required to address on the next pit stop.
I would agree that is definitely, that can be a safety issue.
Exactly, from a safety
WRs,
perspective.
Yeah. That's Pond Group running quite inside there, on all the way on the curbs.
60 is into the pit lane.
Okay, yeah, that's about right. Just slightly less than an hour of green flag racing.
Yep, obviously will have been a lap after the 17. Number 2 is in as well. The ACP Tangerine M4. Interestingly, in separately from their teammate, the number 410.
.68 in as well. So as we eclipse the 1 hour mark into the race, just quick update. GTU led by the 247 Hare Flight over the 109 Roberts Motorsports. 908 Automatic Racing in third, just a half second in front of the 909 Automatic Racing. And then the 98 Random Vandals, second and a half behind them, running out the top 5. GTO was the 70 round 3 racing over the 71 round 3 racing. Porsche Cup cars 1-2 there. Then the 2 of ACP Tangerine, the 410 of ACP Tangerine, and the 191 from Charlie Hayes Racing running out the top 5 in GTO. GP1, the 29 Screaming Goat Racing BMW leads a healthy margin over the 62 from Open Throttle. Just a couple seconds behind them, the 118 Blaze Racing, El Diablo Motorsports, the 48, and then the 237 of Match Develop in 5th. GP2, the Garage 66 car with a nice healthy margin over the 83 from Palomar. The 83, which has championship implications today. The 418 Pond Group Motorsports, Hyundai, a couple seconds behind them. 21 Northwood Motorsports, after it had gotten around the 167 from BSI Racing. And then the 779 Lunatic Racing, having to work its way back up the GP2 field after making the unscheduled pit stop earlier in the race, as we see pit lane becoming quite a bit more busy here.
Yeah, the 109 is in from Roberts which is actually kind of interesting because not only was it lapping more slowly than the Heraflight number 247, but also obviously consuming slightly more fuel in doing so. So it's a really strong opening stint for that number 247 Heraflight NP01. Let's see as the 109 exits. Let's see if maybe get eyes on that number 247 pit stop and see what they do to address the brake light issue. It was noted in the race control log as being, as a team having been notified of all that. So they know it's a problem. So some drama potentially looming here. 4-year overall and GTU race leader. COTA call, getting geared up. 247 is in. Good luck, son. Whatever you do, don't mess this up.
Yeah. We'll be watching.
47 is in very early on in the pit lane here. Just about stall 5 or 6. Our man Ryan West is down there. So they'll do fuel first. We're limited in the number of people you can have over the wall. Vent can goes in, fuel can goes in, and the extinguisher at the ready.
Yep, and visors down. Well done.
Hey. A couple of cans worth of fuel will go into the Sebico NP01. Spoke out of the right front brake disc there. Both of the automatic NP01s are in as well. They'll go past Ryan West here, or have gone past Ryan West here. 58 is in as well. And once they finish fueling on this number 247, we'll cut back over there and see if they do address the brake lights. I can say there aren't any brake lights on at the moment with that car stationary in the pit lane. Be a new one, JT. We've seen all kinds of odd things happen to that Heraflight car from really strong positions. Up to and including flash fires while fueling. So far, so good down there. Looks like they're just about done. Cars restarted, still no brake lights. And having built up a margin of 30 seconds for itself, a good margin, but it can't afford too much addressing of the issue here. It looks like maybe the brake lights are on now from where I stand. It's telling the lighting, but I think the taillights are certainly on.
Yeah, maybe a cable connection issue of some sort.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know if there was any contact reported for that number 247, but I presume it wouldn't take a whole lot. That doesn't look like it. And anyway, the 247 is sent on its way. So let's see where it comes out relative to the Roberts Motorsports number 109. And that margin was 30 seconds. And the longer stop there for the Heraflight crew. Quite a long stop for the 109 as well, from the looks of things. A little bit over a minute. 70 is in. Your GTO class leader. As is the 71. All right. The first and second place in GTO, both into the pit lane together. Separated by 16.1 seconds out on track. Well clear of the number 410, who had inherited third place after the early pit stop from the number 40 off-leash Mercedes. Note the wide stance on the 71 fueler versus the narrow stance on the 70 fueler. Difference in technique there. I know, see, 71 widens it out, or 70 widens it out a little bit more. Efficient.
Yeah, very
good exchange of the fuel cans there. Remember, you're only allowed one fuel can over the wall at a time. The wall being defined as the vertical plane of the wall itself, the front edge of the wall itself. Not allowed to store the fuel canisters on the top of the concrete wall.
Yeah, you can visually see the difference between this pit stop and the Hera Flight one, for example. Just how much quicker the rotation of the fuel cans are. You know, that's saving seconds each time.
In the words of an early to mid 2000s infomercial / commercial personality, it's free real estate. Right? It's performance that you don't have to worry about giving up on track. Right? If you get your pit stops consistent, you do them the same way every time, you really hunt for efficiency and speed while not sacrificing, safety or risking any breaking of the safety rules that are in place. It's time you don't have to worry about ever giving up to your competitors. And yes, it takes practice, and yes, it takes effort. But in a series and in a class in particular in GTO where the margins are so thin and have been so thin for so long and getting thinner, it's just kind of one of those things you can't really afford to overlook.
Yeah. Yeah, it takes practice, takes coordination, but it is essential, especially in a highly competitive field. Looks like the 119 also had a very efficient pit stop as well, so hats off to them.
Mike Anderson says the 247 did have contact early in turn 5 with Iron Horse. Which is, if it were front to rear there, it would go some way towards explaining potentially how that car ended up with issues at the electrical issues at the rear there with respect to the brake lights. Charlie Hayes Racing completes their first stop in the number 191. And at least very briefly, the number 188 Fast Track Racing BMW inherits the GTO class lead. Almost certainly, and does now give that up as the 70 exits the final corner and heads up front straightaway. Good pit stop rotation, by the way, in GTU for the automatic racing number 908. They have all cleared the Hera Flight number 247, who was obviously stationary there for probably a minute or so longer than they otherwise might have been. Roberts Motorsports inherits the class lead with just a second in hand over that number 908 Atlanta-matic and PO1. The sister car 909 rounding out the class podium there with Stratus number 60 jumping up into P4 at the expense of that Hera Flight 247, who has now come through trip timing. And what was a 30-second lead for that orange and black Sebico is now a 30-second deficit. So top 5 in GTU, 32 seconds apart. Top 6 in GTU, all the way back to Andrew Pinkerton in the 98, 53 seconds apart. Good stuff in GTU early on this morning.
Yeah, the 60 jumping the 98 during the pit stop rotation as well. Stratus just being just quicker in the pit stop.
246 from TCB Racing into the pit lane. Not the first pit stop for the TCB crew. Remember, they also service and support the Stoic Racing number 87, who was in prior to the green flag this morning. Has that car been circulating? No, it has not. It hasn't completed a lap under green. As your GP1 leader rumbles through the pit lane.
What gave it away?
This time I didn't even have to get up and look. Yesterday it scared the pants off me, and I shot up and I had to look over the edge of the table there to see what it was. Now I know. White and red Iron Rock Motorsport. Number 29 comes to the attention of the Screaming Goat Racing crew. Should retain the lead here on rotation, but I think Open Throttle Racing in the 62 is at least for now, going to inherit the GP1 class lead with Tato Siderman behind the wheel. And some real personalities behind the wheel of that car, as we spoke to yesterday. Matt Farah, Johnny Lieberman, some other guy who hasn't driven a car in 12 years.
The guy with the chicken car.
It's Tommy Kendall. Allegedly. Say allegedly, because, oh!
Yeah. Slow exit here.
Was that a splash of fuel there?
Yeah, so when they pulled out the jug, quite a bit of fuel came out onto the side of the car. Also looked like we were getting some on the right-hand side as well. When it pulled out of the box. Is it dragging a line down?
Maybe a little bit of overflow there?
Yeah, look, you can see it.
Oh, yeah. Let's just keep an eye on that number 29. Maybe just out of the left rear a touch. Let's see as it loads up here through the right-hander at turn 6. It looks better.
Yeah. A little nervous coming through turns, I believe 7 there.
He buys out for the number 62 of throttle BMW. Blaze Racing in the 118 is 7.2 seconds further back. Still battling with the number 48 from El Diablo Motorsports, bearing in mind that, well, now they're into the pit lane. I was going to say, bearing in mind the 62 has kind of escaped out the front. So the 118 ducks out of this battle for second. 109 from Roberts, now under some pressure from the automatic number 908. They climb the hill into turn number 1. There they are. Ooh, 908 stuck in the middle. As they work their way through the left-hander at the top of the hill, is able to get past the Subaru on the outside. Guditek 779. Not able to clear the one on the inside. Has to duck back in line behind that wheelhouse. Number 91 through the S's, gets him around the outside of turn 6. It's cost that car probably about a second. More traffic looming, by the way.
Of course.
This battle for second. I'm sorry, battle for the lead in GTU. Such as it is now. 29 just came by me on the front straightaway here. Appears to no longer be leaking any fuel or fluid there.
Yeah, just releasing the first sector. So we saw it turn 11. Relatively heavy duty left-hander, and there was no sign of any fuel being spilled anymore. So all good there.
Stop just about done for the Blaze Racing number 118. Is that ice?
That is.
Huh. .109 trapped around the... Was that a door open?
Surely not.
It's on the left-hand side there, so let me see when they come by start finish. Maybe it was just a black door, but I thought for a second there, just as I looked back up away from the timing, was something open there. This is the traffic we knew was looming for that GTU battle. I know it's really been going through it here through the second portion of the lap. Allowed that 109 to build something of a margin.
Check the replay. Doors closed. We're good.
All right. Red speed tape on the round 3 racing number 70, left rear.
no, the 82 again. I believe that's the 82. What? No, that's not. That is the 163, the other Random Vandals BMW. Heavy smoke coming out of turn 1. Oh yeah, as it gets to the apex. Great replay from Jordan here. That car has stopped drivers left in turn 2, outside the shot of our camera. Now, depending where they've come to a stop, we might need to, unfortunately, go to the first caution of the day. We'll see what happens here. Onboard HK Motorsports as they come out of pit lane here. We'll keep an eye on the left here as we come down the hill and we come through turn 2. You can see the stopped BMW M4 here on driver's left. As we do go full course yellow. So much of our GTO and GTU field have done the pit stops here, as we see the 98 unfortunately diagnosing an issue with the rear cover off the car. However, GP2 pit stops, I believe, are due to occur now, as we see, I believe the 66 might be on pit road here. See quite a few. Yeah, the MP01s are going to come in and top off here. You see the 60 and the 909. Here comes the 83 of Palomar from second in GP2. In the background, Gunatic, 779 pitting from third in GP2. Yep, just quick top off for the 909. Away it goes.
Yeah, this is a good call. I think come in, top everything off. Sorry, Jay, didn't mean to leave you hanging there. We're trying to get an onboard sorted out.
Yeah, all good. Yeah, North Loop from fourth in GP2 comes into their box.
Yeah, for some of the GP1, GP2 runners, this is actually pretty well timed.
Yeah, especially the 62.
Yeah.
Who managed to stay out there longer than the 29. The 118 from Blaze. 83 is released.
Good mileage for the 230. North Loop in the number 21. GP2, first stop of the day there. Actually, all top 4 in GP2 are all into the lane. Definitely the Fawn Group Hyundai is not. They're having fallen 40 seconds in arrears of that garage 6. Now that's interesting.
I noticed yesterday they did this. They did a similar thing where they didn't pit under yellow but stayed out and took track position and then had to pit under green like 10 minutes later.
Well, I'm as much intrigued by the fact that it lost 40 seconds after being in the class lead earlier on as I am anything else. I suppose it's 40 seconds to the Garage 66 car, which is, you know, the fastest car in the class, but even so, that's a lot of time to drop from, you know, a car that, as we said, was leading the class earlier on.
Yeah, we did see them start to slip down the running order as the other cars came into their own. As we get a report from Fatty Hales that the 411 had stopped turn 9.
We have over the bridge there. Yep.
There it is. The Honda Civic from Velocity Motorsport Club.
Not Fatty Hales on the right side of the shot, is it? Well placed, luckily placed photographer.
Yeah, they had also noted the split 5 BMW having minor rear bumper damage.
Thing. Actually noted that earlier. Ooh, 62 pit lane fueling infraction, but it doesn't say what. Same thing for the 99 with the visor up. There was a time, JT, where seeing any sort of pit lane anomaly or, let's say, lapse in following the pit lane rules for that 99 squad would have been unfathomable. Where they did basically every race across the season, and it was just, that was the one thing you could count on, was the 99 wasn't, A, they were going to be there at the end because they were consistent, and B, they weren't going to get themselves into trouble. Right? No unforced errors, no pit lane penalties, just rock solid consistency and execution. Obviously, we've seen them a little bit less involved in the World Racing League over this season in particular, having gone from the the Sebring Supra platform back over to the BMW M4. Just a handful of races in 2025, but I wonder if maybe just that lack of constant sort of participation has meant that White is on top of the details, let's say, as it might otherwise have been. Bond Group does obviously pit this time around, the Hyundai Veloster, do a driver change, as well as pack the
trunk.
What we think is a TCA car full of fuel. North Loop comes through in the number 21, so it should drop that number 418 back to at least 5th in class. Haven't seen the Lagunic number 779, David Dickerson, listed on board that car as yet. But I'll keep an eye to my right, see where this number 418 is likely to land. Here comes the Subaru 779, as a matter of fact. As the Honda Civic is towed behind the wall there to driver's left at turn number 11.
And can we assume the 163 has been recovered?
I don't know that that's done yet. I obviously can't tell.
Yeah.
What happened there? Because we saw it on screen while I was working with a person who came up here to work on their onboard.
Yeah, hard to tell, but I mean, they were turning into the apex in turn 1, and they just started smoking up on that the rear right tire, and as it started to go down the hill, it just got very big and noticeable, and came to a stop. Driver's left in turn 2.
Interesting. So just kind of all at once there, and then didn't go any further.
Yeah. Mike Anderson says it has been removed with the flat toe.
Ryan, looks like Ryan just caught it. It says RVR broken, right rear. But no further details there. If it was removed with a flat toe, I can't imagine it's anything truly sinister. Dropping fluid or anything like that. We do a quick ad here, Jordan. I know there's a non-zero. I mean, once this is done, obviously. Once this is done, maybe give this a minute. But just on the off chance that we do go back to green this time around, though the double yellows are still up at the corner stations, let's set us just take a step aside here from Circuit of the Americas. 90-ish minutes gone in the Sunday 7-hour finale here at the U.S. Endurance Championship weekend. We'll be back a moment here on DriversEye Live. Rejoin the action, hopefully, for a green flag in just a moment's time.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Couldn't do it better if you tried. Welcome back to Circuit of the Americas, where we do go back to green flag racing with just over an hour and a half gone. After a quick full course yellow to recover a pair of stopped cars from out on the circuit, Brendan Kazmarek. JT Tim will be back with us in a moment. Free access there, my friend, if you'd like. Mr. Man. Well, you can sit there, but the stale donuts are there for you if you like a slightly stale donut as well. They're from yesterday, but they are tasty. Anyway, back to green here. We'll be joined by a guest in a moment's time with hopefully an update on some championship proceedings as well as some other things. Really strung out restart here from front to back. We do tend to see this a little bit more often on restarts than we do on the initial start, where we do go to some length to make sure everybody's packed up. Here, however, you tend to get these 10 or 15 car length gaps that build up towards the end of the lap, and by the time we go back to green, it's something like a third or a half a lap in the 70 car field front to back. Font Group, incidentally, in GP2 slid all the way to 7th in class after the pit stop was behind BSI and behind the Velocity Motorsports Club number 141. Now a party. Went from 1 to 3. Oh, angled. There we go. Got one. There you go. We got it all now.
We do. We got
Ryan West, welcome back.
Thank you.
Scott Mann, welcome
finally ran
back.
out of battery.
Welcome back. Oh my gosh. I can't believe that I'm back.
We saw you at Sebring after, in the midst of what I think was a slightly more trying weekend than maybe you guys have become accustomed to over the last few race weekends.
This weekend's been trying too, but the math worked, and we're happy about that.
In championship math, or what math are we referencing here?
Yes, championship math.
So this is Blaze Racing in the number 118 in GP1. You guys haven't, did you wrap it up yesterday?
Yes, we did.
We haven't done the math yet today. We've been waiting for Ryan to get up here so we can settle in, let things settle in, and I can do the math. But unofficially, Blaze Racing, GP1 national champion.
Yes.
Tremendous.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Yeah, we, I have to say it's, with the way that it kind of came about was a little bit anticlimactic.
It always is.
I just was hoping for, I wanted the meat and potatoes versus just the I don't know, the very bland bean dip.
Well, then you should have broken at Utah instead of, sweeping the weekend.
Yeah,
Make it a little bit more dramatic, a little bit more interesting. No, but you guys have had a really, really strong end to the season, right? Beginning with that race back in September, and through the follow-through here to the end of the season, you guys have been, right there basically all the time, right?
Every weekend we found a podium somehow, some way. It actually started back at High Plains.
We weren't at High Plains, so I'm not fully aware of what.
No, that's why I'm reminding you. We missed you terribly. It was a fun weekend.
so what kicked off at High Plains that kind of led you guys into this championship drive at the end of the season?
I think handling-wise, we started doing a little bit better, but we also started going to tracks that we were extremely familiar with. I mean, we had driven some of the other tracks, but when you've got days and weeks and races and other series and other cars, all at the various different tracks, it's helped us out. And so this was the track that we've now come back to with the least amount of experience. And yesterday, we actually did okay driver-wise, but we were down on power. And here's the backstory, and this is what was real interesting. We were so down on power that about 2/3 of the way, or halfway through the race or something like that, we blew a head gasket and parked it.
Oh, wow.
I got an hour and a half's worth of sleep last night because we have completely torn the top end of the motor apart, put it all back together, and now we're running competitive lap times. You can see that I think we're in 3rd or 4th. We were up as high as 2nd, I believe, at one time. Yeah, we're currently in 4th, which is great. And so we're at the pointy end of the stick again, where we like to be. And this is at a horsepower track with a low horsepower car.
Would you define this as a horsepower track?
I would, absolutely. Stop, turn, stop, lift your skirt up, turn left. Stop, lift your skirt up again, turn left. Great big long straightaways that you feel like, okay, I'm starting to get going, and then you've got to park it again,
So the change of direction through the S's all the way up through turn 9 and the arena section there, coming back towards home, that doesn't benefit you guys very much?
It does.
Yeah.
Our handling is good through there. It's better today than it was yesterday.
Yep.
I made some more changes last night. But bottom line is it really, especially with passing in the braking zones, look at the front straightaway. You're coming through the final corner, going up to turn 1. You're going through the final corner very slowly and trying not to, like what we saw, track limits, exceed track limits, and then you're basically a drag race, and everybody's just walking away from us, especially the torque out that corner. And ironically, it's almost as if they set up the gearing so that it's like, okay, do we go to second for a split second and then back up to third again, or do we lug in third? And with that S50 motor that doesn't make a whole lot of low torque, it's hard for us.
Yeah.
But the rest of the track we're geared well for, and the handling part works well. But when you're running with so many people on track, it gets really busy side by side going through the S's and things like that. Obviously, yesterday was a bit of a carnage right, left, and top, bottom, and all that sort of stuff because of it. Today is considerably more disciplined, which always seems to be the case.
It's weird. It's like once everybody gets all the jitters worked out of them, by the time we get to Sunday morning, everybody's pretty relaxed about where things stand. Say, okay, today's going to be a better day.
Yep.
And invariably, it almost always is.
Yeah.
One of the things we haven't really talked about, Scott, is as much as you're, discussing, we're down on power, we're down on this. 2026 is a new year.
Yeah.
We haven't talked about potential options for you guys for 2026, where you guys stand. It's a 2-year-old program with the E36, a national championship. Yeah. So we should touch on this, as just Jordan reminds us. This is the 247 Heraflight NP01. And I just said not so very long ago that we've seen all kinds of odd things happen to this car really, really quick, but also not the most reliable and the most consistent. This time is listed as having an impact up at turn number 11, and having come to a stop there just at the cut in the wall after the exit of the hairpin. So initially it was stopped in the grass. I don't know what it hit, to be clear. Came to a rest in the grass there, and maybe they can get it pulled onto the photo lane and recovered without us having to go full course yellow, but we do stay green for now. Anyway, what does 2026 hold? Are you guys looking towards something in development? Do we know if we're going to be back in the World Racing League? Where's Place Racing headed here?
I have breakfast tomorrow morning with the team owner, Jason. That's as far as I can go.
Got it.
And it's just he and I.
Yep.
It's
where obviously you guys are going to take delivery of the 2 round 3 racing Porsches.
I cannot confirm nor deny.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I've been accused of saying too much, and sometimes saying not enough.
You haven't said anything in this case. So, all right, well, we'll leave it there. Hopefully you've got some kind of idea. And we do hope to see you guys back here in the World Racing League, because excuse me, it really has been a really compelling story to follow in terms of the development of a car, the development of a team, young driver development, right? And I know Zach has become more involved in the program as the seasons have gone on. We see a lot more of him and more investment out of him. And it just has been a really cool story to have you help tell us and viewers. I heard the knocking here. But I've been really, I think it's an easy one to invest in, and I hope we have the opportunity to continue that.
I appreciate that. You had Matt up here yesterday, which has also been a huge.
Did.
I mean, he's one of those type of people that you look up the definition of a rock, and you will actually see his mug right there. I mean, he is just as solid as can be. He's a NASA guy. He ran the NASA Intermountain region for many, many years. Been a racer for an ungodly amount of time, and he's been in the car and is in the car currently right now. There isn't a better traffic guy. He just does an incredible job. And so a lot of teams they'll have, and I've said this before, a lot of teams they'll have a fast guy, a medium guy, a slow guy, or maybe a super fast guy and a couple medium guys or something like that. We have 4 fast guys.
Yeah.
And it's very, very hard to tell out of the 4 of us who's driving the car by our lap times.
Yeah.
And we're very, very appreciative of that. And when you said driver development in that list of things that we've been working on, so few of the teams spend that much investment of time, effort, and money into driver development. And we've done exactly the opposite. And so I appreciate you saying that, because that is very much the truth.
I mean, I feel like there are different ways to go about it, right? We talked to Mike Gorman a lot in GP1, who's one of your competitors in GP1 with Open Throttle Racing. And the driver development there is on a pathway that is, okay, let's keep the car simple. Let's use relevant technology, move to paddle shifts. Let's keep it accessible and keep it affordable. And we're going to work our tails off where we don't have the money to spend to make these cars bulletproof. Okay, the E36 platform is not the F30 platform, obviously. Yes, you have to drive it a little bit harder. Yes, maybe you have to be a little bit more accurate to get the pace out of it. But you guys have gone the way of, we're going to do this with consistency.
Yes.
Right? Consistency of drivers. We're going to build the car up to a place where it's reliable, even if that means some difficult days in the early part of the program.
Yes.
But at the end of the day, you end up in as strong a position as anybody else in the class just by getting your drivers and your team comfortable with what they're working with.
With a car that was born in 1995.
Correct. Not the oldest E36 here, by the way. I think there's a 92 floating around somewhere.
Yeah, maybe, but still.
It's close.
Our old girl is very long in the tooth, but still square.
And, I mean, it is still one of the most reliable cars in the class. And
Yes.
as you said, you just run it until you find all the things that break, and then theoretically nothing breaks anymore.
And which leads me to a little bit of a good rant. There have been some incredible shops and talent that have gone into it. But first and foremost, Mike and now James last night did the head gasket, but Mike has been our chief mechanic now for the last, I think, 18 months or thereabouts. He is an unbelievable talent, and he does it with a smile on his face. He giggles and laughs through the day. He just never has a bad day. We love Mike so much, but he is also one of the best mechanics I've ever seen. He is a hardcore wrench, on-the-floor wrench, doesn't need a lift wrench. I mean, there's no prima donna, there's no pretentiousness, there's no nothing. And so big shout out to Mike and our new guy, James, who's going to Purdue through the automotive racing program there, and has been gathered up by Blaze Racing, and he's definitely a number 2, we'll say journeyman mechanic, and he's incredible, and he has an ungodly amount of energy, and he made it all the way through to like I said, about 2 hours away from when we needed to show back up here, and he just crashed out in the hotel room, and we were good. So, but yeah, they've been incredible. But the extension of that is the input from Texas Trackworks. We're close to the shop that has done the most amount of work and the most amount of input for us. Texas Trackworks, that's out of Dallas, Fort Worth area, unbelievable. Forrest & Co., Forrest Mason Maymay, just the entire shop. They've just been unbelievable. And so, but there is one more thing that I want to mention. We have had reliability issues, but one of the reasons why we've jumped back into the race multiple times at multiple venues is because of Palomar, our direct competition, and one of the nicest teams you could ever possibly imagine. They are competitive. They are shrewd. They are, in every way, shape, or form, the type of team you want to race against. Yeah. But they've also been gentlemen. They've helped us out tremendously. We wouldn't have the points, and we wouldn't have passed them in the overall points championship without their help. Yeah. It is something we would have done had the tables returned. We would have given them the shirt off our backs and celebrated their victory when, passing us if the tables returned. Yeah. But unfortunately, racing is racing, and we actually benefited this time around, and they have their GP2 car parked in the garage with a wounded motor, I believe. And I'm actually very saddened by that. In the meantime, we are out there plugging away, and we hope with the potential for our head gasket not being great that we might get to the end and actually get to the pointy end of the stick. We'd love to have a podium to kind of finish the season off.
Yeah, that GP1 car from Palomar has had some it's had a tough couple of rounds, and I know they were worried about getting it turned around to come back to COTA.
Yeah.
When it had its issues back at Sebring. The 83 has been tremendous.
Yeah, and they won the championship in
And
GP2.
Yep, correct. And are fighting for the national overall, I think, still, although we have to confirm that. I do like to think that, the racing world is generally full of karma.
Agreed.
However you would define that. Sometimes it's the, somebody out over their skis and needs to be humbled a little bit. Sometimes that happens. But I think when you get to racing at this level, there are a lot of people who just get it.
Yeah.
And really spin up, or have the potential to spin up some positive karma for themselves. And it seems like that GP1 paddock in particular, I know you call out Palomar by name, but there's a lot of that down there. There's a lot of that. I think Darrell Waltrip would have called it co-opetition.
Oh, what a great, yeah, absolutely. What a great word.
We're not going to leave anybody hanging out there on their own because we're here to race.
Yeah.
We're going to fight for the result, but we're not going to let you guys, lose a weekend or squander, your time here or anything. Everybody wants, let's go out and have fun at the end of the day.
You want the fight.
Exactly. Yeah, you want the fight. You want the fight. That was not Ryan. That was Stacey. And so it has been a really cool story, and we appreciate you coming up and telling it over the course of the last 2 seasons and kind of sharing that behind the scenes, because these are the stories that we don't see, that we don't really get a chance to talk about.
Yes.
Until somebody comes up and says, hey, actually, you don't know this is going on, but it's been going on for a long time, and we wouldn't be where we are if not for them being where they are.
Absolutely.
So that's just a really cool story and cool part of racing at this level.
Well, and I want to make sure that everybody else that has contributed, our sponsors, if you don't mind, PowerCool Manufacturing out of Indianapolis, incredible cooling features that, including, of course, their radiator, which is their stronghold, as well as they're starting to branch over into other cooling avenues. IBOC, they set us up with an incredible spring program. We appreciate them very, very much. MCS with the shocks. Wow, they have really come to our rescue. We had a really bad wreck a little while back. I drove all the way there, and they turned me in just a couple of hours, and that was just unbelievable. Obviously, I've already said Texas Track Works, but we have been working with other shops that have also taken care of some issues and problems, and of course, development. A big, huge thank you to Boomer Travis of GT Body Shop out of Ohio. And let's see, trying to think. Oh, and HBR, our engine builder. That was the last one that I was trying to remember. HBR out of Las Vegas, Nevada. They build all of our engines. They do an incredible job. The head gasket issue that we had yesterday was probably not due to them. We'll just leave it alone at that. And so we have a brand new engine sitting at home, and that might give you a tiny indication as to what next year might be. But we don't know for sure yet. Breakfast tomorrow.
Maybe tomorrow. At the Breakfast of Champions.
Yes.
Obviously, for Blaze Racing 180.
Well said.
I'm full of them, man. When you talk for 15 hours a weekend, you're going to find something along the way that works. I appreciate it, Scott, man. Thank you for coming up, spending some time with us here on DriversEye Live. The champions, national champions in GP1. Congratulations again. And hopefully we get to do this all again in 2026.
There's one more trophy down there. You know about that one? It's also got our name on it. It's the long form trophy. So it's the over 8-hour endurance races.
Super Endurance Cup.
With Super Endurance Cup.
Yep.
We won that as well. So we got the Midwestern Trophy.
Yep.
We got the Super Endurance Cup trophy and the overall national. We didn't win the East.
Sure.
But 3 out of 4. And for the little 24-foot feather light, teeny weeny tiny fledgling team, with the name Blaze, named after a dog.
Oh, fascinating.
We're animal lovers.
Yeah.
I appreciate everybody's support. We are the Cinderella story. We haven't been trying to be that way, but it's kind of turned into that way. And everybody that's come up to us yesterday and today and said congratulations, I appreciate you all. DriversEye Live and all the people that have been listening and stuff like that, thank you for your support as well. We've seen it on the forums. And you guys up here in the booth and, of course, in the production booth, which is, I don't know, in Saskatchewan or wherever it might be, incredible coverage. And I love the fact that you're able to pipe it into the jumbotrons all over the track here. That is so cool. We've actually been able to sit in the pits and watch all the coverage.
It never really gets old for us, It really does.
You guys keep on getting better and better. All right, I'm out of here. My time's up. Thanks, guys.
Scott, man, thank you very much. Out of Blaze Racing number 1.
Blaze Racing currently running 4th in GP1 at the moment, just about 5 seconds behind the 82 from Open Throttle in 3rd. At the front end of GP1, we've had a very good scrap between the 29 of Screaming Goat Racing and the 237 Magic to Belt 37, who've been running a nose to tail since we've gone back to Green Flag Racing here. Currently at about a 1 second gap between the two of them. We believe that is Brett Mitchell and Kevin Moore driving those cars we see coming to the shot here.
Other changes we should just touch on here, JT. Roberts Motorsports led us back to green in GTU. They've since swapped with the Automatic Racing number 908, who is your overall race leader, with about 7.5 seconds in hand over the round 3 racing number 70 Porsche. You can drop the 109 to 4th place overall, still 2nd in class, 5 seconds further back. 3rd place in the GTU class is the Automatic Racing number 909. So it's Automatic, Roberts Automatic, and then Stratus number 60 in P4. GTO is round 3, 70 from 71, with the Off-Leash Motorsports Mercedes, which hasn't obviously been doing well on fuel mileage as we go double yellow. That number 40 has been I was just going to say bailed out by a couple of double yellows, and stays in contention there in the podium positions in GT. This is for the number 411 stop drivers right at turn 15, allegedly.
Yeah, unfortunately, you can see them here on the right-hand side of your picture.
Can you?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, on the track.
Use your telestrator, sir.
Yeah. No, we don't have Dustin this weekend.
Yeah, unfortunately, come to a stop. We did see them briefly earlier under full course yellow come to a stop on the exit of turn 9. So continuing problems for that Honda Civic.
70's in, and 71.
Yeah, I mean, last full course yellow was, what, I don't know, 30-something minutes ago?
Yep.
About a minute, yeah. Everybody should be in here.
Yep, Robert Motorsports into one of the first boxes. Here comes the 909 as well. Here comes the Mercedes. Good.
AE Victory's in, the 188 is in. Potential a little bit to be on the struggle bus with these pit lane cameras. They're facing the sun, the back screen is, which is the part that absorbs the most heat.
Yeah.
So in another 40 minutes or so, it's going to be less of a problem, but I think we might be just at the worst time of day for these cameras, given that it's a little bit warmer today as well. Yesterday morning, it was cold when you got here. It was in the 40s upon arrival, and it warmed up quickly and settled into a reasonable temperature. Today, a bit more humid, a bit warmer, and a lot more sunshine. The fog burned off, I think, a little bit earlier. So a little bit different conditions compared to yesterday as far as tires are concerned. Screaming Goat Racing, of course, brings up the idea that the tires lose grip over the course of the weekend, that as the track rubbers in with this DOT rubber, it gets more greasy and more difficult to drive. So your quick lap times always happen on the Saturday, and then Sunday it's a little bit more loose, which I believe. Add in the slightly warmer weather, I think that probably doesn't help either.
Yeah.
Waiting for this cycle of pit stops here to go through. Trying to familiarize myself with the storylines before I venture back into the pit lane, since I absolutely cannot hear the broadcast from the pit wall. There is an entire power socket on the pit wall here that is labeled F1 tag clock with tape over it. Lots of interesting little tags on the power sockets on the wall.
Piece of tape to tag one that says "DriversEye Live Start Finish Cam."
Yes. They're 240, so if we had a converter, we could,
Well.
you know, plug stuff in.
Might be overkill.
I wonder, and I'm not. This is a theory that I'm going to put out there real quick because we're under yellow, and I feel like I can talk a little bit of nonsense. Brad loves that.
I'll allow it.
Do you think the power on the pit wall is set up for European sockets?
Ooh.
I was thinking about that
Interesting
while I
thought.
was down there. Do you think they have two separate sets of pit equipment, one for North America and one for everywhere else? Or do you think they know that the tracks have the ability to switch that on the... Because the socket's got to be at least similar, and they'll have converters for that, but it's got to be the right type of electricity coming through the socket with your amperages and such.
It's an interesting thought. I guess the question mark would be whether or not you think all of the tracks across the Middle East and Asia are also set up that way.
So I did...
So if they're all standardized, then yeah, this one probably is too. If they're not, then, you know.
Interestingly, I watched a video that touched on this the other day, and in the Middle East, they used to use the American standard, and they now use the British and European standard. And they make conversion sockets. Or like it was backwards. Like the socket matches one, but it's the different power. Because they found a socket. The guy was trying to test British kettles at his house. And so he had it plugged into his electric car charger, and then he like homebrewed this adapter for it so he could plug a British kettle into his car charger and get the right amount of amps. And he found this converter socket that exists that gets sold in the Middle East because it's a thing that they had to deal with.
Interesting.
So I believe the Middle East is on the sort of European style now. And they used to not be, or they're on the European plug, but they're still the American power. There's some goofy thing.
I mean, that's all fine. I'm thinking more like the Singapores and the temporary, the Melbourne, for that matter. Right? Any of the
I think Melbourne's on the
temporary
British
circuit-
style.
Are they?
I think so.
Well, but it's not necessarily European mainland style. So either they're all standardized or
Sure.
none of them are standardized.
So
right?
do we
'Cause they're all
think
different?
do we think that there's just like a power supply module that they switch out on all those pit boxes for F1?
I have no idea.
See, that's the stuff I want to know. How does that work? There's no way it's a separate pit box. That would be insane. But
I mean,
it
I
would,
guess we could just go look, right?
it would have to
Why
convert
don't you look next time you're down there?
because a lot of them are taped up, and with the COTA guy standing right there, I don't want to be seen to be like messing with the sockets. I'm hoping someone from the track will just
Maybe
come
there's
and
some
tell
of
me.
each. Maybe there's like there's one European, like mainland, and one.
But you'd have to have
Local.
totally separate wiring. It would be such a hassle to do that.
I mean, this place cost $200-something million to build.
Thank you, the state of Texas, by the way.
Sure.
Was that public money being spent on a private good?
Well, there was the whole thing with the Texas Public Events Fund that funded the sanctioning fee, but I don't remember what the cost of the facility.
I thought
where
they
that all came from.
covered a lot of the facility too. Maybe I don't.
I genuinely don't remember.
Interesting. Turns out what they should have been doing was spending that money to pay Netflix to make a documentary series 3 years earlier.
Crazy. We are not under green, by the way, as you see in the upper left-hand corner there. Interestingly enough, our timing system is updating this morning, but not displaying, or not changing the display of the overlay itself.
I think I finally figured out I did the A/B testing in my head on how to get the pan to work better on the gimbal. It's impossible if you're zoomed in. Cannot do it.
Sure.
If you're zoomed out, you have to hold the trigger.
And sweep.
No, and then use the stick only.
Oh, interesting.
It's when you're trying to sweep and use the switch, and use the D-pad thing, that it tries to compensate for you, and it just keeps going, even though you're trying to send it back the other direction. There's also a little bit of drift to it. You don't have
To the gimbal itself.
Yeah.
Interesting.
because I think the D-pad stick thing is not centered. Probably needs to be calibrated again. That's fun.
I promise I'm paying attention.
No, I believe that.
I believe lights are now out on the safety car.
Good
Green flag is in the hand of the starter.
Ooh.
I did talk to Brad McCall yesterday. He already was not going to fly back with Heraflight because he has business near here.
Oh, and now he's very much not.
Now, and so it was like, it's going to be all right. I was happy to follow up on that story thread.
That's good, because it wasn't Brad's fault.
How about some orange and black Porsche GT3 Cup entries?
How about a Porsche GT3 Cup class? Unmodified.
Spec 991.2?
Yeah.
Here for. Green flag waves at start finish over the number 455 will lead us back to green. Some distance further down the order is your overall leader, which is now the number 2 ACB Tangerine BMW M4, obviously leading. Oh no, it's the number 11 Kingpin. Toyota Supra. Car having been beat up a little bit this weekend after an incident on Thursday. There it is, up the inside of the Ginger Racing BMW 128 with the round 3 number 70 now in second place in class, just a little further back. Your GTU leader is now the Stratus number 60, having taken the spot from the automatic 908, which is well down the order. What happened there?
Right there, going through shot.
It's just bad pit stop rotation, or
Could be.
a huge drop from the overall in class lead all the way back to 12th.
We'll keep it. That's overall, yeah. And that's also very bunched together here. Yeah, because there goes the 60. 909 right there. Here comes the 109, the 71.
La Rosa 3 wide headed down into the hairpin at turn number 11.
Cars.
Everybody just finding some space for themselves now.
Oh no. AOA.
Oh.
That is the 35, I believe.
I think so.
We're going to go double yellow here.
Yeah, everybody's going to have to be really careful here, bearing in mind we are double yellow now, but you're headed into a local yellow there that I don't think anybody would be expecting.
Yeah. So people are going to really check up here as they get towards the apex, and if people are not paying attention further back.
Everybody's actually done a really nice job there. Really nice job.
Yeah. Oh, this report is at 851.
I was going to say, the more I look at it, I don't see the beige roof on that car. So, after a really long green flag run, some hour and 19 minutes to start the race here, is full course yellow number 3.
You didn't take the extra pit stop last time. Do you take it now?
It might as well.
Has it been long enough? I mean,
you're saying if you didn't pit last time through?
If you didn't pit on the last, like if you already pitted, like regular under green, and you didn't pit on the last yellow, which was several people.
It maybe depends on where you are in the queue here.
Right.
The further back you are, the more likely I'd be to pit.
Yeah.
If
Speaking of, the 83 comes in.
If I pitted last time, I probably wouldn't if I'm from like 2/3 forward. But if I'm in the back third of the queue, I'd probably just hook in.
All right. All right, since we're under yellow, and again, now we're going to have to wait to settle the pit cycle, I'll say another nonsense topic. Next year, hot take, one of us should be up in the mullet tower and call the race from up there on lap 1.
So, I know sometimes they won't open it, or they'll only open it during certain hours, but it seemed like somebody was there at the green flag yesterday.
Right.
So
it's a lot of stairs.
Is the elevator not running?
I thought that was the whole bit, was that they weren't going to fix the elevator because it's not level or some nonsense.
Oh, I hadn't heard that.
I think it's not perfectly level, and that's why the elevator messes up. I think I heard that.
Interesting.
A couple of years ago.
Doesn't sound real. I didn't know the elevator had issues. So you have to climb all the way to the top.
That's why I think the elevator was
that,
broken.
Man.
Yeah, the elevator's been broken.
Nope.
Coward.
Right out.
Speaking of, there is the tower. There's people in it. Surely there's not that many people that climb the stairs. They must have fixed whatever the issue was.
That's kind of my theory. Well, so when I was here 2 weeks ago, they were running shuttles from the paddock over there. It was open from like 11 to 5. It was $10 to go up in it.
$10.
Yeah.
What is this? The Eiffel Tower? Is this the Stratosphere?
Of Texas.
Is this the Space Needle? That one's for JT.
Obviously, there's nothing Texas loves more than France.
And Seattle.
The homage to.
If you live in Texas, like specifically Austin,
French
or
Texas.
no, probably not Austin. Specifically, I guess they all have their own team. Never mind. Yeah, if you live in Austin, if you were a Supersonic fan and they moved to Oklahoma City, are you more of a fan or less of a fan?
You lived in Austin,
But
you
you
were
like
a Sonics
but you were a Sonics fan. When they moved to Oklahoma City, was it like, oh, they're closer, sick, or was it like, nah, no?
No, I think you stay a fan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Am I the only bitter person who stopped being a fan because their team moved?
I assure you, no. There's a ton of people around where I live.
Okay.
It's quite bitter.
Okay. All right. And we're how many years removed from that? 15? 20?
Yes,
Yeah.
they were not happy with the last Super Bowl.
Wait, Super Bowl? Wait, what?
Oh
mean,
no, sorry. MVP.
Finals.
The World Series.
World Series. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Now I
because of
see
the
what- okay.
wrong sports ball championship.
Should be a quickie yellow.
Yes.
You see the big sporting regulations reveal? Now they're going to do quickie yellows up to 30 minutes into a race, but could make it a longer yellow if something has to be cleaned up.
I mean,
Big change.
I'm glad they've taken their time to come to this conclusion.
No, it's not going to change anything.
Do you think I could prod Ryan
Try and
Eversley
change it.
into commenting on that?
We could ask. Yeah, absolutely.
I think I'm going to.
I want Ryan Eversley hot takes. That's really what I want. Like, I want him to come up here and run his mouth about the series he runs.
I don't think he's going to be able to come up here. I really don't. I think I'm going to have to go to him. We're going to get the green here.
Yeah, bearing in mind, we had, obviously, since this is a separate full course yellow, we've had to pick up the actual race leader this time, being the number 11. Nobody came into the pits, so actually doesn't appear to have impacted the running order all that much.
No. Big gaggle here, just crossing the start-finish.
Yeah, everybody kind of had to duck out exiting turn 20 there. Or 3 wide up the hill towards Big Red. Hopefully, we can let this one settle in a little bit once again. Oh, 3 wide around turn 6 there. Left the 909 out in, maybe not the marbles now, but certainly will become the marbles, and had to back out of it as the 119 AE Victory Supra wraps up the 455, headed towards turn number 8. Gabler's been off the track twice there in about 3 corners. Gathers it up and carries on. Here's your, what was the race leader before this most recent string of full course yellows, the 908 Landomatic NPO1. Speaking of, Landomatic and other stupid bits
Sure.
that have come up over the course of the season, have we all begun thinking about our upcoming bits for 2026?
I usually save those for thinking about while I'm driving to and from a Christmas location.
Sure.
When I'm listening to Dinner with Racers, and that inspires me to think of something else, and then I do a bit based on that.
What do you think if we were to identify a theme of the 2025 season, a bit that we really lean into?
Just to be
what do you
clear,
think it is?
just because I came up here doesn't necessarily mean I don't want to talk about the race.
I'm understanding
Okay.
that. I'm just
Okay.
waiting for this to settle down so we can
Okay.
really pick it apart. Also, for some reason, Ridmus is reporting a 54-minute gap between 3rd and 4th, and I'm waiting for that to cycle back through before
Okay.
we really dive into the meat of it.
All right.
The 25-bit definitely had to do. Man, so I have this great idea for a GTU car.
That's it. I think that's it.
Are we going to retire that one?
No, because
That
it's going to
depends.
become a real thing.
You're right.
All right.
All right,
Right,
battle for
Mike?
the lead. Absolutely. Or Mike's guy. Mike's got a guy eye here. Battle for the lead is on, headed up the hill. We've worked through the traffic, and it is now half a second between the Kingpin Racing Supra and, well, it's less than that now because the off-leash Mercedes goes up the inside on the brakes into turn number 1. Job is not quite done. The Supra getting the switchback headed down the hill, but they'll fall into line through the sweeping right-hander at turn number 2. Stratus 60 is now third in line, I think. In that pair of NPO, one of the pair of NPO ones anyway. Round 3 racing in the number 70, Cole Lofsgaard, actually has been reported behind the wheel of that car all morning, so I'm not sure that's accurate. But anyway, 4th place overall and third place in GTO with the AE Victory Racing Supra. Just a little bit further back up the road, there it is, behind the 909 Automatic Racing NPO1. Flash the lights from the 109 Roberts, who is very much in a fight for position with the 909. Probably doesn't love the positioning of that Supra at the moment, based on the headlight flashes out of the S's.
Pretty good battle for second in GP2 as well. You've got Laguna Tech, North Loop, Velocity, and BSI all within 17 seconds. Garage 66 has gained a lap, question mark?
I think that's a timing thing.
Okay.
Well, I mean, we did have a string of full course yellows there.
Right.
It is possible it split the GP2 field up a little bit. Let's wait and see on that one.
All right.
Try and parse that when they come across the line next time. In any case, I think that 214 has been consistently the quickest car in the class this week, and Laguna Tech having set a best time that's similar down in the low 235s. But I mean, the opening stint from the number 214 was just tremendous. 109 looks like they jumped the Supra. Oh, sorry, JT, go ahead.
Mike Anderson in chat says they got waved around.
Well, let's accurately describe that then.
Sure. Right.
It means they were in front of the overall leader.
Yes.
Right.
Right, relative to second place in class. So the overall leader was between them and second place in class.
That's,
I mean, this sort of thing happens.
Yeah. But
And the battle for second is really good still.
But with the yellow in quick succession like that, like, oh.
Well, I don't know when that happened.
Right.
To be clear. It's possible that happened on the first full course yellow.
Yeah, there's still a good battle for second here.
Yeah.
Laguna Tech, North Loop, Velocity, BSI. Which Velocity is a...
Yeah, Fawn Group there as well.
And Fawn Group.
And Palomar.
Yeah, Velocity in the Civic.
Ooh, spinner at the exit of the last corner. Choice Racing in the 522 goes around after maybe a bit of side-to-side at the corner exit there. We may have this on a replay. Either the 221 or the 189 was out there as well. Pick this up, headed into turn number 20. There's the 221. Oh. Actually, I think it just lost it on the throttle, yeah.
Goes up over the bumps, run away.
Under pressure from the number 189, but it didn't look like there was any obvious contact there or anything. Yeah, nothing listed on the race control log there. Just spin center track and continue. Been watching, Ryan?
I sent you that one.
Yes, you did.
I was like, that is probably a Navy plane.
Hey.
And I thought you could collect it. I was hoping you were going to get into your phone fast enough to hit the button to collect it or whatever.
Collect it?
Isn't that the whole point of the app that you have?
I think he's just collecting the ones he flies on.
No. It just logs what I fly on.
Oh, okay. There's one of these apps floating around where anytime you're scrolling around or within a certain distance of one, you click it and it's like, oh, I've seen a...
It's Sky Cards, I think, which is by the Flight Radar people.
Got it.
Speaking of, by the way, it's apropos of nothing. But you remember how he told you the 737 MAX I flew on out of here 2 months ago, or 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
Was like 11 days old?
Yeah.
The one I'm on tomorrow?
Uh-huh.
its first flight for American, its first revenue flight for American is literally the Dallas to Austin flight the night before I take.
Wow. Trouble.
Shoot! That
That's
is the 65 and 80. Captain America and 3D Racing have gone around way out at turn number 11.
A replay here.
Jordan doing it again. Oh, yeah, tagged at the apex.
Yeah.
65 was in there deep and shallow. Yeah, that's
It's
not the same thing,
deep
but you
and
know what I
shallow.
mean. Shallow laterally, deep longitudinally.
Yeah, that was also really wide entry for.
You know what I mean. This is an XY plane, man.
No.
Those are normal words to describe that situation. Not usually together. Anyway. Looks like they both continue no harm, no foul. Unfortunately, it is foul in a no-contact series, and I suspect there will be a penalty coming for that 65. Misjudged on the way into turn number 11 there. 80 continues. 80's been in the wars. I mentioned a little bit earlier. That car does not look the same from any angle with various colored body panels and replacement parts that just haven't quite been matched to the original livery on that M3. Oh, what was that? Oh, that is a
the
smoking Civic.
Integra?
Oh, Integra, you're absolutely right. Yep, it's the Heart Integra.
No, the Heart Integra's more red. I think that is a Civic.
Yeah, that might be the 411.
Yeah, I think
or
you're right.
No, that's the 141.
Is that the 141 from 4th?
I believe so.
In contention
Yes.
for the podium?
Yeah, I don't think the 411 has much red on it, whereas the 417 is mostly red and black. So this should be the 141.
Flowing down the hill towards turn number 11 now.
That is
Not
really
well, there
unfortunate.
it is. I'm saying it stopped smoking, but it's not the case.
Ugh. I wonder if that's a turbocharger that is let go.
You know, that was my first thought too, Ryan. Sure, it smells lovely.
Probably smells sweet if it's a coolant coming out of it. Real shop people know coolant has a very sweet, distinctive sweet smell that comes from it. Much unlike the acrid smell of expired gear oil, which is
The worst.
The worst smell.
Yep. So I'll be honest with you. I was never really a car guy.
Sure.
Before I got into being around racing. I was a racing fan, obviously, but you don't really get a sense of what that is until you get involved in club racing.
Yes.
And it turns out when you're a marshal, you begin to learn what these things smell like, especially in the SCCA, where everything is 30 plus years old. You learn these smells swiftly and aggressively.
Yes.
And now I have forever identified the smell of gear oil, hot gear oil, as just the worst thing.
Oh, it's worse when it's old and hot.
Sure.
In a racing car, it's been replaced recently.
Theoretically.
At some point.
Theoretically.
Well,
Hopefully.
yeah.
The 141 does pull off drivers left along the back straight, so they can take the roads back to the paddock, I believe. So we do stay green there. We did also see the 80 come down pit road for a quick checkup before leaving, heading back out onto the track. So all good there as well.
Did we ever get an answer as to what had broken on the random vandals in PO1?
I didn't realize something had broken. On the 98?
They had the rear cover off.
Oh,
I sent you a message about it and everything.
oh, you said RV. I thought it was a 163.
Well, and then I subsequently showed on the camera what I was talking about as they had the cover
I think
off.
I had either stepped away or was doing
Got
something
it.
else.
No, I saw it though.
Got it. All right. If it was like a, I remember Stratus used to break suspension components from time to time. I haven't seen that in a while.
Those cars have been pretty solid. I think, well, all the Stratus cars ran into trouble at Sebring. That's how we ended up with the Roberts Round 3 battle on Sunday.
Right.
On board the 221 HK Motorsports BMW. Currently
11.
Oh, there we go. Yep, thank you. 11. P11 in the GP1 category. 21 seconds behind the split 5, number 315.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm unable to find out what happened to the 237 here. We had seen them running nose to tail with the Screaming Goat BMW for the lead in GP1, but something happened and they have remained on pit lane for a while now and have just tumbled down the order down to 18th.
Oh, which car is this?
The 237 Magic Develop.
Yeah. Had a good weekend for them otherwise. Good day yesterday.
What that has done is that it has promoted the 62, which we're on board with right now, 2 seconds with Screaming Goat just up the road there, the white over red BMW. With the 315 just in between them at the moment. The 62's trying to find a door to get through here.
That's 62, by the way. You say it's promoted them up into second. This car has been top 3 basically all morning.
Yeah.
Yes.
They're really good run.
What happened to... Yeah, what happened to the 237?
Unsure. That's what we were just discussing a moment ago.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
65 is into the pit lane.
Moves
the
left to
sister car.
squeeze the 315. That is a decision.
Oh, a little bit of damage there to the
315 with
left.
yeah. I wonder who could have done that. But yeah, that's the 62 driver not too happy with having to fight the 315 here, as the 29 is just able to gap
Right
just
again.
a little bit more.
Give it up here on the exit. Does run a little bit wide, but is in position here up to the inside at turn number 13. We'll go a little deeper on the brakes again.
Looks like he's going to keep it for now.
Shouting pit lane.
In the direction of the number 78 LML Racing Pontiac GTOR.
That formerly the pride of Hellertown, Pennsylvania.
Yes, I think so. So the Matt Connolly car is still the pride of Hellertown, Pennsylvania, but I don't know if this car came from Matt Connolly or if they sourced it somewhere else, even though it was like the sister car.
Right.
I did describe it as the Holton Commodore earlier.
Sure.
Equally as relevant a brand as Pontiac these days.
That'd have been a Commodore or a Murano?
Ooh, maybe it was the
Or a Monaro.
Monaro.
Sorry, Monaro. Yeah, yeah.
Maybe
The
it was
Commodore's the
Monaro.
4-door. I think it's the Monaro.
I think
It's
you're
the
right.
2-door.
Yeah, I think you're right. My bad. Well,
It's
can't
what
win
it
them
is.
all.
No, you can't. You can't. Remember that time they brought when we broke the news that Shane Van Gisbergen and company were going to start doing NASCAR stuff?
did we do that?
Sort of, because they came over, or no, he was supposed to and then didn't, and then somebody else came and drove.
Will Brown came
Will Brown
instead,
came,
yeah.
and then they brought that Holden, and they were running that in the track day.
That's right. I do remember that. They had Kyle Busch doing laps in the the Commodore. Wow, that's a good callback. I had totally forgotten about that.
Thank you.
2023, I guess.
Yeah.
Callback.
In which, gonna drive me crazy. I'm gonna see this, and it's gonna remind me of the name. in which Jason Marks came on the air and said that it was his birthright that he should be allowed to have laps in that car as well.
Did he ever get it?
I don't think so.
Can we jump back on board the 62 here? They are chasing down the GP1 class leader, the Screaming Goat Racing number 29 BMW. There it is, as they try and put a lap on the El Diablo number 48.
Weird. Very weird. That car ran competitively most of the day yesterday.
48 still leading E0.
Yes, they are probably leading E0.
Real ones, no. Do we know who's behind the wheel of 62 at the moment?
That is Matteo Seidel.
It said that at the start, too.
Yeah, but
it hasn't been 3 hours.
Isn't that the same helmet, though?
I don't know.
And fire suit?
Maybe they're just running Tato long here, and then they're going to have everybody kind of do
a little cycle.
Fuel run to the single fuel run to the end.
Yeah, have him do the first 3 hours, the other 2 hours.
Give the podcast guys one stint, and then have Tommy Kendall in to close.
Closer.
Closer. I mean, if you gotta try it, right? You gotta try to get Tommy Kendall in as much time as possible at the end.
46 on the inside.
That car is some laps down, that Ginger Racing number 46, but remember, it was the this would have been a battle for position in the opening hour or so of the race.
Yep.
Good to see
about
46
weight
looking healthy, though.
with that car.
Weight?
Yeah.
With which car? The Ginger car? Or the
Blaze.
62? Oh, I did hear this yesterday, yeah.
Speaking of E36s and such.
God, we should have asked Scott.
It seemed, the bits that I heard about it seemed kind of like it was a genuine misunderstanding of how it worked.
That's okay.
And it didn't make anybody look good, so I didn't want to,
We didn't have to do it on the air.
Yeah, well.
It's possible. Anyway. 119 and 71 are together off of the final corner.
71's going to pull right up to the bumper. They're going to show the nose here, going up the hill. And the 71's going to go a little deeper, and they're clear. I think the 119 let him go there. Not a whole lot of sense in battling for that position.
Gotta watch the screen, man.
Yeah, sorry. Well, we were showing the onboard for a while, so I was like, okay, I guess I'm going to just call it.
Jordan's too quick for you.
Yeah, I know.
That battle is the battle for fourth in GTO. Off Leash Motorsports leads the class by half a second over the round 3 Porsche. So maybe pick that up as well. And then it's 8 seconds, just about 8 seconds further back to the Kingpin Racing number 11 that just left side of the shot. Porsche and Mercedes should be down around turn 11. 11 perhaps. There they go. It's up the left side of the shot there.
And a GTU battle right here as well,
Yep.
I believe. I can't tell if my timing died, but...
Oh,
I should probably check
right?
mine as well. Here, I'll hit refresh. We'll all hit refresh at once, and then it'll really die.
It did say 10:19 for me.
It gave all the cars 0 laps, so I refreshed, and now it's been gray since. Yeah, I believe, 60 here coming through shot.
Oh, yeah, dead.
Then the 109 and the 909 and then the 59. I believe those, or that's not the 59, that's the 98. So it should be the 909 and the 109 fighting for second right now.
We'll focus on the on-track battles till timing comes
Yes.
back. Particularly this GTO lead battle.
Looks like a fight.
Just based on the eye test, I would say the gap between second and third in E2 has not changed recently. Again, I don't have the timing to verify that, but it looks like it's stayed relatively stable.
How close are they? I'm close, I bet.
Yeah.
They're about 3 fingers from the tower.
Yeah. So I've seen on, do they televise traffic chases on the East Coast? Is that like a thing that the local news does? Is that a
No,
California
it's
thing?
mostly house fires these days.
Okay. So now they have a thing with the traffic helicopters where it'll do an overlay on the screen of what the roads are.
Yeah, I've seen
and
that.
then also like the speeds and such. And I'm trying to decide if that's purely because it knows how fast the helicopter's moving and has really good GPS positioning, or if it's literally just counting the pixels, how much it moves, and going, oh, it's going about that fast. All of that to say, are we in a realm where we can do overlays on our broadcast and guess how fast the cars are going? We know the camera position's static, at least.
An interesting thought. You have to understand. The
Here we
counting
go.
pixels thing is difficult because of perspective.
Right.
You know, I don't think got to be GPS based, right?
I mean, certainly, but it's able to track the object independently of the helicopter moving. So it's using the camera to some extent to focus on the point.
I don't know, man. I use iPhones for cameras, so I don't.
I don't know either. I don't really.
understand the
Yeah,
tech.
I don't know how it works either. But you know, I did always hear the old story that if you wanted to add the yellow line for the first down in the football, it was a whole separate truck, and I don't think that's the case anymore. We're moving on. Yes, sir.
Fatty Hales, just to tie up a question you had from earlier.
Yes.
Stratus broke a left rear control arm yesterday in the 60.
Okay.
So you mentioned the previous kind of suspension-related issues for some of those Stratus cars. It appears they had a recurrence of one of those issues yesterday in the 60.
All right. Well, thank you for that information from the Stratus folks. We do care about the effort you put into racing here.
Open throttle into the pit lane. I think this will be the 64.
Yes,
Cherry.
it is. Mike's not going to like this because it's less green. I think they should do the whole wing in red, not just the end plates.
I mean,
just
sure.
a little bit easier.
Again, green looks terrible with everything. So
Actually, it looks fantastic on the VW Fun Cup.
Well, there's that.
Comes in as the 68 is released.
NPO1 parked inside the carousel, so that'll presumably be 16,
909.
17, and 18.
Hey, the timing is back.
Yes. So that's the 99 that stopped. Drivers right in 17.
909, right?
Yeah, I was going to say, the
Yes.
99 just
Yeah.
came through.
Yeah, he had it right the first time.
Yeah.
That is out of not quite the top 10 overall.
I mean, that was the car fighting the 109.
Oh, shoot, you're absolutely right. Yeah, because timing was down there for that brief stretch.
No, that they
There it
were
is.
fighting
Yeah,
for
you're
second,
absolutely right.
and unfortunately,
54 seconds,
Yeah.
the gap from the 214 back to the 779 GP2. So it wasn't a full lap, but it is a substantial margin there. For
Yeah,
first
that may have just been front of the queue to back of the queue
Yep.
then. Yeah. Given how this stretches out. Look to the right-hand side here. We should see an NPO1 parked up. Ooh, tough spot there.
yeah,
Can't
that's
picture that
bring
one
it
being a
out.
hot pole.
No.
I think BSI...
And we are
no.
full course yellow.
Good call.
They're down. How did BSI lose all that time? There's a blank lap on here. Did they get a penalty and it's not saying there's a penalty?
For 167?
Yeah.
Not yet.
No.
Well, they're down in 6th. They're behind Fawn Group, and I thought they were like in the Palomar range.
So they initially were all bunched together in GP2. So
So this
in
is just
GP
pace they've spread out that much?
I believe so. Yeah. So
Last
guess-
lap was a 243.
Yeah, well, what was the lap before? 239, 246, 250. Okay, so they
Yeah.
lost some time. All right.
So yeah, Garage 66 had a 2-minute 15-second gap. Then you had Palomar, Nova Blue, Lagunatix, BSI, and Velocity Motorsport Club at the time with Fawn Group all relatively close together. Since
Palomar's
then,
doing high 230s.
yes.
Northloop
Yep.
doing high 230s. Lagunatic doing high 230s. Okay.
Yeah, so that has unfortunately been falling back. That 167.
You know what I'm impressed by is that Fawn Group has lap times that are broadly similar to these other cars that are not front-wheel drive hatchbacks. In GP2 of all places. GP3, we had seen that before. GP2, and you're holding it down, making lap time with your front-wheel drive car, you're at a tire disadvantage at a minimum.
But a power, I don't know if you heard us talking about this earlier. They get a plus 0.3.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
this is the first year of the plus 0.3, right?
You are a little more tuned into those little modifier
I
changes.
think it might have been this year or last year that was the first time they had done that to encourage more. And I think this is a pretty good run then for a TCA car.
Yeah, we had a proper performance do relatively well at Mid-Ohio. They came out with 2 Civic SI.
I mean, that is the place for a front-wheel drive car, right?
Yeah.
Well, especially
in the temps.
At Mid-Ohio, too.
Yeah.
Home of Honda in North America.
It's accurate.
This is accurate.
Do what I can.
JT, does Real Time still own that PSX thing?
I'm not sure.
I don't know if I saw that for sale or not, but that's what we really need to do is ask Ryan Eversley why we can't get Tim Real Time to bring the...
I hate this bit.
That's going to be my bid going into 2026. I'm sorry.
I mean, are you talking about the all-wheel drive
Yeah.
TSX
Yeah.
thing?
And
Kneecapping one of those would be fun in GTO.
Exactly. And the place to decap a big car like and have all-wheel drive would be in Ohio, which is Acura's home. That is the leader in GP1.
And second place in GP1.
Yes.
29 and 62, nose to tail.
I'm expecting a driver change with the 62 here.
Presumably.
He is loosening the belts. Visor
Nice.
down.
Heck yeah, get that visor down.
I'll turn the car off. Yeah.
How dare they? As Collective comes out of the pits, just before we went to full course yellow, they were having a very close fight with Heraflight, their GP1 entry. Their, what is it, an M2? The 808? Having just gotten around the Porsche came in before we went full course yellow, I believe that same lap. Be interesting to see how they cycle out here.
Reminder, it is full course yellow, in spite of the green at the top of the tower. Can we just make that black? Is that like a default option we can do?
It's okay, Jordan's got this.
It's showing yellow on timing, so I imagine that's our fault.
There's some things going on.
All right. Lots of pit takers here.
Yeah, this is not a surprise. 70 is in. 71 was in on the previous lap. 119 is in as well.
So I think the 21 is staying out here. I think they want the track position back, but they lost to Garage 66. The Lunatic did pit.
I mean, the further down you go in the horsepower-related chain, the less beneficial coming in and topping off is.
Correct.
So there are some diminishing returns there. Did we see what order the Jeep1 field runners came out in?
I was looking at timing.
Do we have the...
The gap was big enough. I imagine it was roughly the same as it was going in as out. There's the 214. The 214 is still out there. Actually, I think this helped the 214 again. Gotta see where the safety car is, but I am pretty sure the 214 just made had an even luckier situation again. It's now going to put them at the back of the queue, and so nearly a lap up on the rest of the GP2 fields. So if you pit here in GP2, you probably do go a lap down. Yeah, Lucas Lagoon's just now coming out. Yeah, they're going to be a lap down to the 214.
So let's find the 214 in the queue here. There's the 21.
No, they just went by. This will, yeah, they should be.
No, I understand. So the 214, 418. I'm sorry, 21, 418.
The 21 was ahead of the 214 in the queue. And the 779 just left the pits.
Which means that 214 will be most of a lap ahead now.
Correct.
Of the GP2. Yeah, okay.
And Lagunatic is a full lap down, and 21 is holding on to the lead lap.
Correct. So the 21 will
length
jump
of
to
the queue.
779 here,
Yes.
but still be mostly a lap down to the number 214.
Correct.
In the BRZ. Yeah.
And they didn't stop on this time either.
Right,
so
right,
if they stop, they will go a lap down.
Yeah.
214 just went through a shot a moment ago.
And again, I missed the Screaming Goat and Open Throttle.
I don't think they have come, have they?
Oh, they're not come through yet. Oh,
I think-
Well, here's Open Throttle.
So I think what happened is they came out ahead of the safety car.
Who just came by start finish?
Yeah, there they are. So 1 and 2 right there.
Well, that was TC.
We
35
see coming
seconds.
through the shot.
No, it was 62.
62 is right here.
No,
going up
62
to
just
turn
went
one.
through shot.
no, they're not.
No, that one's TC Climb then.
Yes.
So they're
that is
leaving
problematic.
turn 9 right now.
Screaming, yeah, it was 35 seconds of the line. So Screaming Goat altogether better on the pit stop than the 62, which obviously did the driver change here.
And the 118 is going to cycle around back to behind.
Having pitted
Yeah.
later than the 29, yes, it
Yeah.
should put the 29 back into the GP1 class lead. Yeah, agreed. We got timing to refresh.
Good. Looks like we're going to go back to green here pretty quickly.
The lights are out on the safety car.
For all the Foley artists out there, that was man drinking water.
I thought I could get away with it
No.
without muting the mic.
No, not at all.
Obviously not.
I didn't hear it, so.
Oh, I heard it. I definitely heard it.
And it didn't trigger the noise gate on TeamSpeak.
Perfect.
Yep, nailed it. Ooh, what time is the bracket reveal?
I think it was just now.
I was going to wear my Duke's shirt today. Dukes shirt today.
Dukes.
JMU. I have a JMU shirt. Packed it this weekend just for this occasion.
Do you want me to announce it live on the air?
No. Because my heart's going to be broken. I mean, they're just... Miami's going to be in, so the ACC doesn't get left out. This is just what I want.
I am going to announce this live on the air because I think if you go near the sporting result, I already know the result of the F1 race.
We are not talking about
Exactly, but that's why I'm going to read the college football thing out so that people who are curious can know without having the F1 ruined.
Sure.
But we just went back to green, though.
Good point.
so,
Green
yeah.
flag waves at Circuit of the Americas. And after pretty meaningful pit stops this time through, a much more packed up field here on the exit at turn number 20.
908 directly behind the 109 and a pipe converted GTU.
Tremendous that you picked that out in the sprint.
And it takes the position.
Tremendous you were able to pick that out.
Okay.
So that is third place for Lance-O-Matic.
Animatic, you did it.
All right, your buys.
Oh, wait, it's not announced yet.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
Oh,
Was it
this
12
is the
o'clock?
prediction.
Oh, it's a prediction.
Here, hang on. I thought I was pretty sure I had an update that was like, where did your team land?
Yeah, on just slightly behind Palomar here.
Oh, so it's in 20 minutes.
Yep. Yeah, just to reset GTO here because it got a little weird with the stops there. 71 pitted earliest.
One of the Stratus cars gets held up here coming out of turn 9. They are 1, 2, 3 coming here into 11. That's second, third, and fourth as the 908
yeah.
goes to the inside, takes second place.
With the 109 in tow. Just to reset GTO quickly, Kingpin 77 has cycled through against the odds into the GTO class lead ahead of the number 71 round 3 racing Porsche. The 77 did not pit under the full course yellow, whereas the 71 did. They did so earlier than anybody else, including the Kingpin number 11. And then the rest of the GTO field followed through after that. So Kingpin Racing on an alternate strategy with the 77 Cargo Shorts Racing squad out there in the class lead at COTA at the moment, with the black, red, and white Porsche 991.2 Cup following them.
Nice.
Appropriate somehow, I think.
Nice.
To have a Porsche chasing down the Cargo Shorts guys.
Says it's SOTA call in the car.
It
SOTA call,
said that all day.
maintenance throttle COTA. He was also in the Roberts car.
Maintenance.
The enemy of lap time.
SOTA call might be the enemy of lap time. He's gonna love that. And if he doesn't, Chad and Rob will. And hurry.
Lady 2 gets news on the exit of the final corner. But yeah, as we continue with 4 hours 17 minutes left at Saddle Falls' favorite racetrack.
Dumping on SOTA call.
Big fan of COTA.
Yeah. Probably did a bunch of testing for it on iRacing. Anyway,
Enough of it.
it does put Kingpin into first and third. First and fourth now, because they slipped behind the ACP Tangerine number 2. No, first and fifth. GTR, look at that. GTR 99
They worked it.
up into third with a pit stop. So that is, I mean, on legitimate and on rotation. GTR 99 up into the top 3 in GTO. You'll love to see it.
And on break.
Yeah. A little early for them, some would say. But defending well from the number 2. Just ever so slightly dropping the number 11 from that pack. There's the 99, there's the 2. Then the Roberts car, then a gap, and then we see the Supra of the Kingpin squad there in the background with just an absolute mess behind them. Including the number 410, which I think is battling for position. The AE Victory Supra is there. The erstwhile race leading number 40 Off-Leash Motorsports Mercedes is there as well.
It was the AP Top 25 that came out. Is what my notification was for.
Yeah, this prediction on ESPN does not have JMU in the field.
Oh, the prediction I saw did have it. Maybe it was Fox's prediction. At JMU 12th.
I don't... Wait, where's the other... How is this possible? Can't be right. Where are the conference champions? Indiana, Georgia, Texas Tech.
You have to have a red team to have won the conference championship.
Oh, there it is. I see. They put it lower. They just do the rankings 1 through 12 and then put the games in. So this prediction from ESPN has Notre Dame, Alabama, Tulane, and James Madison, with Miami being left out.
Good.
The way it should be. Anyway. Oh, 3 wide, really far up the inside here. Charlie Hayes, the 410, and the number 40 Mercedes, who is working really hard to claw back some lost positions on the pit stop rotation there under the full course yellow, gets actually the bulk of them back there. Really aggressive, but really good on the way up into turn number 1, clean as well. The 2 has jumped the 99. So swap those M4 GT4s around. Charlie Hayes Racing hangs it around the outside. At turn number 6, orange number 191. Aro Derev, hi from Italy, he says in the chat. Is there an entry list or live timing? Live timing is pinned at the top of the chat.
There's an entry list on
motorsportsreg.com. You can go type in WRL COTA and it should pop up there. But live timing will have all the same and more data, as a matter of fact.
We've got Tiff Nadell in this field.
Is that a 5th gear joke?
Yes.
Tiff Nadell, of course, is the voice of the Toka Touring Cars game.
Yes.
Probably both of them? Both of the first 2?
Believes.
That is... When I think about, like, nostalgia of like PS1 era and the most important games of my childhood, those two are up there.
Yeah.
COTA and Token 2. Yeah. Just don't make them like that anymore, you know?
No, they don't. I remember playing which I believe was original R Factor,
Mm-hmm.
the BMW M3 Challenge, which was available for free.
I think it was actually based off GTR 2.
Or was it GTR 2?
I mean, it's the same platform. It's G-Motor, but yeah, same platform.
You could get with Bilstein shocks or factory shocks. Your two choices. And you could run at the Nürburgring GP or...
I think it might have just been Nürburgring.
I thought there was one other track.
Oh, maybe it was Valencia. It was definitely Nürburgring GP. I do remember this. This was the free game.
Yes.
Yeah. On board the Garage 66 BRZ up behind the North Loop number 21. This would be to put
him a lap down.
Yep, absolutely.
And it's going to happen here. We're going to go a little deep on the brakes. Try to get the car turned in.
Done. The BRZ is just so good. Like everywhere.
And then the big power TM of the 6-cylinder BMW, they're going to try to come back. It looks like they're not making any headway. Yeah, there we go.
Up until about 100 miles an hour, and then
they both have the big wing on there.
I think it's a wang at that point.
Indeed. Oh!
Squeezed down to the apex curve there.
Close.
Absolutely ruined the exit for that car.
Yeah.
For the 214. I'm sorry, for the North Loop car.
Yeah.
Blaze racing into the pits. So we haven't done this yet because there actually has been racing to talk about. It's important, but I do want to turn some amount of attention to our national championship fights. Start down the bottom with 2, where it is a the point standings are the points rules involve 3 drops, but it is otherwise all other of your finishes count, right? So read this out exactly the way it's written as far as the national championship goes. Best 13 finishes count. All 2025 events count towards the national championship. 11 event weekends total. There are 22 total points paying opportunities per class. So it's way more drops than that. It's Dave McDaniel just leading us down a pathway, man. Best 13 finishes count in GP2. In GP2.
You'll get through it.
Palomar Racing number 83 on 142 points is uncatchable as the GP2 national champion. We knew that. They were also in contention for the national overall championship.
Yes.
Which I think has been put to one side now with the Stratus result from yesterday. But we'll get to that in a minute. So Palomar leads Garage 66 by a margin of 35 points. But when you get back to the Garage 66 number 214, 107 points for the BRZ, 105 points for the AOA 851, which remember was recovered from turn 12 earlier on, 102 points for the Rebel Racing number 222, which is not here this weekend, and then Lagunatic on 98. The Garage 66 and Lagunatic actually stand to gain quite a bit here. Garage 66 is just kind of defending that second place at the moment, but Lagunatic with a half-decent result, and they are in the top 5 right now, can gain on both Rebel Racing and, of course, the 851 of AOA. We shift up to GP1. Blaze Racing ahead of the 38 from Palomar, 119 to 107. Scott, man, having confirmed they've locked that up based on the drop situation. But anyway, the 38 is just having a torrid day at the moment. Blaze Racing cruising out in front. PC Racing in the number 44 on 88 points. Obviously a double DNF this weekend. Well, a DNF and a DNS, I guess, technically for them this weekend. Yep. That leaves Open Throttle Racing in the 64. 7 points behind PC for third place in the GP1 National Championship. So good result for 64 today. Let me sit at the moment. P7, it can be done. Depending on the drop situation. Ginger Racing in the 46 is 5th at the moment, but not likely to catch the 64. based on some time loss for the Ginger Racing squad earlier on.
Have you done that bit yet?
Which bit?
The Ginger Racing bit.
Oh, you're getting dangerously close to Layla's birthday, so I've got to be in that. It is tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hey.
No.
You want to come to?
I'm a day ahead of myself. It's Tuesday.
You
It's
should
Tuesday.
not be getting these things incorrect.
No. I know it's the 9th, obviously. What's happening is racing today, fly home tomorrow, fly back out on Tuesday.
Nice.
Right? So I just mixed up my travel days that also line up with Layla's birthday. But
She didn't want to come out to beautiful Austin, Texas for her birthday?
No, bearing in mind we leave for 3 weeks on Tuesday.
Sure.
That's not really in the cards. But anyway, happy early birthday. My lovely wife, Layla, who has been a part of the paddock on a pretty regular basis through the early and middle part of the season.
Go, Layla.
Miss you.
How do
We miss you,
live?
Layla. Kind of my favorite Ginger at home. Anyway.
Sorry.
What?
No, I let us down that. I'm sorry.
Okay. I need to pull up the GTO and GTU National Championship points as well. GTO being somewhat run away with up at the front. Round 3 racing number 70 on 168 points. Leads the ACP Tangerine number 2 on 94 points. Obviously can't be caught there. The 669 Rapscallion Ligier on 63 points. With AE Victory Racing on 59. 669 not scoring points today. Could put the 119 up into 3rd place in class, as long as the 99 doesn't catch the AE Victory Supra. GTR 99 scores 3 more points than the number 119. It would be enough to put them level with the 119. Although the 119 would take that on wins, so it would need to exceed the Supra's total. So something to play for there for 3rd place in the GTO national points. Kingpin 77 is there as well on 54. So from Rapscallion 669 back to, I guess all the way back to Fast Track Racing the 188, it's all separated by about 14 points. And some change to be done there. But in any case, the 70 Round 3 Racing Porsche is your GTO national champion. And in GTU, Stratus number 60 with 160 points. Stratus 58 with 156 points. Just 4 points the difference there. But things coming up all 60 at the moment. Stratus 59 on 130 points, 15 points out ahead of the 908 from Automatic Racing. So it'll be an inter-team fight between the 60 and the 58 to determine this year's GTU national champion. And if we just peek at the national overall championship, Stratus number 58 leads round 370 by 13 points. Palomar 83, 4 points further back. It would take catastrophe, I think, for the 58, basically a non-finish for the round 3 car to catch them. On top of that, the round 3 car would have to win, I think, in GTO in order for that all to be the case. Palomar, I think, is just too far back, 17 points. Not really catchable there for the number 83, but it's a good fight for your GP2 national champion there to be in the running for your national overall title. Blaze Racing is into the pits again.
Uh-oh.
They were in...
The 214 is in.
Okay, well, that's a little bit more pressing.
Yeah.
They were last in at lap 49. The 21 is in. For that matter. How many drivers are in the 21 this weekend, right? No. Okay, so that's a non-issue.
I was going to say, we're 3 hours in, or just about so. So, GP2s, yeah, they do an hour and a half or so.
Did the 214 run long with their quote-unquote good driver to get their full 3 hours?
No.
No?
Difficult to tell whether the 214 actually did make a pit stop at lap 49. It is possible they ran. It said Jordan Musser all morning, but I think it said Jordan Musser at the end of yesterday as well. So I'm not entirely sure there. It is possible that that's how that's gone. 234 in lap. Last pit stop was also a 234 in lap, so this would be probably a legit stop there at 49. Do we have their pit stall on camera, Jordan?
Jordan stepped away from
Of course he has.
for some lunch.
Yeah, 2 minutes ago. Could not have chosen a worse time.
'62 is trying to stay in the hunt. They're 20 seconds behind the 29.
62 is the
Open Throttle Racing
you.
BMW M235
Yep.
IR.
Matt Farah on board.
Yep. Did not have the pace yesterday of Tato Siderman.
I mean, but who did?
Who does? Yeah,
Yeah.
you're not wrong. But
Did have the pace over Johnny.
well, sure. But we watched Tommy Kendall in the space of like 45 minutes, got 2 minutes.
Yeah.
So he doesn't. I would say, potentially, that if Matt Farah and Johnny Lieberman can stay on the lead lap,
Yeah.
and they put Tommy Kendall into the end, I think they're still in the game.
It feels right.
They're
Theoretically.
still in the game.
Yep.
So,
As long as he stays on track.
yep. Well, and they mentioned JT when Matt came up, and then Johnny mentioned it as well, that the two of them were selected to have the seat at the 62 because both of them were extremely confident they can bring a car back clean, and that's why they were chosen.
Probably will. Yeah.
Yeah. So they just have to not bleed too much.
No, absolutely. Right now, they're doing what basically Ben Keating would do when racing with like Corvette racing, or any other of his entries.
Or what he would do when he raced in the Viper,
exactly,
which Tommy Kendall also drove. They're different Vipers, or was it the same one?
I believe different.
Was that a GT3 Viper, and then they also had the GTLM Viper? Did they make two different Vipers?
Wait, in which era?
So they had the GTLM program.
Yeah.
That Tommy Kendall did? Question mark? Wasn't he a part of that? At least just for the endurance driving.
I don't know.
Or was there's probably some other similar era old guy that was in that I'm misremembering. But who drove the GTLM Viper? And then did they? Well, yeah, he was one of them. Did they then sell that Viper to Ben Keating, or did Ben Keating buy a different one that was a GT3? Like, I cannot imagine that SRT made both. Like, it had to have been one.
They did because they were interchangeable.
They had both cars. They built a GT3 and a GTLM Viper.
Yeah.
No wonder Dodge has no money. Like what?
They were not different cars. They were basically different tunes. There were minor differences between them, but it was basically the same kind of car.
Okay. Weird how I had been saying for like 10 years that if GT3, quote, has no technical regulations, end quote, then you should probably just make one car. And then nobody could give me a satisfactory answer on like why that wasn't how it worked. Like, the GTLM car is faster. I'm like, right, but I keep getting told that GT3 has no rules. So why not just put your GTLM car into GT3? Oh, well, nobody ever answered that for me. But now we're where we are, where we should have been the whole time.
So the drivers in 2014 for SRT were Mark Goosens, Dominic Farnbacher, Ryan Hunter-Reay, Jonathan Bomarito, Kuno Wittmer, and Rob Bell.
A lot of them are Tommy Kendall-ish era.
I wonder if you're maybe thinking Tommy Archer.
Tommy Archer, big Viper guy.
That could be it too.
Yeah.
What was the last car Tommy Kendall drove in the ALMS?
He did drive the Viper in 2013.
Yes.
At Sebring and Petit.
Yes.
It was Farnbacher, Goosens, Dial in the 91.
Let's go.
Whitmer, Bomarito, and Kendall in the 93.
Hell yeah.
That was a good call.
I am so glad I was right about that. Okay, cool. I'm not crazy. Is that that's probably the last car he drove, because he said it'd been like 11 years. Was that the last competitive car?
2013, yeah, 12 years.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so he's gotten out of a factory GTLM Dodge Viper and into a Mike Gordman 235i.
Some would say about the same lap time available. Imagine that's
maybe the same level of investment as well.
Look, man, I got told that it was really hard to get the Audi R8 GT4 detuned for WRL, but somehow we were able to rein 8.4 liters into 450 horsepower or whatever it was back then. Had a rev range of about 2,000 RPM.
Matt Farah is listed against this car, by the way.
Yes.
Let's clear that up earlier. And potentially the only two cars left in the GP1 lead lap.
Just did a 36.8, which is only 4/10 off of the Screaming Goat car. That's pretty good. Pretty good, yeah. You're moving pretty decent there. So this is the Garage 66 car behind the 21. This is the 21 trying desperately to hold on to the lead lap.
After the pit stop cycle as well,
yes,
remember.
absolutely.
Yeah.
So you got the rear view camera there. You can see the 66, Garage 66. Top corner.
214. Oh, man. Back and forth we go. Can we get a side-by-side?
We're going to get a bump and run here. We're going to get a slide job. Ooh, he's going to leave the door open.
Just enough.
Nice and clean.
Well, 214 kind of propped that one open, I think, by just showing the nose there to the inside.
See if he can... They're not going to try the cutback here. Falling away at the wheel. And now they're back to a lap down. He's going to try to hold on to the GP2's rear bumper. 214, Toyota 86. And again, doesn't quite have the legs until we get to the hill, and then the horsepower of the BMW starts to take over. We'll see if they can have another look here into turn one. I don't think so, no. Gonna see if the 214 runs wide. They don't. So the 21 back off the lead lap in GP2.
Yes, bearing in mind that
but they're down in sixth.
Six, yes. So there are still four other cars.
Oh, because the other cars haven't stopped.
Pitted, exactly.
Wait, didn't the 214 stop?
Yes. That's why everybody else is back on the lead lap.
Got it, okay.
That's why, and the 21 did as well.
So that is effectively a race for first and second, kind of. Because the other guys still owe us a stop, sort of, kind of.
Well, I would say that depends on what happens with full course yellows and such. But yes, all things being equal, it should put the 214 back alone on the lead lap.
Right. And North Loop is a minute 19 back from BSI. So yeah, they're, as a result of their pit stop, are now out of the side of the top five looking in. But they're one pit stop ahead of everybody else. They did make a couple good strategy calls at the end of the race yesterday to secure themselves the win. So I think they're taking a swing at it here. Matt Farah now matching the lap time of the 29.
How about it, man?
So he's kept that gap right at 21 seconds for the last... Oh, can we do the graphic thing? Yeah, there we go.
We think maybe we have some of the issues resolved from earlier on.
Let's see.
With an in-race update deployed to the Red Mist relay as well.
Ooh.
So we are...
we take the 62 on board, or the 29 usually has an onboard too, but do we not have that?
This is probably not the one you want, but we'll start here.
Okay, 62 on board. Okay, so that's their last lap time. So
no, that's lap 67. Oh, no, that's right. Yeah.
So last time, I imagined some traffic, but you can see the consistency in the time here. 37, 37, 36, 30. Oh, the 36 is it's fine. Goofy. Yeah. Anyway, but trying to stay in that range. The open throttle 62, maintaining a 21-second gap, which was the graphic I was looking for.
Give me a minute.
No, I know. I'm just saying. Yeah, it's still doing that thing. Interesting. So yeah, but you should be able to see here that it stayed between 20 and 21 seconds most of this stint. So doing the job that needs to be done, Matt Farah. Staying with him. And then presumably they'll be asking Johnny Lieberman to do the same thing. Just stay with the 29. And then we'll get to see a nice crescendo into the race. Those two way out in front in GD1. The 140 S Collective Racing car is 219 behind the Open Throttle Racing 62. So those two cars stand alone at the front of the field. El Diablo now having dropped down to 8th. Looks like they took a penalty. GTO. 77 Kingpin Racing still stays out in the lead, followed by the 71 of Round 3 Racing. That hasn't changed much. 2.2 seconds. The 71 Porsche behind the 77 Toyota Supra. That's going to be the mostly black Porsche following the white and red traditional Toyota racing colors Supra. Number 2 of ACP, Team ACP with Tangerine Associates. I still want to believe they changed the name on here so that I would quit saying that. 10 seconds behind round 3, so they're trying to hold on to a podium position here. You've got a surging number 99 GTR 99, only 8 seconds behind them, and then also the 410 of ACP with Tangerine Associates, 28 seconds back, so 5th place a little bit further down. 6th position, only 3/10 behind the 410, so there's probably about to be a pass occurring if it hasn't already. Of course, the timing only updates once per lap, so occasionally it'll look really close, and by the time we find the battle, the deed has already been done. That's the AE Victory Supra, the white and purplish car. And there it is, and it is right behind the ACP with Tangerine Associates BMW, so this is going to be a pass for position to get into the top 5 for the 119. Coming down into turn 12, going to have a decent run. I imagine the 119 will try to go side by side with that BMW punching a big hole in the air. And no, the BMW able to hold off the 119 on the straights. The 119 can't draw closer to the bumper. We're going to go into a really technical section here. We'll see if the 119 can get by through the corners. Already having seen the BMW appeared to have the legs on the straights. Here through turn 15. The Supra much closer this time through. They're going to show the nose. They're going to try to take the outside here. They'll probably not be able to get it done. They don't. They're going to tuck back in behind the ACP BMW. See them reappear, and they have. Still not quite there. And again, I think the BMW is just going to have the launch out of turn 20 here. See how they go on the brakes. Everybody keeping it nice and tidy. And it's going to be a drag race up the front stretch. Yeah, it pulls a few car lengths on the straight here, the BMW. So the 119 just not able to hold on to the rear bumper of the ACP with Tangerine Associates BMW. Gap was 3/10, Brendan, and has remained so. Where did they end up last time by? 5/10.
119 and 410, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I knew that, obviously, but I just,
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wide here. Actually, not quite 3, on the way up through 7 and 8. Noticed earlier that the Texas flag isn't flying this weekend.
Indeed.
The big old Texas flag up there at the inside of the S's.
Off-season, they got to replace it.
Also, I think I have to retire the bit about the Mike Gundy Memorial Tower, or maybe I lean further into the bit.
Sure.
With the mullet.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've been of two minds which direction to go with all that. Think Mike Gundy ever coaches a college football game again?
Unclear.
Have an opinion?
I don't.
Somebody say "Go Pokes" to me at Starbucks this morning.
You asked for it. I mean, I don't know what to tell you on that.
No, it's fine. I'm totally fine with that. It's not. I'm not bothered by it. It's just of all not something I anticipated. Normally, those people walk around with bags on their heads.
Oh, it's time.
number 40 issued 7 laps of penalties for a pass under yellow.
Yes.
Is that right, JT?
Yes.
Holy cow!
That's what I'm putting in chat right now.
Yeah, that's where I just read it.
Yeah. So that was, if you recall correctly, we had just gone back to green.
Yep.
And then the 851.
Yep.
I stopped there.
When I saw it, we said immediately everybody's going to have to be. Oh, the 119's jumped to 410. Everybody's going to have to be really mindful of this. And it looked like everybody had kind of figured it out and gotten away with it, and that applied to everybody except for maybe the number 40.
Yeah. I mean, they pull the SIM card out later and take a look to double check just in case. But yeah, that is unfortunately a real big bummer for that car because we know how competitive it can be.
CC Commissioner Craig Sankey was lobbying for 7 of his conference teams to get into the bracket.
I mean, here's the thing: if you just go for the thing you know you're never going to get, it makes the thing you really want seem more reasonable. It's the SEC's entire strategy around football.
I think the SEC is garbage because half of their teams are terrible.
No.
And so if you have the right conference schedule, you can walk around like, oh, look at me, we're undefeated.
To be fair, I mean, there are good teams. Right?
There are good
that
teams.
are 2-loss teams that, like Vanderbilt, for example.
Right, is Vanderbilt only a 2-loss team because they had a weak schedule? Because they play all these weak SEC teams?
I mean, no, there aren't that many weak SEC teams. There are a lot of mediocre SEC teams. Like Tennessee, I would say, is a mediocre team.
Bring back the Pac-12, man. I've seen a lot of takes recently that like Big 12 teams, Big 10 teams don't care about Oregon and Washington being in their league. They actively
kind of have to.
They're like they're not. That's not a real team. We don't like them. Like,
well, okay, but you still have to play them,
and
they're going to take bids out of for your conference if you don't beat them. So deal with it.
So this is all fascinating, everything, but I do see the 417 out on track. Club Sport coming right here into turn 12. The black and red.
Oh yeah,
the hard Honda
Integra. Yeah. So to my knowledge, we haven't seen that car yet today. So great to see them back out on track. Not sure what the issue was from yesterday.
The Honda Valkyrie.
Yeah, Honda Valkyrie. Yeah. Sounds like the name of a line of generators.
Does a bit.
Or a motorcycle.
We see the 77, I believe, coming down pit road at the moment, out of the lead, as the 71 was just about to catch them.
Yes, remember that was the one car that chose not to pit under the most recent full course yellow.
Mm-hmm.
And it is sent. Where does this put them? Here comes the 70.
Yeah, so probably 8th then.
Yes, I think so. Who's up next after the 70?
Would be Charlie Hayes.
And I think a lap down.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this will drop them about... I mean, they did well to...
Smoking somebody out of 2 going into the S's. Is that Blaze Racing smoking? Yeah, it is. Uh-oh.
Well, they've been into the pits a couple of times over the last half hour or so.
Is that smoke or fuel?
No sooner did we lump on some praise on the 62, did they run slower laps while they're trying to figure out the smoke situation. They're now down to 30 seconds of gap, as opposed to the 20s.
Still
they were
hanging in there,
they're
right?
still hanging.
The target is lead lap.
There was 3 or 4 really tough laps in there that puts you another 10 seconds behind. If you dropped the Screaming Goat lineup into a M4 Michelin Pilot Challenge, do you think they'd come top 10?
Yeah.
Yeah, like no doubt, right? Like you give them a reliable car.
Would they all be in the Bronze Cup thing that...
No, just the real... I don't care about Bronze Cup, not Bronze Cup, whatever. Just like the Michelin Pilot Challenge GT4 class.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so.
Because they're all very consistent.
I know.
They all they all run exactly the same lap times.
You know what I appreciate about Selection Sunday for the NCAA tournament?
What's that?
They just get into it. No messing around. No nonsense.
Oh, they're not like releasing one part of the bracket at a time over the course of 4 hours. Like, and here another 20 minutes.
No, and there's no 20-minute intro. Oh,
right.
Here we go. Replay.
This is the 118 gonna be coming to a stop. Drivers, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that
that's,
was.
That's the axle or drive shaft
Yeah.
coming out of it. Yeah, that's not great.
Was that at,
I don't
obviously
think it
in the rear?
came out, but it disconnected.
Yeah.
So that car will not be going further under its own power.
No.
And being in the impact zone there in a runoff, or in the runoff at turn number 12. Non-zero chance we get a full course yellow here, which is... This actually might work out well for Kingpin.
Yeah.
In the 77. I was going to say, well, they could have pitted under the full course yellow, and it would have been better if that had happened, if this had all happened about 5 or 6 minutes earlier. But
what are the GP2 implications? That's what I want to know. Because the 214 and the 21 are not going to stop again. It's been too soon. Well,
I think the 214 could get a free stop here.
Why would you willingly put yourself at risk?
It does depend a little bit on where the overall leader is relative to each of them. Because if the 214 can get back to that point where they were most of the lap ahead,
or we're going to go double yellow here.
Yep, as anticipated.
Or stay out and get the lap.
Yeah, I think if the 66 hits, if you're the 21, you just have to stay and hope for another one to get back to the lead lap. Because all these other cars, the 83, the 418, the 779, the 167, they're all going to stop.
214 went through.
Okay. I mean, that might be a late call. Do they stop on the next lap is going to be the question.
Maybe.
Because they may have already passed the commit cone.
Who is our overall leader? We're at a 60.
So the 21 did not stop, which I think they are going to continue to not stop. I think they're going to stay out. I think we're about to have some guests here. Guests, which I will let... So let's take a little ad break here real quick. We're going to let everything settle and figure out where the hit cycle ends up. And then we'll come back with a set of interviews here with Palomar Racing, I believe. Excellent. So we'll be right back from Circuit of the Americas World Racing League with DriversEye Live.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Welcome back. World Endurance here at Circuit of the Americas.
Sorry, JT, I didn't mean to leave you hanging there. We're
You're getting interviews ready.
well, yeah. It's interviews is probably a strong word. It's more of just a mass collection of upset
Personnel.
BMW drivers. No, they're not that upset. But Nick Romano, Ryan Keeley, Andrew Gardner, most of the driving squad of the Palomar number 38, who came into the weekend some contention in GP1, but unfortunately, going all the way back to Sebring 4 weeks ago, this has not been the easiest run of form for you guys. I don't know who wants to answer that. It's been tough.
Very tough.
What happened?
Unfortunately,
Draw it all the way back.
well, back at Sebring, we just had light technical issues, kept us off track, and then we were able to get those solved, and then thankfully we were able to get a podium on Sunday, which also, by the way, the 83 is in.
Sure is.
Up.
Yep.
And we were very grateful for that, but we needed that. Myself and Sean Milburn, and that weekend we had a combination of Andrew Gardner and Sheldon, who is in the 83 this
Oh,
weekend.
okay.
And then this weekend we've just kind of had really bad luck. Came in, Nick went out on Friday, and unfortunately we had an oil pressure issue. And then when we fixed that, the PDM decided it didn't want to be with us anymore.
So, end of the road for the 38 for the weekend, or are you guys going to try and get it back out there and wrap it all up?
I think we're done with it.
Okay.
I thought we agreed we were going to go make race car noises in the paddock with it.
That was private.
You guys can set up a little oval here and just make some left-hand turns and
Yep.
run your own little snowball derby there. So what about the 38, just in general?
It's a huge bummer because we came into this weekend, within range of winning the championship.
Yep.
It's been
you
us
and
and
Blaze, right?
Yeah,
I believe that's Blaze.
It sure
on
is.
a tow truck.
Yes, it is.
they've been having a lot of trouble this weekend as well. Which is what's been so strange about it, because we came in within striking distance.
Mm-hmm.
It was going to be a challenge. Basically, we would have had to have an excellent weekend, and they would have had to have trouble. But even then, it would have been close.
Yeah.
And we both had trouble. So neither Blaze or us in 38 finished yesterday. And it's looking like neither of us might finish today either. So that's sealing the deal for Blaze.
Yeah.
And huge congratulations to them, by the way. They've had a big fight for a lot of the same reasons we have, just with some unfortunate mechanical issues and that sort of thing. And both us and them have had to do a lot of repairs. And there's not a lot of time between races, right? To try to figure out what exactly is causing these problems.
Mm-hmm.
And so you kind of have to stick a Band-Aid on it and say, okay, let's hope that this works next weekend. And sometimes it does, and sometimes it doesn't. But we've been showing up, us and Blaze. We've been consistent, and that's where these points are coming from. And it was just coming down to the last race, and unfortunately, it didn't go so great for either of us. But congratulations to them, because I do believe they have clinched the championship.
I think so. Yeah, we're pretty sure that it's that Scott was up here earlier and said, seems like the math is going to work in our favor, but was also very quick to sing your praises as well, both as as a competitor and as people that were pretty influential in just helping them stay on track at certain points. You guys were both kind of invested in the fight together. Obviously, it ends up going some degree by luck. It ends up going their way and getting really. Oh, the stack. Oh, who is that?
That is Sonic.
Is that Sonic?
That is Sonic.
Man. Scott calls out on the podium, dancing around like a clown. To some degree, it was luck. I mean, they hit tremendous form at Utah, right? Home race. They end up sweeping the weekend and puts them right back up into contention. And unfortunately, for you guys, the luck just never really returned your direction, it seems, at least on the 38 front. On the 83 front, I know it's the team car, but I mean, man, what a season, huh?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that car has been utterly dominant.
Yeah, in fight for the national. I think the math is ruled them out of contention as of yesterday, but to be in the top 3 for the national overall championship is tremendous, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's insane.
And running strong today too.
And very strong again today too. I mean, Sebring was a bit of a dud. Unfortunately, lost an engine. I actually got thrown in the 83 just by circumstances. Had never driven that car there.
Oh, really?
Fantastic to drive. And it's just been utterly consistent and dominant. As long as they execute, which they have all year, there they are.
Is there any development left to work to do on that car, or has it just been running at 10 times, perfectly ironed out for GP2 and
I would say
reliable
obviously
and
that's up
consistent.
to Andy for
Yeah,
sure.
sure. Okay.
If you ask us our individual opinions, for me, I signed up to do the GP2 car and
Yeah.
ended up getting split between both. But a lot of time in that car, for me, wouldn't touch a thing.
Fascinating.
Reliability.
Yeah.
Could you make it faster? Can you tweak this and that? Sure, great, but
I mean, you
turn
guys
laps.
are consistently winning races, even though, here, I think we were looking at it earlier, you guys are out there doing 37s, 38s in the 83. Okay, the BRZ is out there doing 35s, and you can go chase the Lagunitic car and go chase the Garage 66 car, but, Palomar's still coming home with the results at the end of the day.
It's
So
endurance racing.
Yeah, right?
Fastest lap time is often not the winner.
Yeah, and yesterday proved it. Can't win it on turn 1.
Sure.
Can't win it on the first lap.
Or turn 2, as a matter of fact,
Yes.
right? You guys got through that unscathed?
I got a good
damage?
view of it. No
I bet.
damage to the car. Didn't touch anything. Didn't pick up any debris. That or maybe we did, because we did lose a radiator. But but it was many hours later. I don't think it was related. But yeah, I got a good view of just cars facing the wrong direction, flying across the track. I saw one car, I think, back into another and pop up into the air. It was pretty wild.
Yeah. Unfortunately, after doing this for the last 5 years or so, we haven't really seen anything like that. Now, obviously, we had it happen back at Watkins Glen. Got kind of complicated at turn 1, lap 1. And again here yesterday. But today's been an altogether better day for most of the field. Unfortunately. So what about the future for you guys? I mean, Palomar's been doing this now for a while. It's a big haul for you guys. Even if the car occasionally stays in Chattanooga, you guys are still San Diego and Southern California based. It's a big commitment to do this on this half of the country. Bearing in mind we are going to Utah and Thunderhill next year. Any plans to return to WRL? Something we're looking forward to, or do we not have those plans yet?
Oh, we have plans.
Okay.
And there is a new car.
Okay.
38's been putting in work for a lot of years, even before we came to WRL, and it's a tired car. It's a reason that we were having some of the issues that we're having. So the new car, and I will not divulge all the secrets of the new car, but we're taking everything we learned from 38 and the other cars that we've had in the past in here and in NASA, and we're taking everything we learned and just trying to put it all together into one super solid, fresh, not only different but just fresh car. So there's a lot of differences in the way the car is getting built and the kind of equipment we have in it. So we're hoping that's going to be not only a faster car, but also just a solid fresh start.
As we go back to green here on the front straightaway, can you give us the platform? Can you tell us what platform it is, or is this all to be revealed later?
It's still an E36.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Still an E36, but we're calling it. The working title is, well, I guess it's not the working title anymore. It's the Mark III.
Yeah. Okay.
Because it's sort of the third generation of what we've done with an E36 with Palomar Racing.
What engine? Or is that? Yeah. Okay.
You'll see.
Smirk there.
BMW? You shall see. It is a BMW engine.
All right. No,
but there are so many to choose from.
I know. That's why I asked.
We decided to pull the engine out of the Ginetta G16 and throw that in there, which is a BMW 2002 engine.
Fantastic.
Yep.
It sounds amazing. I know you're joking, but it sounds amazing.
Look, if Andy got his way, we would have that Ginetta here in GTU.
Oh my God, how amazing would that be?
Hey, there's nothing stopping you. Make it happen. Be the change you wish to see in the world. We'll be there with the VW Fun Cup next year. So if somebody brings the Ginetta G16, we're all in.
What class are you racing? Oh, okay.
This has been a bit all season. I love the Fun Cup. I just think it's perfect in GTU. It wouldn't be competitive in any way, shape, or form. But it doesn't matter. You just need to keep doing laps. And maybe some bigger tires to give it a little bit of grip, like at all. Anyway. All right. So a new 38. Or whatever it ends up being. 83 back. We can do this two-car thing again?
I think that's the plan.
The plan, yes.
Cool. Full season? Or near enough?
I think that's the plan.
Yeah. Awesome.
83 might get some updates as well.
Okay.
Yeah. Updates just to make it a little easier, a little more user-friendly, and keep the platforms as similar as possible.
That makes sense. I like that.
That way it's not having to carry 18 different sets of spare parts.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Super on the curbs in 12.
Any desire for you guys to go GTO racing, anything like that? Or are you just enjoying driving the E36s?
I mean, personally, I dabbled in it earlier this year with Kingpin.
Of course you did.
You dabbled, did you?
Dabbled, yes. I
Just
had
a dabble, do you?
I had a blast.
Never
doing it.
again? Oh, okay.
Always,
No, I hated it. He couldn't hear me.
Yeah, I'm always working on things. I will gladly go and drive another GTO car if the opportunity comes.
Gotcha.
Up. And I think maybe in the future, in a couple of years, maybe Palomar might move up.
Hey,
you
that's
never
what
know.
I like to hear. But we do love the production classes as well. So you guys have been, phenomenal supporters of the World Racing League. The commitment to the series has been tremendous. Thrilled to hear you guys are back. I think, Nick, you had kind of teased the new car thing back at Mid-Ohio, but I can't remember if that was on the air or off the air. I just kind of had it stored in the back of my head that this thing is coming, and I was hoping maybe we were going to see it before the end of the year, but now it's nice, something to look forward to, whether it's Eagles Canyon or Barber or wherever you guys kick off your season. Really looking forward to seeing another step up there in GP1.
Yeah, I can't wait to get that car out there because we put so much cool stuff into it, and it's going to look awesome.
Yeah.
Knock on wood, it's going to drive awesome. I've been doing some testing in Assetto Corsa for some of the changes because I've got a version of Palomar 38 in Assetto Corsa that I
do you
that we use for practice. And
yeah.
If there's a new driver who's coming on and they have Assetto and if they have a sim, then they can use that. But so I applied some of the changes and it looks positive.
All right.
It looks positive.
All right. Well, now I'm excited. Maybe I'll do some laps in the office and see if we can get a copy.
Yeah, sweet.
Awesome. Thank you guys. I appreciate you stopping by. Hopefully, I'd say better luck next time, but you're going to be starting from scratch to some degree for next time. Right?
Hold on. Let's pause for just a moment. I know you're about to kick us out, but I'm not going to let you yet because I think I'm not a math magician, but did we get second in the championship?
We did get second in
the
championship. Yes.
So
you guys have to understand.
We can be bummed that we didn't win it, but we did get second.
That's
place
a
in the
good
championship.
point.
That's pretty good.
It is a really good point. I think maybe looking back to Sebring and here, it's like, oh, well, it's tough week in Sebring, tough week in here. But you're absolutely right. Second in the GP1 National Championship is fantastic. And it's really, really good stuff.
You have to remember, the 83 car is going to win GP2.
GP2 and top 3 in the National Overall Championship. I mean, you're absolutely right. And I apologize for not driving that point home. Points are a little tough for us sometimes. Small team. There's no producer as such, but you're absolutely right. I mean, it is a really phenomenal season. And to be honest with you, if you take the totality of the GP1 landscape and how deep the field is across the board, whether it's PC Racing, who just happens to be having a tough time this weekend, all 26 of the cars that are entered, 27 of the cars that are entered here this weekend, for you and Blaze to be 1 and 2 in some tired old E36s. As everybody else throws new components and new things at their other cars, is just awesome. Yeah. And to me, that really speaks to the commitment and consistency that you guys have developed in your programs. I mean, it is really a testament to just sticking with it and putting the time in.
And it's also the consistency of driver lineups.
Yeah.
I mean, for the majority of the year, it has been either myself, Nick, Andrew, Sean Milburn, or in the case of Daytona, even Matt Million being back in the car.
Yep.
Now he's prototype man. Stratus cars, so we'll do bold for him there.
He was Matt 1000 with you guys.
He's billion now.
No, but you're absolutely right. And I said it to Scott earlier, to be fair. When you look at, let's take Open Throttle, for example, right? It's a driver development platform using an arrive and drive model, right? Blaze, yourselves, consistent driver lineup. So you're doing similar kinds of development, if you like, across a consistent driver lineup, but by just repetition, right? Put the miles in, put the laps in. You guys are all pretty consistent on pace, right, across your lineup. Familiarity with the car, familiarity with the platform, being, mechanically safe with the car and making sure it lasts as you can, affect those things anyway. And the results come in the end for you guys in the 38, for the 83, obviously, as well. It's been really tremendous.
Yeah. Like you've been saying, it's easy to look at the last 2 races and be like, oh, lots of bad luck. But then just take a little step back and look at a pretty incredible season.
Absolutely.
With a really good result, too. So I think we should all be pretty happy about that.
Can you turn around real quick? I want to see the back of your shirt. That's a different shirt.
Which one am I wearing?
You're wearing the Gold Leaf 2025 Palomar Racing shirt. Don't you guys have a Vera Rennen Leidenschaft shirt?
Yeah, we run without drive shafts. I think that's what that
That's not what that translates to.
That's what we decided.
That's very funny.
That's what we decided 2 years ago when we lost 2 drive shafts in the same weekend at High Plains.
I was in the car for one of those.
That was quite a weekend. So, lead and shaft is definitely drive shaft improvement.
It's definitely not.
I checked it on TikTok. Everything on TikTok is true.
That's very funny. I was going to ask if it was, how does one get one of these shirts? It's a great phrase. It's a great identity. I love it. But if it's now a historic shirt, you've moved on to 2025.
It is a historic shirt, but I think we can make that happen.
We might
we can do a fair trade, because actually the last thing we wanted to do for this interview was the ink is still drying on our matching I Heart WRL tattoos. I think now's the time to show them. So we could do a.
Here, let me spin up the booth cam real quick. Go show RJ. He'll love it.
I got mine on the front. Ryan, did you go with the back?
Yeah. I hear they're giving out on that penalty reprieves for every WRL tattoo you get.
Oh, good. We made it 3 more laps.
Yeah. So wait, how many laps are the leaders going to do?
Yeah.
Let's get one more tattoo than that.
We need 150 people here.
Commitment. I love it. Thank you guys for coming up. I appreciate you spending some time here. And sorry, this weekend didn't quite go the way that you like, but in totality, you're absolutely right. Phenomenal season for you guys, for the 83 squad as well, Palomar Racing as a whole. I know there's a lot of commitment behind the scenes that has gone into making this program what it is, and you guys are, a core part of what GP1 and WRL racing is, these days, and that's can't wait for 2026.
Big thank you to Andy Anderson for his huge commitment for driving these cars all over the country for 2 years plus. And wouldn't be here without that.
And thank you to everybody on the team too. I know they're bummed out about this for sure, but we still have the 83 going strong, and they can't be disappointed with what we've done this year. I mean, big achievement.
Absolutely. Ryan Keeley, Nick Romano, Andrew Gardner, thank you guys for coming up, spending some time with us. We'll see you Goose Canyon. I mean, we might see you tonight at the podium, but we'll probably talk to you again, hopefully Goose Canyon next year. Oh, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
We're watching some very close fights out there in the GTO field, especially with the 99, the 410, the 77, and the 119. All 4 fighting together for 5th in GTO at the moment. Sam coming through shot here, 99. So 71 in there. Yeah, coming across the line, nose to tail here. And unfortunately, just tucked in behind here, the 109 of Roberts. Gonna cut out a little bit due to traffic. They're currently hanging on to 5th in GTU at the moment. About 53 seconds out of the lead from the 60 of Stratus. Oh! BMW goes quite wide there, the 410. There's a bit of time here. 71's going to come right up behind. Gonna have enough of a gap here coming out of turn 11. Should be okay into 12.
Alrighty, JT, we're back. I've got Chris Pies.
Excellent.
Am I coming from Brendan's direction? Does it feel a little bit weird having me on the other channel? Or is it all mono?
No, you sound fine.
Okay.
However, what's not fine is the 40 here, coming to a stop at the exit of turn 12. We saw them limping as the GTO fight was coming through here. Yeah, you see 99 go to the inside, Kingpin to the inside, and unfortunately they just run this outside line and they're just having an issue. It looks like the right rear tire is coming off.
Ooh. I reckon that's going to bring us another yellow. That's a tough spot to be chilling. You know what I'm saying? Chris Pies, do you think that's going to get us a double yellow?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, perfect. So Chris usually is the third driver in the 70 round 3 racing Porsche when Josh Balicki isn't available, is my understanding. Because Josh Balicki, I don't know if people know this, Josh Balicki has another racing job. I don't know anything about it,
well,
but evidently he has something else to be doing.
WRL is racing.
That's his primary.
He has a hobby on the other side.
Right. Driving these like cars from the 60s or something. Yeah, don't turn very well. Something like that.
Exactly.
Anyway, so Chris was going to come down here and hang out with round 3, having contributed to their championship success this season, and do the podium on Sunday and hanging out and doing all that stuff. And then you were saying that you got the late call to drive a different car.
Yeah, I got a call from the guys over at Hera Flight they needed another driver in their GP1 car. And so rather than come up on Sunday and see the checkered flag, I came up on Thursday. I'm from Houston, so it was an easy trip and got to drive a car this weekend. So that was a surprise.
Excellent. So that's a good time. What kind of car was that?
So it's a GP1 M2 CSR. So it's the one with the black bumper, 808 going around. And we had some. The team the car is brand new to the team. They got it I think Thursday night.
Mm-hmm.
Had some teething problems and getting it. Had some hub problems, so we didn't get a whole lot of practice on Friday. So our real first long stints were the race on Saturday, and we started 26 out of 26 cars, and
perfect.
Got it up to 6th at the end of the day.
You can't beat it. You can't beat making up 20 positions. That's wild. What can you tell me about driving that M2 versus driving the Porsche? Because like we hear a lot, there's mixed opinions on that. Oh, let's see, what do we got?
Oh, the 109.
Oh, that's the Roberts car that has spun. Now there's 2 cars beached over there. I imagine the Roberts car is going to be able to get going unless that was something breaking. We're going to see on the replay here.
This is coming into...
Right ahead of the 119. They're cleared, so it wasn't like they got help. Just spin. Wow, how awkward.
Too deep and too quick, but I mean, they're coming into a yellow flag zone. Maybe they were panicking.
Is that grabbing one too many gears on the way down? And just... I don't know. That's very bizarre. They were able to get going again, of course. That's all right. Chris, we've had mixed opinions on the 2 series, and we are going to go double yellow. I've had teams tell me, like, it's too heavy. It's hard to get it turned. It understeers. It oversteers. It's a mess. I hate it. I've had other teams say, no, the car's great. The balance is good. It's a good little car. It's not super powerful. That means it handles really well. So what's the deal? You're driving the Mac Daddy GTO car, or you had this season anyway. So tell me about the M2.
It's very different. It is like it's like driving a sofa, if I can put it that way. There's rumbles out here. I hear them, but I don't feel them in the car when I go over them. The M2 is a bit of a muscle. It's a bit of a brute. It's quite heavy. I think it's 3,700 pounds. I don't know where the weight is, but it's somewhere.
Sure.
But it has a very, very short wheelbase, so it can get kind of twitchy. Especially with it's a twin turbo, I believe. So when those turbos spool up right around 3,000 RPM, you get a lot of torque in the rear tires very quickly.
Gotcha.
So you got to be ready and got to be very, very careful with the throttle pedal. So if you kind of drive everything with on-off switches, you'll have a bad time.
Okay.
But if you're very smooth with it, it's quite rewarding.
Excellent.
But compared to the Porsche, I mean, the Porsche is use a term that's used a ton, a scalpel.
Sure.
The BMW is probably like the 45 Auto or something. Compared to the 2. They're just very, very different ways to achieve the same.
When you get into the M2s like these, are you using the traction control? Are you turning it off? Are drivers making that decision for themselves and changing it?
Yeah. So the nice thing, ironically, this M2 is the newest race car I've ever driven. So I think it's a 2020. So the traction control is actually pretty good. I ran some laps with it off completely. and then had some nice big slides as a result, and put it back on. And even when I had a clean lap with no traction control, I was maybe half a tenth faster. It wasn't doing
Not
much,
worth
so
the-
it wasn't worth a.
Okay.
I'd rather keep everything in check and let
Right.
the computer figure things out. So they are quite easy to drive, and they are forgiving because you have that safety net. But in the Porsche all year long, we didn't have any traction control. We had
Right.
ABS, but no traction control. So.
Okay, that's fair enough. We have a whole gaggle of cars coming into the pit lane, JT. You're going to have the 908, the 909, the 2, the 58, the 70, the 10. So all the big front runners at the front of the field are going to take advantage of this yellow here. I also saw the Lucas Lagunatic car came in. So I did not get to the end of... I stepped away before we figured out what the GP2 situation was, so I don't know if that's consequential or not with them stopping.
I mean, they were.
I feel like they would have stopped on the last one, though, right? Or did they not? If they didn't stop on the last yellow and they're stopping on this one, I think they stand to gain versus anybody who might have stopped. The 77 Cargo Shorts Racing also in. Looks like Kingpin, Rob Walker Racing, whatever, Cargo Shorts, powered by Toyota Racing. It's like 8 names.
Yeah, we are
they're
looking
going to double stack. They're not double stack. They're going to do 2 pit stops at once. They're both getting fuel. JT, go ahead.
Yeah, we've had 15 minutes of green racing, so I mean, you might as well.
Okay. 214 is in. Now I imagine if the 21 didn't stop this time or last time, that they'll have to stop this time. Otherwise, now they're a little bit further into a stint. Though they, in my head, would have stood to gain some track position on the last cycle. Is that what happened, or no?
I'm not entirely sure.
Okay. I really should wait for that to square itself away. They were 28 seconds behind Garage 66, the number 214. So, and indeed, they come down the pit lane as well, the 21. They are separated by the 83 of Palomar, who were just up here as well. So this is going to be a little bit of a reset for the GP2 field. Everything's going to work itself back out to square. My apologies, Chris. I just want to make sure we stayed on top of all of that stuff. So do you have plans for next season?
Next season, I'm currently, let's put it this way, shopping around, seeing what's available.
Okay.
So with the round 3 program and the Porsches potentially they're up for sale or sold, depending on who you talk to. But,
Sure.
With that program ending and round 3 kind of devoting themselves to the DO1 platform, I'm a sports car guy. So I'm looking for something in an actual car. So the prototypes, they look like fun, but I don't think they're for me. So keeping my eyes open, keeping my ears open, seeing what happens.
Brad didn't give you a little taste of those at some point? A little practice session to go check it out? I
sat in one and got claustrophobic. And got out, so.
Gotcha.
I like a lot of car around me, and sure enough, the BMW has a lot of car around me.
Absolutely. That's the most car around you can have in racing, outside of if you get the call to do the Bentley Continental program. That would be the other one.
One of the things that was interesting is because we have this M2 is the same M2 that is in iRacing that they just recently put in. The iRacing one is very true to the real one.
Interesting. Okay.
Twitchy, got to be smooth with it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that short wheelbase really comes up. So if you're running that thing in iRacing, pretty confident it's very true to the real thing.
Okay, fair enough. Speaking of iRacing tracks, things like that, how does running that car, or did you have time to run that car at COTA on iRacing before you came?
I did. I jumped in my sim at home and got 10 laps before I had to go to bed to wake up in the morning to come over here. But I did. Very similar. I mean, the lines, obviously in iRacing, everything's on slicks, so there's more grip everywhere.
Right.
But, the times are about what you would expect going from a slick tire to a street tire, or specifically the Connie, and then also a little bit down on power.
Sure.
So I think in iRacing I was doing 222, something around there. Not pushing too terribly hard, but also not sticking around. And I think I did a 232 here, so it's about 10 seconds off the pace from.
Which for a little bit more power and slicks, like the quick math test in my head is like, that tracks. It seems about right.
It's about right. Yeah.
Gotcha.
And we're seeing the same when the Cup car as well. Taking the Cup car in iRacing around here, it's probably about maybe 8 seconds off what you could do in iRacing in that same car. So yeah, it tracks pretty consistently.
And then just real quick, I do have one more question for you, but we have the 62 of Open Throttle Racing coming down the pit lane. That is consequential for GP1. They were in second position about 30 seconds out. Yes, sir. Oh, they were in the lead. My apologies. So they were off the pit cycle. 29 had already come in. That's what that. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, they'll probably do driver, I believe. We'll find out.
I imagine here we will see a driver change for Johnny Lieberman, and then we will see another driver change the stint after that for Tommy Kendall. That's my take. I am sticking with it there. We've had a wide variety, Chris, of opinions being shared about COTA as a facility, specifically the racing surface and the geometry, etc. Do you like it as a track?
So I've been coming here, probably now.
Right. Almost the whole time it's been
almost
open.
The whole time it's been open. Maybe 8 years, but I hated it for the first 4 or 5 years.
Okay.
None of this makes sense. The turns don't necessarily flow together. It's a for Formula One. They're trying to promote passing and make things awkward.
Right.
But I'd say in the past 4 years or so, I really kind of gotten used to the flow, and I think it's a wonderful track. And despite what you think about track, the facility is bar none. I mean, it's one of the nicest, dare I say, in the entire. But I really enjoy the track. I think stadium section, I absolutely hate it. But now that I've gotten more familiar with it, run different lines. I mean, it's so cool to be able to on the track that a whole section of 4 to 5 corners can have 4 to 5 different lines, and they're all realistically competitive lines, so you can have battles that last 5 corners.
Excellent.
So for racing, I think it's one of the better tracks. You go to a place like Road Atlanta, or you go to a place like Mid-Ohio, there's really only one line through a lot of the track.
Right.
There's like maybe one passing zone, 2 if you really stick it in somewhere. But here, it almost seems like every third corner we make a move. So
gotcha.
I think it's a racer's track. But again, it took me years to get to that opinion.
Yeah.
Right.
So
okay, that's probably the most reasonable take I've heard.
So yeah,
I've had people taking the polar opposites, like it's great, and if you don't like it, you suck at racing. And if you like this track, it's because you hate pain, and this track sucks, and you shouldn't drive on it because there's only one line, and it's awkward, and it tries to throw you off, and it's not fun. Like that's the spectrum, and you've pretty handily I can see where it'd be frustrating, but like you get multiple options, and once you learn it, it's kind of cool.
If you like the old school tracks like the Road Atlantas, I'd even put Road America, kind of the old school 60s American tracks. Yeah, you're probably not going to like COTA.
I don't like COTA.
But if you like more modern stuff, if you like kind of maybe more European flair, so you think of Spa, think of Hockenheim, like that, you're going to like it. So it's two different thoughts. And it's probably very car dependent.
Sure.
I've never driven a real aero car around here, but I've it's flat.
Yep. Perfect. Well, Chris, thanks for coming to chat. I appreciate you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Thanks for having me. I hadn't come say hi in a long time, and so I wanted to stop up and say hi, and especially when you're in my backyard. And you guys always put on a good show, so always
appreciate that.
So
thank you very much, Chris. I really appreciate it. So that's Chris Pies in with Heraflight this weekend, but usually a round 3 racing runner this past season, having run the 70. We're going to have one more guest in just a moment. JT, can you sort of fill for a moment?
Absolutely. The safety car is going to go ahead and enter pit lane here, and we're going to go ahead and go back to racing here. It's going to be Hart Club Sport, the Acura Integra GP2, taking the green flag. Just behind is where we're going to have a bit of chaos here, especially, I believe, in the GTU field, which is stacked up the cars. 60 still leading in GTU, 908 in second, the 58 a couple seconds behind that. Directly behind them should be the 10 from round 3 racing. As they go... What? My apologies, JT is somewhat confused because I could have sworn I saw the 1 from round 3 racing. Lots of traffic here going through. LML getting by Hart. Oh, look at all these GTOs stacked together as they come through 10. Down the hill towards 11. through ACP and GTR all together right there. Get back on the throttle, coming down the back straight. I believe that is the fight for third with GTR, the 70 of round 3, the number 2 of ACP Tangerine. Hard braking for 12. GTR to the inside. The Mustang still too wide here in the exit. ACP is going to go to the outside of the Mustang with the Porsche on the inside. A little bit of breathing room for the GTR. There's still 3 wide. That's getting quite close. The Porsche of the 70 stays on the outside, now inside. As he starts to go through the sweepers of 16, 17, and 18. The 2's still running there alongside. It's going to have the inside here as they go through 19. They're going to approach 20 here. Definitely a lot of defense here from the 2, the 70 on the inside.
The 70's going to have that launch off of 20 here. But the 2 has been hard to catch on the straights. They've had the motor all day.
The 2 will come back here as they head across their finish line.
Oh, it's going to be close.
Straight to turn 1.
Oh, wow. That's the 2 ahead, but only just managed to avoid the contact there. The 70 leaves it a little on the safe side, I think. Doesn't press the issue as hard as they might have. But it all ends up safe and good to go.
Yeah, 2's being quite aggressive here with their defense.
Absolutely. While we're watching that, we've got Sauter and Chad from Kingpin, Rob Walker, Cargo Shorts, Toyota. Any other names I need to do?
That's our sponsors this weekend, yes.
Okay, perfect, awesome. And so you guys are in separate cars, right? You're in the Chad's in the 77, and Sauter, you're in the 11, right?
In the 11.
Yeah. Okay, so the elephant in the room, right? The 11's body work. What happened with that?
I don't know. I can't. No, it looks fine from this side.
Looks fine from this side. So the other side is what's damaged, but you don't get to see it.
Your camera's
we're on the other side. I'll see that. There you go. So what happened there?
Well, in practice, just practiced what would happen if things went wrong.
If things went wrong, and they did, but everybody was okay, and you got the car running for Saturday.
Totally fine. The team did an incredible job getting the whole car apart, putting it back together.
Excellent.
And it drove well. And then yesterday we had another incident, and so it was broken again. And the team spent a couple hours putting it back together. Again. And now it runs great.
So you guys, the 77 and the 11, down in 6th and 7th. If you have a good result, is that one that you can have a die cast made of, and it'll be forever on your wall with all the wrinkles on it and stuff? That'd be a pretty sweet gig, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I think you just ask Hot Wheels and they say yes to everything.
You just do it. I'm sure there's got to be somebody out there, right? I have seen a GT4 Supra car that's like white. So you just got to find some kid to paint it, and then take your little hammer or whatever to it.
My son would probably be stoked to do that. It's not a bad idea, actually.
Yeah. Perfect.
Look, I didn't do it to the car, but I think the driver that did maybe deserves the door.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay.
That could be a good one.
Keep the door.
Yeah. You got to carry it around by your neck and just kind of put it, like
check baggage.
There you go. Chad, how's your guys' weekend going?
So far, so good. The car's great. Consistent. No major events. We're, knock on wood, we're running pretty clean and happy out there. Struggling a little bit on the track. This is new to Murray and I, so we had to come up to speed quick. I mean, all the tracks are new to us,
right?
But we had to come up to speed. But it's fun. In practice, it was really, really tough for me, but the track races pretty well as long as you're able to squeak through before the S's.
Right.
But yeah, it's fun. Good weekend.
Perfect. Good. So you guys both run Porsches usually in the PCA, POC, etc.
That's right.
But you're running the Supra here in WRL and at COTA specifically. What's that like to adjust your driving style? Because even I understand that driving a Porsche is substantially different than driving a front-engined, anything Supra, BMW, etc. Sauter, yes.
The Porsche we're driving is a spec Boxster.
Well, it's slower, but it's still rear
different
engine.
part of this.
Yeah, exactly.
It's actually easy. You just right foot down, and you just keep it down.
And just forever, and you just hang on.
The track's just so big. You just right foot down, just floor it,
stay floored as much as you can.
Perfect.
Yeah, and also every car does everything better than a Boxster.
Boxster still puts down good times.
Sure.
Right?
True.
It breaks a lot.
Compared to your peers.
Yeah, that is maybe my only complaint.
Okay.
It drives well. I'm actually not a big fan of my Boxster, but it's always broken.
Gotcha.
I mean, we go out and beat the crap out of this for 15 hours. You know, we go eat dinner and then go home, and all this magic happens in the paddock.
Overnight,
Overnight. Yeah.
Right.
So I think it's an amazing car, but yeah, the Boxsters, we do a sprint race and then something breaks, and then we do another sprint race and something breaks.
Yeah, I was here 2 weeks ago with the PCA, and my car was down in power. I broke the gearbox, and that was in 1 hour of racing.
Oh my goodness.
That's all it took. And that gearbox had, prior to that, a total of 1 hour of racing.
Oh. And my understanding is it's getting harder and harder to find those gearboxes as well for those that year Boxster.
Yeah, there's this team, I don't know if you've heard of them, Rob Walker Racing. They just buy all of them.
They buy.
So,
I mean, we've gotten to the point where we are working with multiple gear companies to source gears, and then work with POC and PCA to make things legal and see what we can get away with. And,
Right.
Can we do this and that? So I think as long as we keep the gear ratios stock, like we're able to make stronger gears because, we're running out of parts. It's getting crazy. So.
Well, and it's an issue that they've started to have up and down the paddock here in WRL as well with the E46s and the E36s even, where finding motors difficult, finding gearboxes difficult. We've had teams try to graft that ZF 8-speed into an E46 with mixed results.
Yeah.
We've had people try to switch engines, which, for example, 29 Screaming Goat is going great now, but they've had to put a lot of development into that car.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of the thing that Brendan and I talk about a lot is what's the next step in endurance racing like this, where you're doing home-built cars. And we're starting to see more and more the BRZs and 86s are starting to be a solution in the box of potential solutions, or going with something that's factory prepared, Supra or an M2 or what have you.
The factory prepared stuff. This is my first time driving a car that was made to race.
Right.
And it's just a different. It's a weapon. Like it's designed for war. This is what it does.
Right.
You just get in. You're like, what is this? It's just easy. It does what you ask. There's a bunch of like blinky lights that tell you what's going on.
What's going on, right?
It's just excellent. It just feels good to drive.
Yeah. Both of us had an opportunity. We were here this whole weekend in practice, and Rob brought his 992 Cup out.
Ooh,
so we got to hustle the 992 Cup around this track. And that is even an entire another level of ridiculousness.
This was a life-changing experience.
Yes, life-changing experience. Yeah,
I cried in that car. I did. I actually, on the back straight, I put the, I went full throttle, and I just teared up.
Yeah.
I was like, what is even happening?
It does everything you want it to do. I mean, we're in a great car, but we're on street tires, right? So we're kind of neutered a little bit. It's still good. It forces you to drive the car, but the Cup, you just do anything you want. It goes around the turns. If it gets out of sorts, you give it a little bit of lock, and it's just back. It wants to hook up. It's just ridiculous. So yeah, it was awesome.
Yeah, we were taking it very easy, and you were running 2-minute 10s,
211s.
211s.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and that car probably has a setup available for it because Rob just drove that here not that long ago in competition. Yeah.
Yeah, and that was in a slightly dampish day. I had no perspective of where I was supposed to be. I'd like to try it tomorrow after doing 15 hours of racing. Now that I know how to go around this track,
I gotcha.
It was just amazing. Yeah.
So I asked Rob at Chuckwalla. I said, you do Porsche stuff, and you're doing the Carrera Cup and all that. Got those 991s down the way for sale. Why don't you just stay Porsche the whole way through? Is there an advantage to you guys for running the Supra instead of staying in the Porsche family?
I think Kingpin, they're invested in the Supra, and they've got all the tools and the knowledge, and it's with the BOP and stuff. It's good here, bad there, and so I think it's just a good car for the series. The brakes are ridiculous on that car, and it hooks up out of turns pretty well. So I think we just have the knowledge and experience behind us now. But again, I've said this before: never say never without anything possible.
Sure.
So, who knows?
Yeah, and I think personally for me, for driver growth, I do a lot of sim stuff. I drive a bunch of Porsches. This is my first time, I guess technically second time racing a front rear car. And there are things that are different, right? A Porsche, it wants you to trail it down to the apex.
Yep.
This car, I figured out today when I was in it that it really does not want me to do that.
Right.
It'll punish me every time I trail down to the apex. What it does is just come off the brakes and just let it roll the speed through and then get back on the gas and drive it on the diff. It's just different. So I think there is definitely a benefit to like.
It's scary to get used to that because it feels weird. You have to pull the brake before your brain tells you it's ready, and then it just grips up. So
interesting.
Yeah,
Okay.
which is important here because there's so many of the super late apexy type of turns, and it rewards you for that for sure. Sagar says he does some sim work, but when Gran Turismo 2 comes out, the story will be about him. I mean, he literally sat in the. I mean, you've been to the track before, of course, but he sat in a car he's never been in, and basically went fast as everybody else or faster. So
Right.
he's killing it.
Yeah.
fun to
It's
watch.
becoming more and more of a tool, and I think there's a handful of people, even people that are kind of like our age. Will Choice actually comes to mind. Will Choice hates the sim, and he's of the age that I think, like you could be into it. He's like, nah, you can't feel the car.
Do you like the sim?
I like the sim.
You like the sim? I like the sim,
It's
but
just
that's
a
all you have to
different
do.
car,
So it's- yeah.
and you should just be able to drive whatever car you have.
Right.
I agree with that. It's nice to sit in any car and be fast, but I hate the sim. It's a tool, but I do not enjoy doing it.
Right.
I think the physics aren't right, because I'm used to the feel.
Right.
But at the end of the day, if you're tiptoeing the car on the sim, you're going to be good out here. So
Right. Okay.
when you get here, you get to go a little bit harder, and it's more than what you practice, which is cool. So
Yeah, I've had like a mix of driving this weekend because the car's been in different states of repair.
Sure.
But this morning when I went out, like maybe 30 minutes into my stint, I was like, yeah, this is now just like the video game.
Nice.
And,
Okay.
And that's when the laps started to come, the consistency. It felt
Right.
really good.
You end up in this. I don't know if this is anybody else, but sim racing is one of the only times that I can sit down and you end up in this state of you just watch what the corner is coming next, and you're not thinking about anything, and it just comes and goes, and you do the thing, and you're less steering the car, but more imagining how you want the car to move through the corner, and it just like happens, and you get into that. For me, unfortunately, that's blown the second my daughter walks in the room. And it's like, this was a ranked race. Like now,
and it's always on your flyer.
Right, exactly. Like, dang it. Yeah. All right. What? You have my attention for the next hour now.
Yeah.
What's going on? Like, yeah.
But yeah, with the sim to like real life thing, I think there's people that are in two different camps usually.
Right.
And it typically ends up being like where you did your first bit of like track driving. If it was on the sim, then you learn how to use that tool.
Yeah.
If it was in real life, then you learn how to use that.
I drove for a decade before sitting down on any sim, and for the first, I don't know, maybe 3 hours, I could not get the car around one lap.
It's just sense of speed. There's just none of it in the sim.
I'm flying into the turns, and you're braking. I'm like, I guess I'm slowing down, and so. But yeah, it's eyes.
It's all in the eyes, and like for me, it's the opposite problem. I get into the car here, and I'm getting so much input that I don't know what to do with it. And then it takes time to realize that's what the car's telling me, because I'm just used to like my eyes telling me what's happening.
Right.
But yeah, when you put both of them together and you like learn, okay, that little slidey feeling on my left butt cheek, not scary.
Right.
Like, learn to like live with it.
I gotcha.
And especially with the braking. The braking on the Supra is like, I've said this before, it's the hand of God. Especially compared to a Boxster. It's like it's insane. So that's our advantage for sure.
I've got one more question for you, and I've been kind of curious about these GT4 cars for a while. When you get in the car, it looks like how LMP1 steering wheels looked 10 years ago, where there's like a billion knobs and buttons and stuff. How much are you changing? Probably not so much lap to lap, but how much is getting changed when you change drivers? Are you turning the TCS down? Are you changing the throttle shape?
Sagar is a foot taller than me, so I mean, the beauty of the car though, it's really easy to do. You just drag the pedals towards you.
Right.
But for Sadokal, Rob, Murray, and I think we just leave everything in the same spot. We're all roughly the same height.
Okay.
So, yeah, but for you, it's probably different.
Yeah. We take the cushions out, throw them away. Belts don't reach.
Oh my goodness.
It happens. Oh boy. Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
The fight between the 70 and the 2 has been raging for quite a while now, and
indeed,
the 70 unfortunately goes around here.
Watching, you see the 2 trying. Yeah, just right. Oh, you just see it to the right. Man.
Yeah.
So I think that's going to get reviewed, I reckon.
I'm not sure there was contact. I think that just might have been a case of just the rear end just continuing to rotate and just not being able to catch it.
Oof. All that work to do again for the 70 to get back to the number 2.
Yeah, they have some real pace out there. The 70 and the 71. They chased us down with Sadokal. Even Sadokal in the car. Like they're moving.
Right.
Those cars are wild.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, anything else from you guys? Soccer, it's your first time,
Yeah,
man.
it's my
Anything?
first time
You have
here.
a
I don't know
business you
what
want
I'm
to plug?
supposed to do.
You're supposed to talk about your business, talk about your airline miles. That's like what airline mile level you're at. You know, all those things.
I don't know. I'm not supposed to be here. I'm just glad to hang out with some friends and drive some cars.
Perfect. That's the best part of racing, right? It's good to hang out. What was dinner in the PSR Rob Walker Kingpin situation? What did that look like last night?
What was dinner?
Catered this time.
Okay.
We've had it's all blending together, but you know, we've had some beef, we've had some chicken, we have vegetarians, we've got some meat eaters. We dipped into town once and did Terry Black's. You know, it's my first time in Austin.
Sure.
Been on our list forever, so we had to go do some barbecue. But
awesome.
And then Shannon brought in Terry Black's again.
I don't know.
So.
I just eat cookies.
Okay.
Just eat cookies. There, perfect. I just eat cookies. And with that, your time has ended. That'll be what you're remembered for. Thank you both, gentlemen. Soccer and Chad from Rob Walker, Kingpin, Cargo Shorts, Toyota Racing. Thank you, gents. I appreciate you.
Thanks, Ryan.
Yeah.
We're gonna take a second here and kind of review what's going on. My time is.
Wait, sorry, JT. There's no more guests, I promise. But I did want to plug in with you here as we kind of go through this, because I've been trying to keep tabs on what's going on while Ryan's been handling those last couple interviews. So I'll let you lead the way here and just jump in as there are interesting things to talk about.
Okay, is it possible that two came on pit road, or my timing is off?
I think your timing is off.
Timing is.
He was not on pit road.
No, they're coming through shot here.
I don't show them on pit lane, to be clear.
No, they're just coming. They are approaching turn 12 right now.
Timing is broken. No,
I believe that's
going
may be
slow.
the case.
No. Oh, well.
No, it's not loading now for me. So timing is broken.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
Yeah, because I had to double
makes it
check
hard.
because I saw the 70 once again a tenth ahead of the two. I'm like, wait, no, that's not a fake.
No,
What's
410 and 2 are there together, which should be the GTO class leaders, correct? Oh, no, 119. Maybe?
I'm going to have to take your word for it because my timing is...
410 to 119 is the last we have on the pylon.
Yeah, I believe that is correct.
So ACP Tangerine leads AE Victory, right? As long, well, I guess it depends on where the 70 recovered to.
And I am also trying to find out where the 99 is that in that batch.
There's the 119. Brian just saw the playoff bracket.
Yeah.
Yep, dropped his head in disbelief, even though I told him it was going to happen.
So
Okay,
yeah,
so there's 410 and 2. Then a gap. Then there's AE Victory. So AE Victory and GTR are right together there.
Okay.
They have jumped the number 70 Porsche, who will slide to 5th in GTO. That's where they've rejoined after the quick spin down there at turn 6 and 7. I did the thing.
That does play heavily in my household, much to my daughter's
believe that.
chagrin.
Yeah.
You're using that wrong. Like, don't care.
Nope. I'll do it again.
AT Tammy. In the blue corner.
Pylon to cycle back through here.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. Now commentating for DriverSeye Live. JT Tammy. Is that what Jordan's going for when he puts that many exclamation marks?
So believe it or not, this is... Oh, wait, do we have race monitor up?
Ooh, good call.
Yeah. 415. Yeah.
Alternative help, please.
Yes.
Well, maybe.
Wait, oh, there it is. Yes.
Yeah, the 70 dropped.
Yep.
They spun.
Yeah, we've got race monitor up.
All right.
The Stratus 60 leads overall from the 908 automatic Atlanta-matic racing. I did it. Automatic racing NPL1. It's been a whole season. What the heck? By about 20 seconds. That's your GTU and overall margin there. ACP Tangerine number 410 leads GTO, as we said earlier, from the sister car by just 2 seconds. between those two cars. Further down GTU, Stratus number 58 is just a touch off that lead duo. Round 3 Racing number 10 up into 4th. Roberts Motorsports number 109 in 5th, and Random Vandals number 98 off the back of that battle, 4 laps down. That 3rd, 4th, 5th place battle separated by about 20 seconds there as well. So keep eyes on that. In GTO, we mentioned 4:10.2, 1:19. That's all separated by 7 seconds.
Timing's back.
GTR 99 is down to 8. It's 8 seconds back to GTR 99. Round 3 Racing 4.2 seconds further back, and then the Kingpin 77 is another little chunk off the back of the 70. Oh, GTR's jumped AE Victory, who now actually slides back into the clutches of the round 3 car after a 2:28.7 last time through for the all-female crewed Supra.
The 21 is 3/10 off of the 418.
We'll get
if we can
there.
Find that.
We'll
Yeah.
get there.
I mean, for the on screen.
Kingpin Racing 77 rounds out the top 6 there.
Nice.
CHR Charlie Hayes Racing a little bit further back.
There it is. That's the move.
We go up the inside.
It's not done though.
Nope.
Still on the right.
Oh, I think he's cleared him. Yep.
Clear. Yep. And this is the battle for third place in GP2.
Yeah, keep in mind though that 418 is going to try to stick as close as possible, because once we get to this back straight here, that thing is a rocket. We're going to have some GTOs go to the inside of the 21 here. That's going to force the 21 wide. The 418 is going to be on the inside here.
Ooh! Out wide for the 21 there. Yeah, does have the margin built in back to that number 418 now, to the tune of 5 or 6 car lengths.
Yeah, but the 418 has DRS, so you see that? Look at the mirror.
Right at the inside, doing the same straight line speed as a GTU car.
Yeah.
I'll get on the brakes. Outside here,
late.
2, maybe 3 wide. There goes the NPO1. Where's the Hyundai?
Oh, there, it's on the left.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you can see it in the upper left-hand corner, just about.
Backs out, tries
there we
to
go.
over under. This is the section of the track where the 21 does have the advantage, though.
Yeah, that'll last right around to the front straightaway, and then as they begin to climb the hill into turn number 1, they'll go back towards the Hyundai Veloster just a little bit. GP1, continuing just a quick rundown here. Screaming Goat Racing leads Open Throttle Racing number 62. That margin is, I'm going to go back to Red Mist.
I got you. It is. Oh, it's got to load a lot.
Not yet available.
A lot.
Oh, we haven't loaded that yet.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We'll let that breathe for a second. It was, I think, about 50 seconds the last time I looked.
Yep. Just trying to stay on the lead lap.
5th place GP1 entering pit lane, I believe. HQ Autosport the 189, is that correct?
Oh, it would be right here. Yep, just been sent. Or just came in. One of the two. I think
Just
it's pitted
came in.
right below us here. Oh, okay. All right. Anyway, Screaming Goat Racing leads Open Throttle Racing number 62 by more than a few seconds, it appears. S Collective Racing in the number 140 Porsche came in the podium places at the moment, just ahead of the number 808 Heraflight by Off-Leash BMW M2. Remember, we just spoke to Chris Pies, who's been in that car this weekend. JT just mentioned the 189 HQ Autosport Peter Engels, listed as a driver in that car. Rounds out the top 5. Open Throttle now updates. 1:15 is the gap from P1 Brandon Warwist to P2. Do we think it's still Matt Farah in that car?
I would be surprised, because then they're really not going to have that much time with Tommy Kendall at the wheel. Or maybe Tommy Kendall doesn't want to drive for 3 hours because he's old.
Well, Johnny hasn't gotten in the car yet, has he?
Well, that's the thing, is I would have imagined that Matt Farah would have got out to put Johnny in so that they'd get maximum Tommy Kendall time.
Yeah, they, I believe last pit stop it did look like the driver was loosening their belts.
Okay, so I would imagine this is Johnny Lieberman, would be my assumption.
All right. If so, he's into the 237s, which is quite good. So that's your top 5 there in GP1. 6th place, some battle developing there. Maybe a better looked at as a battle for 7th. HK Motorsports is a minute and some change ahead. Actually, it's less than that. It's about 40-something seconds between 221 and 64 from Open Throttle Racing. That 64 is just 2.2 seconds clear of TC Klein Racing, and TC Klein is closing. on the number 64. If we can try and find the two lime green BMWs next to each other. Open throttle and store brand open throttle. As color selection goes anyway.
We have open throttle at home.
GP2, as we were discussing earlier, Garage 66 leads Palomar Racing, 214 from 83. That's about a lap. North Loop Motorsport having just cleared the Fawn Group Motorsports Hyundai for third. Laguna Tick Racing in the number 779 is fifth behind the Hyundai from Fawn Group. PSI Racing number 167 in P6, about 36 seconds behind the Laguna Tick BRZ. Ryan, I don't know if that helps you in your...
a little bit. I had a bunch that were...
Like
the problem is I tried to write some down earlier and then realized that it was going to be different by the time I got around to actually doing it.
I'm
going to sit here and stare at it some more and decide. Also, do you not want me up here in case somebody else comes?
No, I can manage.
All right. All right.
We should have mentioned, I don't think we did earlier, while we were interviewing Chad and Daughter,
yeah.
The 11 picked up a one-lap penalty. Ooh, for incidental contact with 315, split 5. Ooh, entry there.
That puts him right down.
Well, it keeps him in the top 10, which isn't bad. 15 seconds ahead of the Fast Track Racing number 188. But the 11 and the 77 having been tied together for much of the day, including both spending time in the lead. There is a 77 as a matter of fact. Right up to the back of the 119 AE Victory Racing Supra, with Alana Carter listed as a driver in that car. So Supra battle down the back straightaway. 70 up to the inside of 99. This will be a pass for position at turn 12. And job done. Kingpin around the outside of AE Victory at turn 12. Turns into the inside for turn number 13. This will make the double apex right-hander towards the arena section, as it were. And appears to be a position change there as well. So change for P3 and for P5. More or less in parallel. They're headed into down the end of the back straight.
Would you have thought that ACP would be running 1-2 this close to the end?
Got to think about that a little bit.
I think my answer is just no. I thought that the 70 and the 71 would continue to dominate, just straight up.
I'm trying to think of how I want to phrase this.
All right.
The 70 does better on longer, more dragged out runs.
Sure.
Which, when Sunday is consistent, it does well. When Sunday is fragmented, because A, it's a shorter race, and B, you are running shorter stints between the yellows, I think the 70 is just generally less strong.
Okay.
So it does really well on the Saturday, because a lot of times we're running, a long chunk of the 8 hours under green. When we get to Sunday, if the cars are tired, drivers are tired, and it's altogether just a shorter race, I just think it plays into the strengths of the Porsche package a little bit less handily. So I would say I'm less surprised that the 70 isn't just leading outright than I otherwise might be. I don't know that I'm surprised it's the 2. I mean, ACP has at least 1, possibly 2 wins on the season.
Yep, that's true.
The 410, it's the sister car. If the 2 can do it, there's no reason the 410 can't do it.
Right.
And I think if you look further down the list, the fact that GTR 99's in 4th, Kingpin's in 5th, suggests that today is about strategy and execution, maybe more than it is outright pace. Because that's where those teams really kind of come into their own.
Yep. All right.
And that's an ACP strength as well. They've got, Billy Johnson they can throw into the number 2, and it, of course, goes like a rocket ship. But also it takes making the right calls at the right time, and that is for sure one of the strengths of HB Jones's squad down there.
Yep. All right. Is this the 2 about to put a lap on the 71 coming down the front stretch? I think so. Some kind of lap.
Well, the 410's headed up the hill.
The 410 or the 2?
Well, the 2 will be out ahead. So here's the 410.
No, the stripe.
So the 2 is in front of the 410.
Yeah.
So yes, that
okay.
is.
Oh, yes. Yeah. So that is, yes. Yeah. Out clear of the 410, about to be recaught by the number 70. Also converging in that sort of 3rd to 6th battle pack. Kingpin number 77, excuse me, has caught GTR 99.
Trying to buy battle packs for my daughter. They're always sold out.
Pretty sure battle pack was a thing that V8 supercars used to use. Whenever they would identify like a group of cars, they would just call it a battle pack.
Nice.
And I think that's where I picked that up.
All right.
Oh, that's what we need. We need to get Jordan the Zinger replay. The KFC Zinger replay. I think that's what we need. Let me see if I can find the logo.
I still like the Gopher cam with the graphic and everything.
Zinger replay most commonly refers to the viral America's Got Talent dance performance by Alex Zinger and his crew to Hadaway's What Is Love. KFC.
Incredible.
KFC Zinger burger recipe Pakistani. Not what we're going for.
Which team was it that had the KFC branding, but it was like KFC of the Philippines?
No, it was Shangaleil's team.
Shangaleil,
the Indonesian KFC.
Yeah, Indonesian KFC.
Which
yeah.
I bet slaps, by the way.
Sure. Dude, Stockton is about to get a Jollibee.
What's Jollibee?
Oh, Jollibee's like Filipino KFC.
All right, yeah.
That's like, it's incredible. I'm excited. Other Jollibee locations are available in California. I've been to most of them.
What do you think KFC Zinger is?
Isn't that the one with the chicken instead of the bun?
It says it's a burger.
I'm pretty sure it's like 2 chicken patties with cheese and pickles in between. Right?
They used to have something like that, yeah.
Popular spicy fried chicken sandwich featuring a fiery hand-breaded chicken fillet, lettuce and mayonnaise on a sesame seed bun.
Oh, okay, that's not what I'm thinking. What's the sandwich I'm thinking of?
Oh, it's where the chicken into the bun?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. 119 is it?
Yeah, just went by. Bye.
So these are pit stops for cars that did not, or begins pit stops for cars that did not pit under the last safety car.
Right.
Which
kind of a weird,
feels like a mistake. And I thought that at the time, bearing in mind that ACP number 2 pitted. 410 did not. Round 3 pitted. GTR pitted. It really just seems to be the 119 and the 410 that zagged where everybody else zigged.
Zinged where everybody else zanged. All back to your zinger.
Replay.
Yeah.
Zinger replay.
I still want to do the live onboard brought to you by KYB Shocks, and it's just a picture of the inside of the wheel well. Suspension moving around from Pearly World Challenge.
I mean,
I remember reading the guide and like that you could buy that sponsorship. It was like, oh yeah, we'll show 90 seconds per race of.
That's always what it is, and they always have to do it in the beginning because there's no guarantee cars make it to the end.
Right.
I think from what I heard back in the day when they used to do onboards at the SCCA runoffs, your only guarantee was that they would show you on the pace lap.
Is that what we need to do to guarantee onboards?
So insist that we're going to show you on the pace lap.
We'll show you on the pace lap.
The problem is we need an extra body as a producer just to track all this stuff and make sure we're ticking all the boxes.
Yeah, all right.
RJ.
Get at
Listen.
us. Or if you would like to contribute to DriversEye Live's ability to do more fun, cool things, get in touch with me or Brendan or RJ or somebody.
We don't need that. We have Jordan.
We have Jordan. Yeah, there we go. Beautiful. Beautiful. What is that one? What's the... Well, there's no camera there. I understood that the bottom was no camera, but I thought the top had a camera. And
so
I was
yesterday
like,
it was 8 in the square.
Right.
Today it's 5 in the X.
Got it.
It's up for the 909.
Was an overtake for 4th in GTU, I believe. Going into turn 12. Just had to verify on the replay that was Robert's Motorsports moving up into 4th over the 10 from round 3 racing.
Mike Anderson says Jollibee is amazing. The spaghetti is so good.
It is. So it's not real spaghetti though. It's spaghetti with banana ketchup. It's excellent.
I think I hate this.
And then the chicken has this like real shattery outside to it.
Sure.
Instead of crispy, it's like, you know, ube pies.
Sounds Filipino.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
I wish the economics of the world made it possible that this stuff was more accessible in just random places.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that Jollibee would not be successful in most cities in this country.
No, I don't mean in terms of like, this sounds like a multi-franchise location, like a multi-franchise company. Like these are just appearing all over the place.
There's not that many. It may not. I'm sure there's like an American franchise holder, but they're not like trying to expand into 5 million stores.
No, I understand. I think what I'm suggesting is that, like,
there's, to be clear, I think there's like 10 in California or 8. Like, there's not that many.
So in areas of New Jersey and like Philadelphia, I really enjoy Croatian food, right? Like Balkan food.
Sure.
Right? And all that ever happens is a store pops up for like 8 to 12 months, goes out of business, closes, and then you repeat the cycle with somebody else who tries it again. So it's not like
enough.
Interested. Well, because I don't live in Philly, man.
Well, if you want cool things like that, this is going to be a hot take. If you want cool, fun things like that, you have to live in a city.
You know what? That's fair. I mean, I do live in a metro area of 1 million-ish people.
Right.
So, like, I don't live in the sticks. I just wish that this stuff were a little bit more consistently available. Is the 50? Is that the 58?
That might be the 60.
That's the 98, I believe.
Oh, 90.
We're just all over the place. All right, good.
The one that pulled off driver's left out of 11.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still not at pace.
No.
I think that's the 909 or the 908.
It was not the 908. It was the 98. JT was right.
Okay.
Because there's the 908 and then 3 cars further back. Yeah. So that car looks markedly different on camera than it does trackside.
Yes.
Yeah.
Trackside, you can, like, when it comes past start finish here, you can very clearly see the dark gray, almost black hood, the white line, the green.
Right.
But
it depends on the lighting, because a lot of times it does look quite dark, but you just see right there coming out of 15 when it catches the light, it's actually bright green. I think it's pretty cool. We have the Random Vandals logo on the side of it, hopefully in honor of that drunken raccoon that robbed a convenience store.
Yes.
But they're gonna come to pit lane here, which is a good call.
I've got one more off-topic question before I depart. Why I'm watching the roller coaster be tested over and over and over again. They did it yesterday too. I don't know why they keep testing it. Like, you're putting run time on this roller coaster for no revenue. But what do I know? And that roller coaster, it drops. Like, it does the end of the ride is it being
I think you
pulled
can
to the
see
top.
it. If you look in the upper left-hand corner of the screen,
correct.
Wait for it to do the tilt.
It is beginning to tilt.
There it is.
Yep.
There it goes.
And then it'll release the car. Now you can see the tilt really good.
Yep.
And then as soon as it's vertical, and then it releases the
I think
cars.
I hate this.
Which I've seen before. I've seen roller coasters that work like this before. That's fine. But it occurs to me that roller coaster, it's like upside down, and there's like a spin and like a corkscrew, and it's upside. Like, why is there not more roller coasters, especially at, I don't know, a Formula One track that does 150 miles an hour? Like, how do you not have part of the roller coaster that's like, yep, this is what it feels like to take 16, 17, 18 in an F1 car? It's the same amount of G's. It's broadly similar speed. I understand that making a roller coaster do 150 is probably really hard.
Because I think roller coaster thrill seekers are not going to go out of their way to do roller coasters that are specific to things like that.
I don't think this is for roller coaster thrill seekers. I think this is for casual
what you're
people
saying is
who are
because it's
bored.
here.
Yeah.
Guys.
It's that's a stop. BMW M4?
That's kind of the 410.
It is the 410. Have they run that car out of fuel? It was last in before the last full course yellow. Waiting for the lap times to load here. On lap 77, it's now lap 104. It'd be, if I do the quick math there, 27, 28, 27 laps? That's a long way to stretch a GTO car. I thought this when the 119 came in. I was like, oh, 410 is due in then. They were the only two that didn't pit under the yellow. And here we are.
So we're going to go double yellow here. The double yellow is in hand in the flag stand.
Yeah, this is another one of those.
We have a double yellow warning.
Zone. Okay.
It's not a double yellow watch.
It is
now.
a double yellow watch.
It's a double yellow warning.
Now it's just straight double yellow.
Right. And
no, it is double yellow.
It is double yellow.
Yeah, look at turn 20.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh, well. All right. Anyway, while Brendan introduces two more guests, I am going to depart and try to go get some snippets from the... Oh, it's rolling.
Tease!
It's rolling. But there's double yellow out at turn 20, but not at the starters or the finish line. But there is at the starter stand. I think we're committed. I think we're committed to doing a lap of yellow. So does anybody take this opportunity? I feel like you have to. If you're timed correctly, especially in the GP class, you have to stop here because that puts you, I think, in the range of one more stop to the end. They have to catch the field, obviously, but depending on what your track position situation is, I think you have to stop here, in spite of it being sort of the end. You were going to tell Slotacall that he was bad at driving, is what that was. All right, I'm gonna hand you back to Brendan here, and I'm going to depart.
All right.
I'm not sure which part I'm going to, but I'm going to depart.
And now would be the time. All right, thank you, Ryan. I'm joined by another Slotacall-driven guest. This time he's picked up another teammate from the number 11, and if I get the microphone button right, there we go. It is Nick Kalani out of the number 11 Kingdom Racing Toyota Supra. Nick, thank you for joining us.
Of course, yeah, thanks for having me.
I'm bearing the lead slightly because, as Slotacall rightly pointed out when you came in, you are also one of the drivers of the GP2 East Region Championship winners.
Yeah.
The number 222 Rebel Racing BMW.
Yeah,
right?
That's correct. Yep.
Congratulations, number one. You've been season long in the 222 for the most part?
Yeah, season long.
Okay.
We decided to run the East Coast Championship, and we ended up clinching at Sebring, so
very
parked
nice.
the car and figure I might as well try a GTO car now.
Very nice. So if you are friends with these guys because you run POC Boxster spec, how do you end up hooked up with Rebel Racing in the 222 running East Region Championships in an E30-46?
I was always interested in WRL.
Okay.
I picked it up maybe about 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah.
I think my first race was actually here at COTA 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And it just came out. I love the series. Love driving all these bucket list tracks.
Yeah.
And then I just said, hey, I want to build a car and go for a championship.
Oh, so it's actually your car?
Yeah, it's actually my car. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, so I worked
congratulations
with
then, man.
Chad over at Moorhead
Yeah.
Works. He's been amazing.
The best of the best.
Yeah, so he built us a perfect car, and
very nice.
Yeah, it was running solid all year.
Yeah. Your co-drivers, consistent co-driver or driving team, or you some rental seats or what?
No, so it's actually a good friend, Chris Basin, also a POC Spec Boxster driver.
Okay.
And Michael Johnson, racing coach and driver.
Yeah. Very cool. Very cool. Obviously, in your first go, because I don't think No, you said 2 or 3 years ago, right?
Yeah, so I was doing the rental thing in the beginning.
With whom?
So I did open throttle to start, and then decided to build the car and get going. And yeah.
Another driver who came up through the Mike Gorman ladder there. Fantastic for initial exposure to the series, but it does take an extra step of commitment to go decide to do it yourself. So what's that process like, going from okay, I like the series, I like racing in the series, I like what it offers, to I'm just going to do this myself? I mean, I know with support from Moorhead Speedworks and all that, but like you're doing a lot of the heavy lifting on your own. What's that like?
So it's funny. I mean, I started off sprint racing with the Boxsters, and we race primarily on the West Coast. So,
sure.
It's the same Button Willow, Spring Mountain, Willow Springs, same type of circuits. So, we're not coming out to these big tracks like WRL is.
Sure.
So I wanted to get more experience there, and so we decided let's go for it.
And just did you kind of commission Moorhead to build the car? Did you come at him with hey, we want to do GP2? Here's kind of what we're thinking. We want to run the E46. Like, what's that?
Yeah, so a big thing with my coach, Michael Johnson, he wants us to kind of start with slower cars and kind of work our way up.
Sure.
It's like if you could drive a slow car fast, then you could drive anything fast. So that's kind of why we started with the spec Boxster and then went up to the E46.
Okay.
And then, next year maybe GP1 or GTO.
And you running the number 11 this weekend, this is your initial kind of exposure to the GT4 platform?
Yeah, this is actually the first time I've ever been in a GT4 car. And it's
very cool.
Amazing, yeah.
Is there a real sense of speed differential relative to the GP2 car? You feel it in your butt?
Oh, it's night and day.
Yeah.
I mean, just coming up to turn 1 over here where, you might be braking at the 150 in a GP2 car.
Yeah.
You're probably carrying 20 miles an hour faster in the GTO car, and you're braking at the 100 board. And then the car just is hooked up and it turns in, and it's just such a different sensation.
Yeah. You guys obviously successful in GP2, having won the regional championship this weekend. Kingpin is an altogether slightly larger, more unwieldy organization when you're dealing with cargo shorts and those guys. Sonicol is very perturbed at the moment. Watching a pit stop occur, and now he's on his way.
678, what you doing?
678 is slow as well. That's a Rapscallion Ligier.
It's not going to go to the same spot. God dang it. It's literally the same spot as the 410.
All right, so we're going to do this all again. Forget going back to green. Just reset and do the whole thing over again. I mean, there's a lot more going on, right? This is Tyler Hoffman. It's a bigger organization than running IMSA races. And there are just altogether more resources behind it, right, in executing a multi-car race weekend. Kind of a taste of what might be, an opportunity in your future to go be a part of a bigger organization, or what?
Yeah, that's actually my plan.
Cool.
IMSA, SRO in the future.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to get the experience. So when I show up to IMSA, it's like I'll be competitive out of the gate. Because obviously at IMSA and SRO, it's like one practice session, and then you go right into the race qualifying. So, it's really hard to get a lot of seat time. That's why WRL's great.
Yeah.
I mean, you get probably 6 to 8 hours of track time every weekend.
Yeah. I heard Ryan West, who just headed down to the pit lane here a moment ago, use this kind of line of thinking earlier. We see in the WRL Racers group on Facebook a lot, people who post asking for seats available for rent for COTA or Sebring or whatever because they want to go, be a part of those races. And they say, well, I'm looking for a GTO seat. And almost every comment that follows from that is, well, have you run WRL before? And if the answer is no, they say, do not get behind the wheel of a GTO car. It's not that you definitely can't handle it, but you will be much happier and much more safe and predictable if you get some weekends behind the wheel of a GP2 car, a GP1 car. Just get into something that's comfortable and allows your brain time to process everything that's happening around you, because it's a lot, right? And it sounds like, together with Michael, your coach, like you guys are doing that the right way. You're not trying to rush. Yes, you have this lofty goal. You want to go do semi-pro or pro racing, but you're not going to rush into it, right?
Yeah, and I think that's 100% right, because as you see, we've got 80 cars on track right now. You've got GTOs, GTUs, GP1, GP2, so there's a lot going on. So for someone to jump into a GTO out of the gate, that's not setting yourself up for success.
You had mentioned to me off the air earlier, you guys all run Boxer Spec in POC, another one of our DriversEye Live partners, and tremendous racing up and down the grid, right? And from everything Ryan has told me, because he does most of the races out there, it's an awesome environment. It's very laid back. You guys are all kind of buddies, participating in a really, really competitive class. You show up here, there's rigs, transporters, multi-car teams. You're in the F1 garages. I mean, to some degree, there is. It is a little bit overwhelming, let's say. But you're going back and forth between this club racing, running your Chuckwallas and your Button Willows and your Spring Mountains, like you said, up to now you're here at COTA. You were at Sebring, right? You're at Road Atlanta. Is this scratching a different itch compared to what you're doing on the POC and the sprint racing side, or is it all just part of the same, hey, I want to get behind the wheel and just go drive cars?
Yeah, honestly, it's kind of like what Rob Walker and his buddies do. It's like, I want to be out racing with my buddies and just having a good time. So, our program's very similar to what they do. And, racing's, a big part of it, but also having fun with your buddies.
Yeah. So plans to do more of this into 2026? What does that look like for you?
Yeah, more maybe GP1, GTO. I'm trying to decide what the next step is. You know, maybe an M2 CS and then jump up to GP1 or start renting some more seats with GTO.
Fantastic. Well, I'm sure Tyler and the gang down there are heavy again. If it's something you want to do more of in the future, we love Tyler Hoffman. Fantastic friend of DriversEye Live, obviously, Sadakal and Rob and everybody there. I think we may see more of the Cargo Shorts Racing, Kingpin Racing guys, Rob Walker Racing, than literally anybody else in the racing community.
Yeah.
I literally think there may not be somebody we spend more time with than these guys, and you're in good company out there.
Yeah, Sadakal's great with that. He's grabbing everybody. He's like, we got to get people on DriversEye.
I appreciate you coming up and spending some time with us. Best of luck to you the rest of the way. Yeah, congratulations again on the GP2 East Region Championship, and hopefully we see you back for Eagles Canyon, Barber, wherever your season kicks off. We'll look for you.
Cool. Appreciate
Thank you very much. JT.
Yes.
Oh, stand by. Anyway, sorry about that. Have we recovered the 678?
We just passed it with this on board. It is in process. It's being put on a flat tow.
It probably didn't run out of fuel, I would think, on the 678 there.
No, not if they're doing a flat tow.
Or a tilt bed.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah, unfortunate to see the other Rapscallion Ligier have issues today. After the 669 having issues yesterday.
Brad Wells in the chat. Connor Ackelbein with Team Rapscallion is a tremendous racer. Way to gain positions back today. We interviewed Connor earlier on in the season. I think at Barber? Maybe? Or Road America? One of the two. It all blurs together, JT. It really does.
Listen, it's December.
We really haven't addressed this weekend. I think it's been a minute since I've done fundamentally a full season of WRL. The only one I didn't do was Eagles Canyon. Really since the start of DriversEye Live as a full-time concern. It's been a minute since we've done all this. Or I've done all this personally for a full season. And the way the calendar fell this year, the stretch from Utah onwards has been a big lift by everybody involved here. A lot of Saturdays and Sundays spent behind the microphones, a lot of engaging and, never mind the technical and production side of things, which is where I tend to focus a lot of my energy. Believe it or not, I'm not a very outgoing person. I tend to be much more shy and reserved. So when it comes to, interviews and getting to know people and engaging, it is something that, believe it or not, is outside my comfort zone. And for all the interviews we've done, all the new people we've met, and the opportunities we've had to kind of dig a little bit deeper in the paddock, it's just generally... it has demanded quite a lot of energy, and I've thoroughly enjoyed it. But as we get to the end of the 2025 racing season, and we all begin our plans for 2026, for sure, I think a lot of us are ready to turn the page, turn the corner, and look forward to Eagles Canyon next season, myself included, where I think I can quite comfortably say you will see Mr. Ryan West back for a hefty chunk, if not all of the 2026 World Racing League season. Ryan gets a little bit more involved in what we do here at DriversEye Live. He was missed over this season. Business goes the way it goes, and it shook it up a little bit for 2025. Be back to, I know Ryan has missed the paddock as well. We'll be back to your regularly scheduled programming there when we all hit Eagles Canyon, February 6th, 2026. ACP Tangerine number 2 is going to be our GTO leader as we work back towards a green flag. Lights still on the safety car, but they may turn off here as we clear Sector 2. Round 3 racing 6.5 seconds back as we work under yellow. GTR 99 sits in 3rd, so that's your GTO class reset. Kingpin Racing 77, by the way, I know we talk a lot about Kingpin. They did have a slightly longer stop last time through, much to the dismay of Sadako also, who was gesticulating quite wildly as... A, I think getting it packed full of fuel. B, also potentially a long-ish driver change for that squad. AE Victory Racing number 119. Lana Carter has handed over to Ashley Freiberg, and she will guide that car through the last 2.5 hours or so here at Circuit of the Americas. Just on the right on the edge of the top 5 there, ahead of Charlie Hayes Racing number 191. Remember, we set this full course yellow up because we lost the number 410 ACP Tangerine BMW. Lights are still on the safety car. Interesting. Why that is. I would have thought, since we had cleared everything up over at the exit of turn 15, that we might be good to go.
Not seems to be the case.
No. You know what? It's possible. It is possible that safety car driver extraordinaire Chore has a contractual minimum number of laps that they have to give him at Circuit of the Americas, and we're just a little bit short on that number. Although after yesterday, I can't imagine that's possible.
Oh yeah,
but maybe that's the story, you know.
You gotta get your seat times up now.
Right. Or it's a season-long minimum, and we're making up for Utah. I'm certain that's not the case. But anyway, we saw him yesterday. He got his laps in here yesterday for sure. I've been able to make sense of today a lot better, I think, JT. Yes, we've had, I think, just as many full course yellows, but they've been spaced in a more easy to understand at a more easy to understand interval, and I think just in general the race settled into something digestible, which it just really didn't yesterday.
Yeah.
410 is back out, but back into the pit lane. So it came out, did a lap, and is now... You know, I wonder... They did run that car out of fuel. Remember when cars get towed back, they only get towed back to the paddock. I kind of have to wonder if, because they could, you're not supposed to refuel in the paddock, because they ran it out of fuel, they had to get dispensation to do that. Maybe had somebody there to supervise it, like a pit marshal, as is the normal procedure there, to get all that done. Basically an emergency fueling. Put enough fuel for one lap, get it back into the pit lane, and then do the proper fueling with all of the equipment and everything in the pit lane as you bring it back around.
Yeah.
It's not very common that you see proper mechanical failures on these G82 BMWs. It just really doesn't happen. We have that on camera, actually, Jordan, or is that one gone by the wayside? We just need help, and there we go, that car right there. I actually just wanted to make sure Jordan was still alive. He's been basically silent for the last 2 hours.
Yeah, last word we had, he was running to the kitchen.
Yeah, and then the cameras just kept changing.
He's saying he's automated the whole process so he can be replaced next year.
No, we need Jordan. As much for the vibes as for the actual production. Look at that. My favorite memory of this particular experience is Charlotte from last season.
What did they
On a 200-foot by 80-foot TV on the back straightaway. Big Hoss, or no, it's not Big Hoss. It's whatever the Charlotte version of that is. Tremendous stuff.
All right, I believe the lights are out.
I sure hope so. About 2 hours left here. It will be interesting to see whether or not the cars that pitted, which I think everybody ought to have, cars that pitted under the safety car here can do this on one more stop. It's going to be close.
Yeah, tinfoil hat. This is all just to make the GTO last pit stop crazy.
Yes. Yes. AE
It's
Victory,
absolutely not the case, but
AE Victory did not pit under the full course yellow for what it's worth. They had just been in under green, and I do wonder if they're just actually hanging on to the lead lap.
HQ Autosport take us back to
Just ahead of HC Autosport, which is not confusing in any way.
and a couple car lengths in front of HK.
Oh no. The H's. Getting done in by the H's. The 119 is just kind of hanging on to the fringes of the lead lap at the moment. They're up the front of the safety car queue, whereas you've got to go quite a bit deeper to find the number 2 ACP Tangerine automobile.
60s in front of this group, about 5 seconds up the road from the 908.
And that is your overall race leading, in GTU race leading, NPL1.
58's a little bit further behind, as is the 109. Unfortunately, the 10 lost a lap due to contact with the 678 earlier. So what was the 5-car battle in GTU now down to 4 at the moment. If I'm seeing this correct, coming into turn 11, going through the shot, screaming go, has about 6 car lengths in front of the 62 of open throttle. That is your fight for the GP1 lead. It's the open throttle BMW getting swarmed by GTOs and GTUs. A little bit further down in that GP1 field, you will have TC Klein and El Diablo fighting for 6th in class. Just slightly further behind them, the 64 M3 from open throttle.
Uh, 53 is in the pit lane. That is, of course, the BMW 1 Series from Ginger Racing.
Yeah, unfortunately, not the most reliable car this weekend.
No. Well, I don't know if there is a connection between this car and the old Thunder Bunny car, or if indeed it is the old Thunder Bunny car. That car had its struggles as well. It was really competitive back when Thunder Bunny was primarily a GP1 team, where they went super racing and M2 racing. But as you say, JT, it's not been the most reliable of choices this weekend.
I believe it's also new to Ginger Racing as well, isn't that correct?
I don't know. I was thinking about this before the race weekend started. Ginger Racing has definitely run 2 cars before, but I can't remember if the second car was ever a 1 Series or if it was always just the pair of V46s.
Alright, so just real quick here in GTO, it is the 2 ACP Tangerine leading over the 70. Last time across the line, nose to tail. A little bit further back, 99 GTR, who went through shot just a moment ago, I believe. another 7 seconds back, 77 from Kingpin. So still very close at the front of the GTO grid. A lot of traffic going through 10 here, heading towards 11.
Yes, gaggle of about a half dozen cars here headed down the hill. That is the 11 that's tied up there on the inside.
And that's important because in this gaggle here, you see that Porsche Cayman just getting passed by that white and black BMW. That is the 808 of Hera Flight by Off Leash Motorsports. That is for third in GP1. Now they're, I believe, 2 laps out of the lead fight between Scream and Go and Open Throttle, but they are having this close fight here as well.
Yeah, it's just separated. It's 2 pairs at the front.
Yeah.
It's the Scream and Go to Open Throttle pair and the S Collective and Hera Flight by Off Leash pair. I guess you can go back a little bit further to include HK and El Diablo if you wanted there, although they're not quite nose to tail. Cars 15 seconds apart.
Yeah, and El Diablo did get by the 112 of TC Klein. So coming across the line, half second between the 2 and the 70 as they head up towards 1. Here we go. We'll see them climbing the hill now. So keep in mind the car just in front of them, the 58 of Stratus, is for an overall position.
Right.
That 58 about 8.5 seconds behind the 908. So they're not exactly going to get out of the way here.
Yeah, all the 3rd, 4th, and 5th place cars all in the 222s at the moment, including the round 3 racing number 70, which has Josh Balicki listed against it, Steve Strymer listed against the number 2, although I think that's been the case most of the day. It remains to be seen if the 58 has the same pace as the GTO cars, or if we're going to get caught in a situation where they're kind of holding each other up in different places. Do expect the GTO cars to close down some of these 7 or 8 car lengths up to the back of the number 58 NPO1 as they go up through the gears. NPO1 should be able to stretch it a little bit by the time they get through this arena section. Look at that. It's 7 car lengths down to about 3-2 now in the braking zone.
A little bit of traffic now because of the 98s.
Yeah, and one of the open throttle BMWs in there as well. I don't think there's any urgency here from either the 2 or the 70. The problem is that what we say here from the sidelines and saying that there's no urgency does not always directly translate to the way it's perceived underneath the helmets or behind the wheels.
Yeah.
And when you are in the middle of, I mean, what is a battle of appropriate intensity to kind of send this season off? Like, yeah, these guys are going to go at it. Of course they are. 2 hours left, and probably the finishing drivers for both the BMW and the Porsche.
So keep in mind the whole fuel strategy question.
Right, and whether or not each car can make it
With one more stop.
Yeah.
They might need a little help from the safety car, but
to that end, JT, the only full green flag pit stop rotation we've had, or that we have data for, is off the start. Number 2, 24 laps on the opening stint. Number 70, 27 laps on the opening stint. Now remember, we did have that extra lap of double yellow, and it doesn't necessarily reflect what each car's actual maximum range is going to be, but on its most basic level, also 6 cylinders versus 8 cylinders, NA versus turbo, right? There's a couple of things at play there, but at the moment, at least, the data we have suggests that the 70 is going to be a little bit more frugal and therefore has a little bit more range relative to that number 2.
Yeah, you always got to be a bit cautious with that first stop because sometimes that's teams verifying exactly how much fuel is being used versus like how much it takes to top off the car, doing the math there.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is just with the data we have, knowing that, okay, there's a chance here that, 71 at the inside of 99. It's not a change for position.
No.
Right, 71 is a couple of laps down.
Yeah, trying to work its way back. Being slightly quicker at the moment.
Elsewhere, the lead battle in GP1 has stretched from 4 and some change seconds out to 11.4 seconds as a result of some mid-30s being put in by Screaming Goat Racing. Last time it was 234.6 compared to a 237.2 from the number 62 Open Throttle car. Heraflight, having passed the S Collective Racing Porsche Cayman, has that marching out to 4.0 seconds. El Diablo, meanwhile, with Lance Biselli behind the wheel, closing in on the HK Motorsports number 221, driven by Howard Robinson. That margin's now under 10 seconds. Oh, spinner at turn 20, perhaps?
Yeah.
There's a waving green flag. Oh, shoot. Yeah, there it is.
Ooh,
that looks like it's been in the wall.
Yeah, it was reported as light impact, but look at that rear end on the driver's right.
Are we too late for the replay there, Jordan? Yeah.
We're going full course yellow here, as we should. This is important for those GTOs.
Yeah, you got to come in and top off, right? Just set yourself up here to do this on one more stop if indeed we do end up going green the rest of the way. You just can't afford to not.
This is unfortunately a big bummer for that 109 Roberts Motorsports. Have been running quite competitively all day.
Uh, 302 is the first 2. Duck into the pit lane. Ironically, the safety truck that's now sitting on the exit of turn 20 has to wait for the field to, for a gap to be established in the field so they can cross-track and come to the aid of that number 109. Where, if the impact was significant enough, they may need to do this with a tilt bed, and this may stretch this yellow out a little bit further. All right, GTO pit callers. First to go is the number 99 GTR BMW.
All right, smart.
And we expect these to be relatively quick stops, having been in under the last full course yellow on lap 107, so just 9 laps.
The 60 did stay out.
Yeah, the math is obviously slightly different for GTO cars, just because of the range is slightly different. But I think I'd still be in to top off, or not to. 62 is in from second place in P1. I'm running under a slight assumption that the 29 probably will not be.
Driver's loosening his belts. was a slightly odd transfer to the different lane.
Take us a minute to get these cars queued up under safety car once again. And it's only been about 10 laps, but stretch out a fair amount on what is already a fairly stretched out field. On
Topped
number
off.
418 is in as well. What's that, JT? Sorry.
The 808 Hera Flight from 3rd in GP1 topped off and is away.
And they do now have the bed backing up to that number 109. The exit of turn number 20. So your GTO field now separated by 32. Timing is... No, it's accurate. When they came back to start this lap underneath the full course halo, it was 33 seconds from first back to fourth. And has the 119 been caught out here again?
I believe so.
No, I think they just haven't benefited, right?
Isn't this them behind the 908?
Yes, it is. So they needed to be ahead of the overall leader, not ahead of the number 2. They are ahead of the number 2, so technically, like the most technically, on the GTO lead lap, but just 4 cars separate them from the race leading, or class leading, excuse me, class leading number 2.
If you're hungry, you can go to the number 1 Kingpin garage. They apparently have a bunch of Chipotle.
Oh, jeez.
I saw a call in chat says.
Thank you all for being with us on this. It's now a Sunday afternoon. It's been a pretty excellent weekend of racing here at Circuit of the Americas. Normally, for me here, as part of DriversEye Live, it's always kind of the treat to end the season to come to COTA, come down to Austin, and an experience that has been historically just kind of reserved for this weekend. As it turns out, in 2025, I was here 2 weeks ago, and so it's some are calling Austin the Sebring of Texas. I'm spending my late fall in Austin. I'll be spending most of my January in Sebring. It's been a nice weekend, even if I was just here recently.
You signed up for this, my friend.
Update our timing pylon again.
Yeah, just as Subway points out in chat, we are under yellow. Unfortunately, our timing pylon doesn't seem to update right away. It needs to be updated manually.
Yeah.
Takes a little bit of time, but luckily our producer Jordan does remind us by putting up a nice sign that we are under caution.
We also have a quick interview, a little snippet from our man Ryan West down in the pit lane there in the Discord. If you can cue that up, maybe, Jordan? I realized we didn't plan for this. Oh no, we have no way to hear it. Oh no.
Doing it live. No? Oh, I think it's naturally muted, so you just unmute it.
Oh, the screen share. I see what you're saying. No, it's just audio. Yeah.
Yeah, audio recording.
Yeah. I don't know if Jordan is sharing his audio to the screen share. My guess is no. Yeah, I think maybe we should do that, and then queue up the audio clip and make that happen. Well, I think there's only one way to find out. Yeah. You let me know when you're ready. Yeah. 109 is in the pit lane now on the back of the flatbed, by the way. So keep eyes on the safety car lights, see if they get reset or turned off anyway. And we head back to grid. I don't think that's going to be the case this time through.
They're flashing out at 15.
I can't hear it at the moment. You have the audio buses configured there? We are. I mean, we're really doing this live here.
Yep. Trying something new live.
No.
I hear the cars. Oh, now I hear me.
Oh, I thought we were playing the audio. Oh, yeah, we hear the audio. Yeah. All right, here we go. Let's hear from Brad McCall and Ryan West down in the pit lane just a couple of moments ago.
Brad McCall. I'm with Brad McCall, the owner of Round 3 Racing, co-owner anyway. I don't know what the structure is on that, but at least one of the owners of Round 3 Racing. You were in an NPO1 yesterday that had some trouble out on track. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, I was in the blue #1 car yesterday and going through the S's, got tangled up with another car, and I found out later just by video that one of Mike Gorman's cars was definitely not his fault at all, but he swung through, impacted us in the rear, and it ended up shocking the transmission. It was right when I was making a shift, and it ended up breaking third gear, so we lost the transmission. So we decided to go to our backup car, which is the yellow number 17, and we're gonna run that car today. I'm about to get in here any minute.
Perfect. You said you're having radio issues in this car as well, so you kind of don't know when you're getting in yet.
Yeah, radio, for whatever reason, radio stopped working, so we're just kind of guessing when he's going to come in. Carter's in the car right now. He's keeping an eye on the fuel usage, and he'll come in at the right time. We just need to be ready.
Awesome. Great season all the way around for Round 3. Thank you, Brad.
Appreciate it, man. Thanks a lot.
All right, we did it. Interesting that Brad took the opportunity to call Mike Gorman out by name. Iconic there, between two very good friends. But that does explain why we see the 17 today as opposed to the blue #1. Seeing those cars into next season. We haven't really confirmed that with Brad, but there's a structure to these things, obviously. So yeah, looking forward to good things into next season.
Well, you could do the same thing they did with Open Throttle in the podcast. You just say that it's automatically going to happen and just force them into it.
This is true. I also have to say, it's some real endurance radio stuff going on here. Back in the day, not just our old 25 Hours of Thunderhill coverage, but of course, that weekend also played host to this. It was this weekend. It was the U.S. Endurance Championship weekend for WRL under, I mean, slightly different identity for the series back then. But anyway, the event was similar. The stakes were similar. and we were doing similar kind of things. We had just figured out a little bit of video, trying to do a little bit of pit lane reporting, bringing the 25-hour experience to a series we had never worked with before. And yeah, the old recorded minute and a half long clip played back later on was a staple of the old endurance radio experience. We got another one here. We can do after the green flag.
Exactly.
Yep. Lights are out on the safety car once again. Jeffrey DeWald in the chat says, Fox Sports, how dare you, sir? We would never. And this field rounds 19 and 20 once again for the, you know, my fingers and toes to count this one. 119th time, Stratus 60. Actually, the overall race leader leads us back to green. The 119 Supra, foot to the floor. Ashley Freiberg going to try and make the most of this and see if they can't get that car up a lap, up back onto the lead lap in GTO with a little bit of luck.
908 to the inside of round 3 racing. That's kind of important because I believe the 908 is just now, once clears it, just behind the 60 for the fight for the lead. If I saw correctly. And just needs to clear the Super here. So it goes around turns 8 and 9. Still on the outside going into 11. Ooh, the 2 has to check up there.
Yeah, that's going to allow the 70 to draw alongside on corner exit. We're going to get a drag race tucked in behind one of the NPO1s there, headed out of turn number 11.
So I believe that's the 58.
I think you're right.
And those 2, I believe, came together under yellow in turn 15. What? So
still side by side here, JT. Sorry, 2 up the inside of 70. This is defending first.
Oh no!
It's the 10 backwards. At turn 12, they may have. It was, if anything, it was a quick spin and continue there. Really didn't lose too much, maybe 10 or 12 spots of track position. Jump on the brakes here. Look outside of number 10. It's the 908.
No,
just lost it on its own. Yeah, it looks like it was mostly squared up on quarter exit there, and then as it went over the curb, which isn't a very aggressive one, it has to be said, the car just kind of went around.
Yeah.
Broke traction at the rear. Job done, meanwhile, for the number 70, who does clear the number 2 ACP Tangerine Associates BMW. 2 was a little bit shallow on the way into turn 20 there. And it actually set up the number 58 directly behind them on a really weird trajectory, having to avoid the back of the number 2 on corner exit. They're way out in the paved runoff. Drivers, right?
Yeah, has to move to the inside here, just in case the Ford Mustang was going to try an overtake. Also coming through shot here, keep an eye on the 71 round 3 Porsche and the 198 Charlie Hayes BMW, the orange and black car coming through shot here. Those 2 are fighting for 6th in GTO. I believe the advantage goes to the 71 at the moment. A little bit further in the field here, down in GP1, 5th class currently HK Motorsports. Behind them, the 64 from Open Throttle, Then directly behind them, TC Klein Racing, and just behind them, El Diablo Motorsports. So a good four-way battle there for 5th and GP1.
Just to confirm, by the way, the number 10 spin down there at turn 12 is just listed as a spin driver's right. There is no contact listed to precipitate that.
Yeah, that as it should be.
The 58 and the 2 contact, though, is there still listed and looming, actually, quite large now in this fight for GTO.
And GTU.
For that matter, for GTU, yeah, good point.
Fortunately, 908, just unable to clear this Supra here.
Yeah, it was, you know, it's interesting. I think they were actually ahead of the Supra on the restart, but
they were.
Ashley Freiberg in the 119 was able to, I mean, she made a really good start, cleared like 3 NPO1s all at once, headed up the hill, and the car is not slow, obviously, in the Supra. It's just fast in different places as compared to the NPO1. And yeah, if you're not really aggressive on and decisive on the brakes and on turn-in, it can be really difficult to get past a GTO car, excuse me, that's going to have the legs down the straight. Around the outside at 6 is a good place to try it, though. Fantastic.
Yeah, well done.
Building some separation between themselves and the 98 directly behind it. That's obviously not a position battle with the 98 being a couple of laps down. But every little bit of breathing room they can get back to the 58 and every effort they can put in to try and catch the 60 is going to matter. Unfortunately, the 60 has just put in a 2:18.834. That is almost 3 full seconds quicker than the 908 did last lap. Yes, the 908 is in some traffic, but the fastest lap for the 908 at any point today is a 19.9. The massive lap from the number 60. Do we think that's a Dakota lap?
Quite possibly.
Yeah. Feels like it might be, huh?
That is somebody you definitely want in the final 2 hours. Oh, the 909 spins. Turn 12.
Same spot.
Everybody avoids.
Well, for now, yep. Same spot as the number 10 a couple of laps ago. Just ended up driver's left instead of driver's right. This is tricky. Car has to get restarted and find gear. Ideally, you reverse the car towards the Armco and try and pull it to the other side.
It was contact with the Charlie Hayes BMW on the inside, just light contact to the rear of that MP01. Does a pit maneuver on it.
Yeah, the lightest contact. It really didn't look by much, but it was enough to get the car turned around. Now, can we get that NPO1 restarted? Fortunately, I think we have a little bit of time here to let this breathe, but everybody is seeing it well. See the flags being waved vigorously there to driver's right at the entrance to 12. What do you mind yourselves?
Gotta be cautious as Laguna Stick backs out. Good call. Ooh.
I don't know about this 909 now. I'm actually not convinced it's going to restart.
There we go.
It goes. Just need to put a bit of pressure on it.
Yeah, just refire.
Works well under pressure.
Oh, it's crabbing.
It's done the left rear end then. It looked like the lightest touch, but I guess if you get it in the right spot, those cars have some kind of fragile area, and it looks like that might have been it for the 909.
They're going to do their best to try to limp back to pit lane here. Thankfully, I think much of the traffic has already passed them by.
Yeah. Yep.
Once again, the benefit of having a full course yellow just recently.
By the way, as we just briefly saw the Screaming Goat Racing number 29 on screen, working its way through the S's there. The GP1 lead battle is separated at the moment by 27.3 seconds. Tommy Kendall is now installed in car number 62 for open throttle. So it's Brandon Morris versus Tommy Kendall.
I was going to say, that did look like a relatively tall driver getting into that that BMW.
I realize that that there are obvious reasons for this. However, if you are Brandon Morris behind the wheel of the number 29 Screaming Goat Racing BMW, you are outpacing an IMSA. Oh, I gotta be careful here. IMSA GTP and Trans Am champion by 4 seconds. Last time around.
Take the W's where you can get them.
Yeah. 4 Trans Am championships, 3 IMSA GTU championships, and an IMSA GTS championship. So, you know, I was close. So 4 Trans Am championships and 4 IMSA championships. Good game, Brandon Warwas. It's good stuff. The battle for third is still S Collective Racing number 140 and Heraflight number 808, and that is 7.5 seconds. With Heraflight just beginning to close on that number 140 came in a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit further behind in GP1. El Diablo did get by TC Klein in open throttle, moving up into 6th. Still fighting hard with HK within a second last time through. As they come across the line, that has changed for position, so El Diablo moving up to 5th in class.
They've been right on the fringes of the top 5 there all day, JD. It's like right there. 3 laps off the back of the class lead, but you know, position, the relative position compared to the class leader has just been, yeah, right there, P5. A good battle for that position, though, with the HK number 221.
Keep an eye on this fight here. You have North Loop coming through shot here. Oh, no! I was just going to mention Bond Group Motorsports out on track, trying to catch North Loop for 3rd in GP2, also having difficulties on pit lane with a bit of wind, and their canopy is unfortunately blown over just a bit here.
We got you guys. We just had like 3 separate guests walk into the span of 4 minutes, JT, and Ryan isn't here for any of it, which is probably for your point. But that's okay. So we're going to do this in real time here. Our first-time guest is going to just sit off to the side, wait in the wings for a minute here, and warm up a touch. You bumped a national champion.
See how it's done?
For me.
There
we
Yeah,
go.
we got you.
That just proves that talent only takes you so far. And then after that, it's just about being loud and showing up at the right time.
Hey, you know. Things which you guys have figured out.
We are on point with that.
That's my favorite Woody Allen quote is 80% of success is showing up. So
yeah.
But you guys have some of the pace figured out as well, right?
Dude,
it's Matt Farah and Johnny Lieberman.
Hello.
Out of the number 62 open.
And here comes Kay about to make this pass.
Yeah, baby.
So after, yesterday you guys came in here kind of sheepish, finding your feet, like, oh yeah, it's good, day's going okay.
Yeah.
You guys have been right in the thick of it all day.
Yeah.
All day.
It went. So yesterday, like, it started when qualifying didn't go well. We had a not a great team strategy that resulted in Tato running out of gas during qualifying.
Oh, shoot.
So he didn't.
Well, I mean, they never put gas in the car.
Yes, that's what I meant. That's what they did.
He wasn't qualifying so hard. That
Yes, so we had to start yesterday in P13, which we worked our way back from for the most part, and then we got a 1-lap penalty, which sort of put us out of the race. But we had a lot of fun.
Yeah, I think we finished up.
I think we finished 11 or something.
Yeah, which
not horrible, but but today, we started on the grid P7, and Tato, between the starting line and turn 1, was in third.
We saw it.
And so we're like, okay, maybe today's the day. And he got all the way to P1.
Yeah.
And then we got.
By the way, Tato climbed out of the car twice in 2 days in P1.
Yes.
Like, that's pretty good.
No, he was he one? No, he was in 3, I think, when I got him.
He was P1 because of pit stops.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, probably didn't even have the good graces to look like he was working very hard for it.
He's
either.
thin and young. We hate him.
Yeah, we hate him very much. He's too fast to be likable.
And he's got good hair.
Yeah,
we don't like this guy.
I like that. Too fast to be like that.
Yeah. But we did some data and video with him last night.
Yeah.
And he taught me a few things.
If I can toot Matt's horn here. So yesterday, P1, Matt got in the car. Matt came, and no offense to Matt, he's way faster than I am, but he came in P7. Today, Matt came in P2, 3 seconds off P1. Matt had a hell of a run, knocked 2 seconds off his best lap.
In fairness, I didn't lose those places on the track. We lost them in the pits, and I just wasn't able to make them back. But
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Well,
No, today I brought the car back in P2 after a 2.5 hour sit, so it was good. And Tato's well, he wasn't drunk, but I was. His lessons were important about strategy for both the hairpins and the S's.
The S's was huge. Yeah.
The S's he operates on a totally different strategy than I did. I switched to his strategy.
Yeah,
that worked out better for sure.
Yeah.
He was also getting better fuel economy than I was, so we switched that, and I think we fixed that.
Yep.
And although I didn't beat my fastest time, all of my times were way, on average, it was way better today.
I thought yesterday you were 2:37 with your best.
Yesterday, 2:35.5 was my best, and today I did a 2:35.
I take back what I said a minute ago.
Yeah. Tato did a 32.
But if you can do the same pace with better fuel economy, like, that is a positive trade.
Well, yeah, and also, like, I had a lot of laps yesterday that were, for one reason or another, 240 something.
Yeah.
Today I had none of those. They were all 6, 7, something like that. But across the average, like, way better. So I was super stoked. It was a lot of fun out there.
Have you been keeping an eye on the car's times recently?
Tommy's?
Yeah.
Is he doing like 30s? What's he doing?
No, he's doing like 34s, 35s, and 36s.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, that's what we need from him.
Listen,
Matt.
Hey, look, he said he told us this is the first time he's been strapped into a roll cage in 11 years.
It's true.
So
we did a little bit of research on our own there to confirm that. We think the last time he drove a race car like properly in anger was his championship winning season in IMSA 12 years ago.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
So I mean, depending on who I talk to, I'll give that some caveats.
It was his team's championship season. The
No,
Viper team won. But anyway,
Sure.
I mean, you're right there with TK for pace. And that's pretty tremendous.
I actually I had a lot of imposter syndrome until like half an hour ago,
Sure.
and now I'm like, oh no, actually, I kind of do deserve to be here. That was solid. So
I think one of the beauties of WRL is like everybody deserves to be here.
for sure,
Don't
but you know what I mean.
You know?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
You can drive safe. You can keep your nose clean. You give everybody space and racing room. Like,
yeah.
It was, but like yesterday, there was very little serious talk of like, we were like, it'd be fun to Podium, but who cares? And then today it's like, our crew chief's like, Johnny, would you mind? And then like, so Zach, our crew chief is amazing, but he has had one of those years where hasn't been on a podium.
Yeah.
And he really wants to end the season with a podium, and it's looking like P2. And there's a real good chance it's P1 because of some fueling strategy. And like, how stoked would that be for everybody. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? So
It would be really fun.
Yeah.
And we'd let you keep the trophy.
yeah, okay, I'll take the trophy.
Isn't it funny how fast that switch flips from, oh, we're just all here to have a good time.
Literally,
We're not gonna hang out.
last night we're like, dinner's more fun.
Yeah. You're here to have fun if you're not doing well.
Right.
And if you
Yeah.
if you can win,
Amazing.
fun goes right out the window.
But I was telling Matt, I will not have to take a shower before getting on an airplane.
Yeah.
And I'm cool with that. That's a good
Whoever
trade.
sits next to me tonight on tonight's flight will regret it.
I'm in 1B. What are you in?
I'm behind you. All right, nice. But it was really interesting out there. The way I didn't have any like medium traffic.
Yeah.
I got like wide open, clean laps, and then I got like the restart, disaster.
Yeah.
The couple laps after the last full course was like insanity.
Yeah.
The mixture of all the cars, and they were so tight. People were like losing their minds. Like that restart was complete madness, and it was kind of fun, but it was actually like the only really like stressful part of the race.
But was it like a Miata blocking the GPUs?
Yeah, dude, the car like in front of the pace car was like the Honda or something, and it was like just like 100 people trying
Second
to get
pace car.
Yeah, it was poor guy, but
yeah, it happens.
Man, I really like this little 235 too.
Yeah.
This car is just. It just does the same. It responds exactly the same way to every input every time, which is so great.
These are the advantages of the factory built race cars.
Yeah.
Right? BMW does it a certain way for a very obvious reason. That's to make people feel comfortable.
Yeah,
right.
It was such an easy race car to drive.
Yeah,
But it's
I know a lot
also
of people
nice.
like it.
It's also nice, like not thinking about it. Like we raced when I did Watkins Glen. Our car actually ran great. We had no problems, but like all the other cars were having on our team were having problems.
Yeah.
And it's in the back of your head. But I had no. The car just felt so factory.
Yeah, it was great. It was great. And like I can't believe. I mean, I guess there's the reason I shouldn't believe, but like DF 8-speed auto, and like we're racing with this, and it's and it's totally decent. It gives you the gear when you want the gear, and you can bang the rev limiter and it won't upshift. Like, I never would have thought, not never, but like that I'd be out racing in a torque converter auto and having a good time. But like here we are,
But I remember, I mean, just to get into car reviews for a second, like I remember 2011 when the ZF was new, and the Audi S8.
Yeah,
I remember shifting that.
That was a monster, that S8.
And I could not believe it was an automatic. Because you just watch the tack like bang, bang. And so I was like, oh, this ZF's really good.
What just happened down there?
One of Joe's cars just went 3 wide outside the paint there to make some passes up the front straightaway. It was really good stuff, actually.
They were not really enforcing track limits on the exit of 20.
Yeah,
they pretty.
How do you know, Matt?
Well, I was not called in, and so although I did make a very dumb strategic error that I will openly admit to. I'm coming down 19, coming through 19. There's only I'm behind that white Cayman.
Mm-hmm.
There's nobody else around on either side. One of the flaggers pulls out a white flag and starts waving it. And I'm in 19, nobody's around. All of a sudden, the Cayman just dives into the pits. And I forget what a white flag means. And I try to the other way. I go, does this mean I have to go in? Is this like, I don't. And so I just, erring on the side of like caution and like, if we get a penalty, we're out of the race. So I'm like, well, pit. And I just like dive into the pit. As soon as it's just better safe than sorry, I guess. And as soon as I hit pit, I go, Zach, remind me what a white flag means. Because, other than like last lap,
sure.
I'm like, what? And he's like, slow vehicle on track. And I'm like, okay, well, you're about to see me be the slow vehicle. Just passing it, gave myself a drive-through penalty.
Yeah. Number one, it's good that you can laugh about it. But number two, there is a real mentality of self-preservation there.
Yeah.
Like in the moment, you're thinking, if I get this wrong, if I guess wrong, we're done. We're not in competition anymore.
Yeah.
Right. So the idea that I'm going to choose the safe option rather than the aggressive option is exactly what WRL is supposed to instill in drivers. That is exactly what we're all here to accomplish.
Yeah. It was it was a guaranteed, 15 seconds wasted time.
Yep.
Versus a potential throw away a lap.
Yep.
It was still double caution. It was still first full course
Oh,
yellow.
it was full course
It was
yellow.
full course yellow.
Oh.
So as soon as I got out the other
Yeah.
side, I got to fly.
Yeah.
The whole. So it was really just that, but it was very stupid.
I was gonna say though, if you took a penalty for diving pit out, pit in,
that would have been extra.
That would have
but
been
nobody was around,
Yeah,
so that's
gotcha,
why I
gotcha,
felt
gotcha.
okay
Yeah,
doing
yeah,
that.
yeah.
But like, yeah, no, like I fully was like, I don't remember what white flag means in the context of this race.
I don't think I was
All that
ever
ends
taught
well, right?
what white flag means. I thought white flag was last lap. Yeah.
Well, and if I was anywhere else on the track, I would have had time
to think
or to
Yeah,
see another car still out or
Yeah.
something. I had 100 yards to go in, out, in, and that was it. Yeah, but I'm an idiot. It happens.
Hey man.
Maybe the Screaming Goat guys paid off the Cayman to come down the pit lane.
Dude,
just to mess with
it did. Fortunately, it did not cost us position because that guy was tied up in the parade. But it was funny. I had passed this Miata right before the caution, but then because of coming through, I'm back out, and now I'm stuck behind the Miata. That guy must have been so confused.
So yesterday, I don't know that I want to say this too loudly. Yesterday there was one of the Stratus prototype cars got shuffled back in the pack, had taken an early pit stop on the second full course yellow of the day, I think. But they were trying to get their track position back. So they were coming into the pit lane, putting a gallon of fuel in the car, sending it on its way, but because the field was accordioning here on the front straightaway and cars were basically coming to a stop, they were actually picking up positions, coming into the pit and stopping,
That's great.
and then carrying on. So they
It took them less time to get through the pit than the pace.
They were
car.
just cruising at 35,
Wow.
stopping their pit stall for 5
Yeah,
or 6
if you're
seconds,
on
and
the
then carry
brakes.
on.
Yeah.
But if they're slowing down to 5-10 miles an hour on the front straightaway,
See, that's
they were passing.
PK 40 chest.
He was talking about doing something like that.
That is the fun thing about Tommy.
It
like,
worked.
I was like, hey, when you did showroom stock, was that like the hyper cheater era? And he's like, oh, bro, yeah. And
You're
like,
not cheating, you're not trying.
well, I knew a guy. They had like a Dodge, was it Shadow? I think it was a Shadow, and they put the boost controller for the turbo on the interior light dimmer.
Okay.
And I always thought that was the most brilliant thing because you gotta like look at the wiring to figure that out.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah. So it was very cool. Very cool.
I do miss when if I was building a car today, I would want to have a boost knob, a big red knob that says boost on it. You know, we need like a little theater in our cars. Like all weekend cars should have like an aircraft series of aircraft toggles.
Yeah,
that have
do
to
something.
flip.
Yeah.
Back in my friend Larry Casilla, car care products. Back in the day, his Fox body had a completely unnecessary roof-mounted switch panel.
Yeah.
So it was 3 toggles and a red button to start the car. The key was like fine. Like it was...
If I ever get my my 914 back, I bought a toggle switch Jewish space laser.
Yes. Fire.
Yeah.
That's the M3, right? That's not us.
That's not
us. Okay.
got a wing.
When all the cars are green.
Yeah,
I know it mess you up.
Yeah.
Even if it were you guys would be in the window for your last pit stop of the day, right?
We
Hour
have
and 10 minutes.
we have enough fuel. So Tommy got in with hour 45 to go.
You guys can do it to the
Our
end.
strategy is
No
go
more
to the
stops.
end and the goat has to make a stop.
Yeah,
That's
they
our
sure do.
That is our strategy to
Sure
potentially
do.
win the race.
Wow, I didn't realize you guys were in that window. I thought it was just we'll top off.
No, dude, I
Short our last pit stop. That is
doubled, and then
remarkable.
during all the cautions, I was driving like super fuel economy, like high
Yeah.
gear. I was driving around like 2,000 RPM the whole way
See,
to stretch
if you
it
have
out.
an 8-speed transmission,
You got 8 gears.
right?
Yeah.
Actually, that's what we should on the back straights.
You just loaf it. Yeah, I was just chilling. I put it in D. It was nice. It was nice.
Excellent.
Yeah, it was the first time I've ever put a race car in D on the track.
That's great.
Have you guys fed your boy Mike Gorman with any ideas for new platforms, new race cars based on your
No,
experience?
we have given him some ideas.
Yeah?
Yes.
Yes, but nothing. It mostly involves like coffee.
It involves the craft services.
It involves like half and half versus whatever they
Yes,
have.
the speed of data transfer on their video
SD
programs.
Yeah. We're kind of weirdos, but yeah.
The important thing.
I have fought with the radio this whole weekend.
Only you.
Only me.
Only
so
you,
so
yeah.
yesterday
Of
my
all the
like
things.
headphone, my earbud thing like came out, so I lost that. Today my 1/4 inch came out on the track, so I couldn't hear. So fortunately there was a caution. I was able to like mess with it and get it working. Then Zach's battery dies, so we lose his end.
Yeah.
So
Holy cow.
Then his battery doesn't get so we're back there, and I'm 50 feet behind that M3 for the lead in a full course caution, and the only car in between us is another open throttle car, and I'm trying to say, Zach, as soon as we go green,
tell him to go left.
Tell this guy to give me a point by just right now, and he doesn't hear me. He doesn't hear me. It goes green, and then all the prototypes like dive in because I don't hear him say green, and it was a disaster.
So it's better coffee, half and half, backup radio batteries.
Yes,
New radio strategy.
New radio
But
strategy.
no, it was hysterical yesterday because I get my, Zach's like, hey, I'm calling Matt in this lap, get your suit on. And I'm sitting there, and I'm, looking at my watch and looking at Zach, and he's like, I keep telling him, I don't know, he's not hearing. Then they send a guy out with the pit board.
Yeah.
And then missed him. And so I was like, can I take my helmet off? Because I'm sweating. It's really hot at this point. He's like, leave it on. So I sat there in my stupid helmet for 30 minutes before Matt finally
I wasn't trying to do a 1.5, but I had enough gas.
Yeah.
I didn't see a board, so I was like, well, I assume someone will figure this out eventually and tell me when to come in.
Yeah.
Eventually, I did learn that it was my headset that wasn't working and my mic worked.
Oh.
So I was saying, I'm gonna come in 3. I'm gonna come in. So when I came in, they were ready, but they didn't say they couldn't say no, come in now.
But I will say it was weird. He's like, because he's talking, but he's not listening. And I'm like, well, that's Matt, but
metaphorically and literally in this case. There's a difference between doesn't listen and is unable to listen.
Right.
Doesn't listen and can't hear. Not the same things. Yeah.
So if you don't mind me asking, what has Tato thought of all this?
He's having a good time.
Loving it?
Tato's having a good time.
Awesome.
Yeah, he's having a good time.
Yeah.
I mean,
he's a puppy.
Sure.
I mean, the most. How do I put this? Sat there with each of us last night, and I was like 4 glasses of wine in when he was he was trying to teach me something, so it didn't go well with me. But I'm sitting there with Matt and TK, and he loves everything about racing.
No.
He loves, here's what to do, and he does that coach thing where he'll be showing Matt his pedal positions. He's like, so we're doing this right here, we're doing that, and we're all one. And he's so earnest and joyful. It's pretty contagious. He kind of brings everybody's mood up. He's always in a good mood.
Yeah.
And he's so happy. It's crazy.
He's happy just to be out and racing. But if we win, I imagine he'll be exceptionally happy.
Yeah.
But I actually did learn some things, from looking at him.
Sure, yeah.
I was so mad last night because
he punched. Do you know you punched yourself in the head 4 times? Do you remember that?
No.
I was like,
better with a head than something else. But no, I've only ever wheel-to-wheel raced slow cars.
Yeah.
And really low powered cars. This is the first car I've raced that really has the power to spin the wheels properly and get really get big oversteer. And I've been coached so many times on you're only ever accelerating or braking. You're never coasting. And actually, if the car is kind of fast and you're running on street tires, you're totally coasting.
Yeah.
You're totally doing maintenance throttle. You're totally doing light little braking stuff.
Yeah.
And so I've been lied to for 2 decades.
So that's what you said. You're like, I've been lied to. And you kick yourself in the head 4 times.
It was your fault.
Yeah, it was crazy. It's so annoying.
Yeah.
It's so annoying.
Yeah, but you got it together.
Because the way that felt right is the way that everybody was telling me not to do it.
So, I not to go down a sim racing rabbit hole here, but the proliferation of iRacing, I think, over the years has taught drivers, because that specific sim platform doesn't like coasting or maintenance throttle or whatever you like. It requires you to either be on the throttle or off the throttle. Right? I don't know if it's the way it simulates the diff. I've never been able to figure it out.
I cannot
roll speed in iRacing.
That is the only reason I do decent.
Fascinating.
It also the same tires. It's great.
I hate iRacing.
Yeah, I do too.
I like playing video games, racing cars. I like Forza and stuff like that. But I cannot. 3 hours on the stupid sim to get to a 235.
Yeah.
Here in the real car, I did it on my 8th lap.
Yeah.
Like I could have done the same thing without the sim.
Also, I mean, what I can't stand, there's a way apparently now to turn it off, but like, you know, spending an hour trying to get 2 laps in to get your tires hot enough to like, actually put the throttle down.
Yeah, give me a warm fire start.
Yeah. Apparently, Tato told me you can actually do that now.
Should we give up our?
Well, that's up to you guys. You guys,
we do have to go down and be supportive of our team at some point. But
Joe's been incredibly patient over your shoulder there, and of all of the possible people to walk in here together at the same time.
The airtime.
We'll go. How about 5 more?
Talk
They
for a living.
should give these guys podcasts,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Crazy.
we literally talk for a living, Joe.
I think we're following this.
Do you want to? We've been talking about nothing important. Do you want to give us an update on the race, Brendan? Here, Joe. Grab some cans, dude. Just get down on it. Why waste? Why give away what you could sell?
We'll talk. Get on the mic.
Yeah. What knob did you disguise in your car? Scrutineers, be sure to dyno card them.
Well, actually, so it came up also because Tommy did a lot of NASCAR, and I was like, have you ever been into the cheating room? So apparently, NASCAR has a football field-sized warehouse of all the cheats
that they've seized.
Yeah, so like lead fire bottles, lead helmets, lead radios.
Whoa.
That you just put the radio on the roof, like put a lead fire extinguisher in the car.
So funny.
Push it on there, then and like you put there's a helmet just on the seat. It's lead, weighs 80 pounds. And,
I remember seeing that picture of Dale somehow lifting the car with his foot. You ever see that one? Sticking his foot under the car. It's crazy.
Buzz showed you any collection of his NASCAR days? I'm sure he's got a few artifacts.
Am I on?
Yeah. You are, Joe. Joe Koenig, by the way. Owner.
Hey, Joe.
Well, I hear maybe no longer the owner of the 70 and the 71, the pusher of the program.
Yeah, we do have a commitment for the cars to continue
Thrilled
on.
to hear that.
Oh, these are the 911s.
So
the 911s, right?
The 7-1 is trying to unlap itself. It's going to have to get past the 6-0 of Stratus. I don't know what happened with their strategy, but they won yesterday. But yeah, the Cup cars have been fabulous, and we want that program to continue in WRL. They're usually never the fastest cars. They are just the most consistent.
Yeah.
There's no belt. There's no intercoolers. There's no nannies to go wrong. There's no, and that was the main reason I decided to go with a .2 was I ran with Catesby 2 years ago here, and we also did Sebring, and the Thunder Bunny team was next to us in the garage here 2 years ago, and Catesby had 3 cars, and they were just working on the cars constantly. They're coming in for overheating, coming in for air bubble. You got an air bubble, you got this, you got that. You go back out, you come back. I mean, Thunder Bunny was constantly just, they're great cars, but these are 8-hour races. I met up with Buzz and Brad and that night, and they're a Porsche team, and I'm a Porsche guy, BMW Porsche guy, and I'm like, let's think outside the box. What are we going to do? He's like, well, I got the 997. I'm like, I got a 992 Cup. He's like, well, that would be too wrong for the series. Why don't we find something in between? And we found a Garage Queen .2, which is on the track right now.
That's the blue and white or the black?
The white one.
The white one.
Yeah, red, white, and blue. So that was a Garage Queen out of California. It had 1 hour on the engine.
Holy cow.
And 20 hours on the chassis for 2019. Wow. It was just a father-son weekday car.
That seems like a good use of money.
We've got the same engine in it. We have basically 300 hours on that engine.
Wow.
It's detuned.
We were yesterday talking about how you had to modify that car to race in this series.
Yeah.
What do you have to do to that car to get it WRL legal?
Well, the secret sauce is Steve Mace Engineering cracking the code on the ECU. So cracking the code on the ECU so that you can properly detune the car and optimize the fuel mileage.
Yeah.
was really the key. And then, of course, we had to find the balance between the weight and the power.
Yeah. So,
the 9 to
it's
1
mostly software. It's basically a fuel economy tune that you're running in
Right.
this race car.
Well, I mean, we have a restrictor in it. We have 5 different size restrictors, and we have a tune, and we have a shit ton of weight. So I
Lead
mean,
fire
a lot of
Yeah.
weight.
You've got your driver wearing a lead helmet.
We've got everything you mentioned in that room. We have. Yeah, we've
good.
got the 40-pound drink
perfect.
bottle.
Yeah, that's what you
You
want.
know,
Yeah,
we've
yeah.
got everything. In fact, I don't think there's a car out here that really complies with the weight rules exactly the way they're written, because as you win,
We do. Our team does.
well, okay, sure,
we do it by having fat drivers.
yeah, that's
It's a
not my problem.
time-honored strategy.
Matt and I are over 500 pounds.
No, but really, I mean, you win a race, you got to add 70 pounds. You know, GTO, you win another race, you're adding another 70 pounds. So if you bring a car in that's right on the edge of, okay, this much weight, this much power, it's perfect. So you win.
Right.
Now what do you do?
Yeah, yeah.
Are you adding weight or are you cutting power? You know, and if you really, if the scrutineering was really that tight, it wouldn't be any fun.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? You're
Yeah.
taking all the fun out of it. Because all right, wait.
Because you're making a winning cars unwinnable very quickly.
Exactly, yeah. You're taking a 6-cylinder car and knocking another 50 horsepower
Sure.
out of it. You know, so I know that the 41 Porsche, they were using a throttle stop unsuccessfully. They kept coming in high, and you know, they obviously didn't have the technological capability of getting into that ECU, and that's not something we were going to give up that easy. We spent a lot of money to get that.
Yeah, sure.
So it's kind of like Joe's secret sauce. You know, are we willing to share it? Not yet.
I mean, you guys
unless you're going to pay.
pretty fundamentally re-engineered a 991 Cup.
We
right?
did.
Pretty fundamentally, yeah.
And it is the most consistent car out there. There's 400 of them out there in this country. There easily could be 60 of them out here next year.
Yeah, sure.
If WRL really wanted it that way. And I got to tell you, they're a shit ton of fun.
So if you know,
easy to drive.
Money in, money out, and consumables, are they a reasonably affordable car to run? Are they insanely expensive to run?
On paper, they're scary expensive. But in reality, we got 300 hours on an engine. I mean, you know.
You never lost an engine?
No, we blew a spark plug out at Sebring.
Sebring, yeah, I remember.
I started the race on Sunday, and hour 15 in, it went. I'm like, we blew it up finally.
Yeah,
and we parked it, and Matt was yelling. We pulled into the pits, and Matt, as I just pull into pits, Matt's yelling, "Put a spark plug in it! Put a spark plug in it!" And we're like, "Wow, we blew it up." He's like, "You got nothing to lose." Well, he was freaking right.
Yeah,
if we would have put a spark plug in it right there in pit lane, we would have been a lap or two down. We would have still been in the
race,
fight.
yeah.
We parked it though. So we had 2 DNFs with the car, and both were self-parked. We ran it out of fuel, leading in Road Atlanta, and that would cost us 5-6 laps.
Yeah.
And it was just the fact that with the points stacking up, we had throwaways. It's like, all right, well, don't put any hours on the car.
Yeah.
The car has never malfunctioned.
I apologize. I've just been called back down to the pit. And not to go back in the car. Okay. We have guests I have to entertain. But Brendan, thank you very much for having us. Joe,
thank you.
Pleasure.
Good talking.
Thank you guys.
You got a
Appreciate
great.
How is? Just give me an update on Tommy before I walk out the door. What's my boy doing? Tommy Kendall in our race car.
There you go. I love
bringing
it.
it home.
TK.
Potentially for the win.
P2, 58.5 seconds behind the 29.
Okay. 58.5.
Yep.
Okay. If they
The
stop.
last lap was a 35.2 compared to the Screaming Goats 35 flat.
Awesome.
So
all
last lap
right.
2 wide. So it's
Nice. Go
What
TK.
color was? Here's a question for everyone. Don't spit it out right away. What color was Tommy Kendall's Trans Am World Challenge cars? Come on, everyone should know this. What
yes.
color? Vipers, right?
Aren't they white? No.
Come on, didn't he have
bodies were
a signature
white.
color? You have to come back up and tell. I thought it was green.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
hey, we'll see.
Oh,
there goes the 10. Spinning into turn, I believe, 7 there. Driver's right.
We're all looking at each other. I gotta be honest with you.
yeah. We're not looking at the screen.
All right, you guys go get
All
out.
right. We'll
Thank
see you guys
for
later.
stopping
Thanks so
by.
much.
Johnny Lieberman, Matt Farah.
Good luck.
Go do the entertaining thing. We're going to sit here with Joe Koenig for.
I don't know if I could be as fun as those two. They were on it.
You know, put a couple of years into a podcast. I'm sure you get there someday. No, you're great. Thank you for stopping by, Joe.
Oh,
Appreciate it.
you're
And
welcome.
Your patience as well. So, as we approach, I want to be careful here. Can you put into your own words just like what this whole experience has been like, from the motivation to do it in the first place, to getting the cars together, putting them out on track, going and winning championships, working with Brad and with Cole and with Josh? I mean, it really has been, as we said yesterday, an era-defining program for World Racing League. I mean, It's just been the most visible, the most competitive, and for us, the most fun cars out there. And I'd love to get your perspective on what the whole experience has been like.
That is absolutely cool that you asked me that, and that's why I'm here. I wanted to. That's exactly what I wanted to talk about.
Grab a seat.
Let me grab my water. Hold on one second.
Yeah.
Just real quick, 29 hits from the lead in GP1.
That is right as Johnny and Matt leave. All right, so that'll be the GP1 race. Go ahead, Joe.
Absolutely. Hey, great question. Little quick story on me. I am a motorsports maniac. Was a pro stock motorcycle drag racer.
Oh, wow.
So I went up through the ranks in motorcycle. I ran a super comp bike, which is an 890 index. And then I ran a Top Gas Suzuki, which was 820, and not far off of what the pro stockers were running. They were running 720, 7.2 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
So I decided in 1999 to go pro and run a pro stock motorcycle.
Okay.
So I did that. Actually, I think it was 98. So I did that 98, 99, 2001, 2002.
Okay.
I missed the chance in 02. I was lucky enough to set the record at 7.029. And when I and that was in qualifying. And when I rolled back to the trailer, Richmond, Virginia, Dinwiddie, actually, the track in Virginia, there was a big sign on the side of my trailer that said, "Way to go, 7-0 Joe."
Nice.
Oh! So the nickname started right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was May 4th, 2002. 7-0 Joe started. So it's kind of stuck. When I went car racing, I started putting 7-0 on every.
I've seen your social media handles. That's where I made the connection. 7-0 Joe.
Yeah. So 7-0 is kind of the lucky number.
Yeah.
Anyways, so I retired in 02. I put Gino Scali on the bike. He was a local guy, Palatine, Illinois. Younger, lighter, smarter, better looking, way better looking. And we absolutely rock started in our first year as a team. We brought crew chief from Grand Island, New York, Earl DeGlopper. Earl DeGlopper came from Paul Gass' team from Grand Island.
Okay.
And Earl and Gino and I we bought engines from Vance and Hines, and we ended up winning the NHRA Pro Stock Motorcycle Championship 2002.
Awesome.
It was great, except, and we were so proud, the Harleys, the Vance and Hines Harleys, were, if you know a little bit about this, or you know nothing about it.
Vaguely.
So this is when Harley Davidson put $5 million a year into pro stock motorcycle, into NHRA. And the Harleys then came out and won like 7 out of 9 championships in a row.
Okay.
So, but anyways, I was retired. In 2006, I did a Skip Barber racing school with my daughter, and I was hooked on car racing.
Very cool.
I got 3 hours a day in a car and versus 7 seconds at a clip. So in a whole season, I did 1 hour and 20 minutes of seat time with the engine running.
Was this in the Formula cars?
No. Yeah, that was in the Formula cars.
Okay.
Yep. Did the school. I did 2 races. And then I joined, I live in Chicago area, so I joined Audubon Country Club.
Mm-hmm.
And
would have been pretty new at the time, right?
Yeah, it was pretty new at the time. Very new at the time, yep. And connected up with Mark Bowden, his
Fall
sister.
Line, right?
Yep, Fall Line Motorsports.
Very
his sister and my wife knew each other from the school our kids went through.
Okay.
So, and his sister one day says, "Your husband needs to meet my brother Mark." And well, shit, that was a very expensive and good meeting though. So at that point, Mark's like, you know, you're a businessman, you're a father. We got to put you in a safe car.
Yeah.
So we're going to build you a E46.
Cool.
So we built a badass E46. While it was being constructed, it's a wide body, and we put a 5-liter S62 in there. So
very nice.
it's Trent Hinman won the runoffs in 2016. So if you go to the SCCA runoffs YouTube channel, it was ranked number 10 on the all-time win list of most exciting runoffs wins. And they said it would have ranked higher, except for it finished under yellow. The last 2 laps, and Andrew Aquilante and Trent Hinman put on a freaking show. They were wheel to wheel, door to door.
You said this was T1?
GT2.
GT2.
Yeah,
Got
this
it.
is
Yeah.
the GT2.
Got
So
it.
in Road America, the car runs like a 212.
Okay.
It's fast.
Yeah.
So
it's very cool.
But anyways, you know, I've ran a lot of SCCA. There's a lot of contact. You got a $20 trophy, and I'm racing a German car with carbon fiber body work, wide body. You touch the damn thing, you know, and it wrinkles and crinkles, and you just killed a $10,000 fender. So that's why I decided to come give WRL a trial. So I visited WRL 4 or 5 years ago every time they came to Road America, and I was a little turned off because there's still some spec Miatas out there. And the closing speed between the top GTO cars, and at that time, you know, I did not know round 3, but I saw the G82, where the F82 BMWs were dominating. The older, the F80,
the previous gen. Yep.
The F82s. But I also saw the slower cars. I'm just like, man, I'm so tired of this with SCCA, because they put us out there with, you know, GT2, GT3, and then, you know, there's some GT3 cars that can barely get around the track.
Yeah, sure.
You know, they're 80 years old and tube chassis, and they're cool, but they run like shit. Now, some of them run real good. Anyways, I decided to come out, and Josh has been a friend of mine since he was 15 years old.
This is Josh Balicki.
Josh Balicki. Yep. Yeah. So we can talk a little bit about that. But Josh and I came, Road America, talked to Kate Spee, and we set up a
full course yellow, by the way. This is for one of the open throttle BMWs. I think 69, which is into the pit lane now. Yeah. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
To clear that up.
Someone's cleaning up a big.
Oh my!
Fire
yeah, there is
extinguisher.
something a conflagration, I would call it. Down
Someone's
there in the
cleaning
pit lane.
up some fire extinguisher powder. But long story short, you know, we decided to do a couple races with Catesby, and I just fell in love with the series. I really did. Decided that if I'm going to do it, I wanted to have a consistent car. And that's where we came up with the concept of the .2. And obviously, it's proven itself to be a very good decision.
So why go that pathway? Why re-engineer a car basically from the ground up to do something it wasn't designed to do, rather than to take a GT4 proven like the G82, like the Supra, you know, something like that? I mean, you guys really went down a fundamentally different pathway in order to make this all happen, right?
We did. And, you know, to answer that question, Steve Mason was capable of cracking the code.
Yeah.
And he is the strategy engineer for Round 3 Racing. So had I not went down and met Buzz and Brad, I didn't even meet Steve at the time. And then we had a phone meeting with him about the idea of doing the .2. And he's like, oh yeah, just buy the car, pull the ECU out, and I'll work on it. He literally takes the whole thing apart, and he's pinning every wire and connection.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, reverse engineering. That, and he cracked the code. Now there's a few guys out there that have cracked the code. But those guys are all making power. Guys that have .2s, they want to beat their buddy at thermal.
Yeah.
You know, they're like, hey, give me 40 horsepower. You know, we're like, hey, we need 100. We need 100 less horsepower.
Yeah, right.
So Steve was the secret sauce that this, you know, it was the deciding factor to go that route. And he's our strategist, and he's just been great. It's been actually just a wonderful friendship formed between myself and Cole Lofsgaard, who I never even knew who he was. And Brad, you know, after we said we're going to go, he's like, hey, listen, would you consider, if you need a non-paying driver, really freaking good. If you consider, because I already had Josh as a non-paying driver, okay? And I was like, wow, I don't know, let's try this guy out, you know? So the first race of the year, he wasn't available, and I had Rob May. He's a Honda Motorsports technician.
Okay.
Had Rob May last year at Barber. We had Rob May in the car with Josh and I, and then Cole. I met him for the first time in Mid-Ohio. Well, shit, we sweep the weekend. So I'm like, okay, I like this guy.
Right.
He pays his own way there, right?
Oh, wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, both him and Josh. So a lot of people talk about pro drivers and this and that.
Yeah.
Both of those guys, Josh I don't pay Josh.
Wow.
My gift to Josh is he gets to do this for free.
Of course, yeah.
And he invests his own time and his own money to get here and to drive a race car with no incurred cost out of his own pocket, other than airfare and rent a car. And I cover some hotel. And there's times when I'm covering, travel expenses.
Sure, yeah.
So, and the same thing with Cole. Both of those guys investing their time to be in the car. So, both guys invest their time and money to be in the car.
Sure.
And they're within 1/100 of a second of each other.
I mean, they are investing,
They are,
right?
They're not only are they investing. I'm the lucky guy. They're both amazing race car drivers.
I'm sure they both have a level of awareness of race cars and race car development as well that has allowed the program to just be pushed further and further. Giving feedback to you, to Brad, to the engineers, to Steve, whoever it might be.
Right.
Okay, how do we make this thing even better?
Yeah, and that's
to turn it into what is essentially a giant killer, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And Cole is going to go pro next year. Go ahead. Cole is going to go pro next year. He's going to get in the IMSA paddock.
Yeah,
I don't know if it's pro, but he's going to get into the IMSA paddock with the Mustang Challenge.
We've been fortunate enough to be friends with Cole and to kind of see his career development in WRL. He does a lot of racing in Brazil, obviously, as well. He did some Lamborghini Super Trofeo stuff a couple of years ago. And just to watch his growth across different cars, different platforms, different opportunities, he goes, seizes it, and kills it. And I'm really excited to see what he does next year. And, to some degree, there is and I know Cole appreciates it as well, but I don't know that we would have gotten to see Josh doing WRL racing, Cole doing more as consistent racing as he does, and pushing WRL forward the way that he does, if not for the Trimtex Porsche program. It's really been a very, very cool program. And like I said, one that I think when we look back on after our next 5 years of covering WRL, look back on it and say this was a really cool era of GTO racing.
Well, thank
so we
you.
do have you to thank for a lot of that, which I really
Well, you're very welcome. I'm glad we could bring some. Here we go, restart.
It's never not exciting.
Yeah, green.
With just about 42 minutes left on the clock here.
And a couple good battles going. GTO for sure is a battle. You got the 2-car and the 70 right now going up into turn 1 inside of about 6 cars.
So from the 60 all the way back to the 77 are all cars on the overall lead lap. GTO and GTU cars all together. There's a pack of them headed down the hill. You guys are obviously leading GTO. 4th overall, ahead of the number 2 ACP Tangerine guy. And you said you raced with Kate Speed before, so there's a little bit of history there as well, right? With
absolutely.
you and the ACP guys?
Oh, I'd love, and I want to do look at this. I want to do
wide.
a shout out. Yeah, this is amazing racing. This is what I love about WRL. To see a guy like Cole come in here from a T2 SECA program, putting wheels on his own car, getting the opportunity to drive with Brad and with Lonnie and with Sarah and doing all, just like the maturation of his path through WRL. I mean, the owner of WRL, RJ, everyone involved with WRL, DriversEye Live. I mean, you guys, everyone here, the fact that you're proud of him is great, and you should be. He's the poster child of what can you do if you really just keep applying yourself, and he's got a day job. I mean, this guy's got a full-time job.
Yeah.
He's not a pro. There's no PRO in Cole Lofsgaard yet. Now, Josh, 248 starts in NASCAR.
He's
He is a pro.
Yep.
And not only is he a pro, but he's just the nicest guy.
Yeah.
And he's a great racer in NASCAR. He always brings the car. He always he's the guy that takes care of the equipment. He doesn't have the best motor. He's out there running around in 15th or 20th and just doing his best job. Josh's only fault is he doesn't have a rich dad.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mike. I love his dad like a brother. No, we're all friends. Mike Balicki was my customer for many years. That's how we connected.
Ooh. As the 99 gets shoved out a little wide there on the exit of 18 into 19.
I'm sorry to butt
go
in.
ahead.
I just want to say thank you, WRL. It's been an amazing 2 years. I'm going to take a little bit of a break.
Okay.
Go travel with my wife. That's why the main reason to sell the program and hopefully keep it going in WRL and even inspire more teams to, now that we've clinched a championship and we've done, we had a great year. We want to share. We want to get more teams involved.
Sure.
And if people want to buy .2s and they're out there now, price dropped on them, but you can buy them for 160, 180K, which is 100 less than a GT4 car.
Yeah.
They're badass cars. I mean, they handle good. They do everything right. No, they don't have traction control. And, yes, in the rain, you have a bit of a disadvantage if it's really raining out there. But, boy, consistent as all get out.
Yeah.
And I'm not knocking the Bimmers. I'm not knocking the Aston Martins. Obviously, the Mercedes team was, they showed everyone how to do it right last year.
Yeah.
I mean, those things were amazing. The fact that the aero and the cornering, we could not match them in a lot of areas. We just had to just keep plugging away.
Yeah.
I mean, we won 4 races last year, and they're not here this year.
Yeah.
And we win 10 or 10 plus.
Sure. Yeah.
The
battles last year with the NFC guys were just tremendous.
Yeah.
It was really a lot of fun to watch with 2 really heavily prepared and meaningfully prepared cars that were just designed to go WRL racing. And seeing 2 cars that are just at the summit of maximizing the rules and doing what the platform allows you to do is stuff like that is always fun. And ultimately, to some degree, it's what racing is about, right? From an engineering perspective, for sure. This is really throw some weight around and find those incremental gains to get yourself to a place where it's fast, it's consistent, it's comfortable for you, it's comfortable for Josh and for Cole and whoever else is behind the wheel. And it's obviously paid off. It's just been a really cool program to watch and have as part of the series.
Yeah. Obviously, us and NFC and Catesby, ACP team, and all the good teams, GTR. And I mean, there's so many friends that we've met through the years. Whenever one of us steps it up, it puts the challenge for the rest of us to why are their pit stops better than ours? All right, we got to figure some shit out, And NFC did that. NFC really kicked our ass at times, and it made us go back to the drawing board and try to be even better.
Yeah.
And now, we're decent fueling. We're not the fastest. And that's one area where I think throwing a suggestion out there for WRL, it would be smart if they just team up with Fuel Safe or whoever and have Fuel Safe make a restrictor that goes at the end of the bottle, visual, right?
Yeah.
And stopping everyone from having to have fluid dynamics engineers working on, because I'm sure that's what NFC did. They were, they were kicking our butts. They were 20 seconds a pit stop quicker just on fueling. Well, if you do that 8 times, 7 times, I mean, that's a lot to make up for. It would be cool.
Absolutely.
It would be cool to see that maybe be considered. I mean, I've raced Thunderhill 4 times. We won it in 2017 with Josh and with Britt Casey and Cameron Castles from
what
Canada.
team?
We were Eurosport.
Oh, okay.
Out of Autobahn. So we brought our little MX-5 Cup car out there, and we won the E1 class in 2017. Yeah.
Very cool.
But that program, everyone had to use the exact same bottle.
Yeah.
You were able to put 1 tire on and 10 gallons of fuel in it.
Yep.
We were lucky that we were a lot of E46, spec E46s, and we were just better on fuel by 2 laps.
Sure.
That little Mazda, we did less shifts so we could save the trans, and But I like that part. I did. I would like to see, RJ and the gang maybe figure out the fueling and team up with Fuel Safe. And all they got to do is put a red restrictor in there. And then all you have to do is check it with a lollipop.
Sure.
If someone's going to bore it out, everyone can bore out. I mean, what's stopping a team right now to try to kick our butt from pulling the restrictors out for the last pit stop?
Yeah.
I
I know the pit marshals down there do a great job. I think when you look back at the history of racing categories just across the board, every category in the history of racing, except for in its current state, GT3, has spent itself out of existence. Right? Everybody kind of agrees to find this vague budget and performance target. Everybody kind of rides in the same area, and then somebody comes in and just outspends everybody. Right? They find all those little incremental gains that add up to be big gains. And you end up with a problem where everybody's now got to go spend, at Le Mans, it was $200 million a year to go chase Peugeot, and then chase Audi, and then chase Toyota. And it just repeated itself until the categories were dead, right? So you had to get some amount of that under control. To WRL's credit, this is...
Yeah, we got some battles going on out there. Go ahead, to WRL's credit.
To WRL's credit, they've done a fantastic job
I think so, too.
leaving the rule book open for people to go find these gains if you want. And to be smarter and more clever than maybe the people around you. But cost is always a concern, right? It always has been in racing. And, maybe there is a window there to look at ways to say, okay, rather than allowing people to go spend thousands of dollars to build a better mousetrap, we can ask some people to spend a couple of $100s and even the playing field a little bit. It's an interesting thought and one that I think still allows people like yourself, who obviously likes to tinker. I mean, you wouldn't have been involved in drag racing if it weren't an engineering exercise as much as a racing exercise.
True that.
But allows all of those little engineering tasks to continue without requiring that people go chase the thousands of dollars type solution. It's an interesting thought.
And thank you. And I care about the series. I'd like, I'm just making a suggestion that could make it a little bit more affordable for people and kind of even out the playing field a little bit. So, you've got your 20 BMWs out there all running good, but as one team, 20 seconds quicker on a fuel stop, because they've figured out the secret sauce. Now, should they be penalized? I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there.
I gotcha.
NHRA drag racing, when we ran Vance and Hines engines for 3 years, they were $25,000 a pop. Now they're $78,000 a pop. Yeah, 22 years later.
Triple the cost.
Yeah, the cost. There's your battle for GTO 7-0.
Off the final corner. We've been following it around.
The number 2 is a second and a quarter back. I mean, it's a great battle. And I don't think Billy's in the car. Or is Billy in the car?
It does show Billy Johnson now.
So now you got Josh Palicki and Billy Johnson. They could be putting a show. And here we are, the 7-1 that won yesterday. They're still a lap down. I don't know. I really don't know what happened with the strategy, but they had a long pit stop. Something fumbled in one of the pit stops.
Good day yesterday.
They won
all kind of absolutely.
Yeah, rent a car and go win a WRL. I mean, my goodness.
Yeah. Joe Koenig, thank you for stopping by and giving us some of your time. Thanks for your patience earlier. Come by and see us again sometime.
Yeah, absolutely.
Find yourself out in your travels. I know that the Porsches won't be out there under the Round 3 banner with Joe Koenig attached to them, but it's been great to have you along for the last couple of years in the series. And
thank you.
If you get the chance, come by and say hi again.
Thank you. And I will buy a seat. I'll come back out. I have a place right by Road America, so there's always a chance I can pop a seat. And if and when I do that, I'll come up and say hi to you.
Fantastic.
And you've done a great job. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joe. Appreciate your time.
As said, we have been big fans of the Round 3 racing program this year with those Porsche Cup cars. Been absolutely solid in GTO, and we're seeing that on our screens now as the fight continues between the 70 and the 2 for the lead in GTO, as it has been.
It's been ridiculous, JT.
It absolutely has been. And just slightly further behind them, unfortunately, the GTR has been dropping back a bit.
Yeah, but it's could be setting us up a bit for the battle with the Kingpin 77, although that's gone out a touch. Out to 12 seconds now.
We'll keep an eye on that. GTU is quite hot. Between the 60, the 908, and the 58 are all within 5 seconds of each other. I believe It's about a 2-second gap between the 60 and the 908, and another 2.5 seconds back to the 58. I believe they're coming across the line now. Yeah, so all three cars there, you know, with the final 30 minutes to go in this race, GTU is definitely undecided. I did want to update us on GP1. Screaming Goat Racing had come on pit lane just before the full course yellow, and they, unfortunately, their positioning where the safety car came out did not help them. And they have basically come out in second place, and they are about 2 minutes or so behind the 62. Also have a report of the 678 stopping in turn 12 on driver's right. Do we still have that camera, Jordan? There it is.
There it is. Yeah, right in the travel trap.
That might be a problem.
Unless it can continue under its own power here, JT, I fear that you are right. Everybody's got to be careful here. This is a local yellow. Oh,
keep going. You can do it. You could. Come on, little buddy. Come on.
Slightly wonky at the right rear there.
That might have just been the curbing.
Not
this
going
is going to be awkward. Coming through the shot here, 17. Very odd note. During the full course yellow pit stops, the 17 came in to pit. The 10 was right there with the hood off and everybody surrounded it. There was nobody there for the 17, so the 17 driver just pulled in and pulled out. Keep going.
All right.
So that was quite interesting. And yeah, as you mentioned, there was a very small brief fire on pit lane. I believe that was from slightly too much fuel spill out of the S Collective Racing Porsche Cayman.
Oh, interesting.
The Porsche was released, continued on. Still third in GP1.
Yeah.
So, nothing too bad there, thankfully, because fires are always scary. We see them coming into shot there as they go up the hill through one.
For what it's worth, not to focus back in on the top of the field, but the Stratus 60 and 908 battle has really equalized since the last time we really took a close look at it. There was a time where I think we were maybe a little fearful that the 60 could romp away with this, doing laps in the 218s pretty consistently. But even the 908 has found some 19s consistently in the 19s, and the 60s come back up into the 219s as well. So that 3.5 second margin, such as it was last time across the line, I think is going to float right around in that window until we get to the checkered flag here in about 25 minutes time.
Agreed.
We had a pass for the lead. In GTO, excuse me, sorry, the number 2 pass, the 70 side by side down the hill through turn number 1. Again, this afternoon lighting makes it just a little tough. They're going to come up on some lap traffic here through turn 6. That is a BMW ahead of a Porsche. ACP leads round 3 racing. So after stalking the back of that 991.2 Cup for easily the last 45 minutes, if you include the full course yellow there, maybe longer, it has now gone the way, at least for the moment, of the number 2 ACP Tangerine BMW. They were side by side at the line. Move wasn't quite done, headed up the hill. Got it sorted out. Now that 70 should be good on the throttle here off of turn 11 with that weight way out over the rear axle. And indeed draws just about level with the rear bumper of that number 2. Get back in the draft. Wonder if the 2's got a bit more power here, but watch the number 70 on the brakes into turn number 12. Cole is not a desperate man. But it is an inviting passing opportunity if it's available for him. Thinks better of it. Just going to follow that number 2 around, at least for the time being. Remember, this is Billy Johnson. And, it's Josh in the car. Excuse me. Reported as, I'm so used to watching Cole Ofsgaard finish these races. It is reported as Josh Balicki. So, Billy Johnson, who definitely has IMSA starts. Does he have NASCAR starts? Josh Balicki, who definitely, obviously has NASCAR starts. This all happening now 18 seconds ahead of the GTR 99. BMW, which is just defending vaguely at the moment from the 77 Kingpin Racing Supra, and shouts to Kingpin and Cargo Shorts Racing and Rob Walker Racing, who find themselves just hanging off the edge of a podium in the season finale here at the Circuit of the Americas. 24 minutes on the clock at the U.S. Endurance Championship, 24 minutes on the clock in the 2025 season. It's been, I would say, a less fragmented day than yesterday. We've had our fair share of full course yellows and pauses to the action today, but man, is it delivering something special here in the closing minutes of the season. More traffic here for 2 and 70. They work to drivers left around one of the M2s there at turn number 6. A lap removed for that pass from that pass for the lead. I mean, there's so little to choose between these two cars. We look, you know, let's take the GP2 fight, for example, where, you know, we've seen the E46s and the Hyundai go back and forth in different parts of the track where there are strengths and weaknesses to each. It's very obvious where those strengths and weaknesses are. Those margins do not exist here. These are two tremendously equalized cars, and Jordan cuts to the turn 12 exit camera to show us exactly what these two drivers are going to be coming up on here in probably a moment's time, or probably a lap or two's time, excuse me.
Well, this is also important because at the very end of this gaggle here, you have the North Loop car and the Fawn Group Motorsports. They are fighting for third in GP2, and to my knowledge, the last time through, it was that Velociraptor that was sitting third in class, but that does not look to be the case at the moment. That is, if I'm seeing that correctly, as they come up to the line here. Meanwhile, Jordan does have a couple interviews for us. We can go ahead and put those on.
All right, I got Matt Stelflug here, the car chief of the 21 North Loop Motorsports BMW. Is that accurate?
That's right, Ryan. Good to talk to you.
Hey, not a problem. Happy to be here. So, yesterday, you guys crushed it, dominated. Today, it looked like you were on the wrong side of a couple yellows.
Yeah, that's right. Well, we got like really nice timing for the initial yellow of the day. That worked out well for us. Just timing of, relative to the overall leader and our own strategy. But then the next couple of pits that we took were just not beneficial for us and seemed quite beneficial to our main rivals. And then we just had another one to end the day effectively, and I put enough fuel in it to go fight because about 10 cars ahead of us in cycle is P3. So we've got a little work on our hands. We got Juan Carlos in the car who's more than capable of chasing down a short deficit to maybe try the podium.
Perfect. So not quite the double win you're looking for, but hoping to get back to the double podium.
Yeah, try a couple of trophies.
Perfect. A couple trophies to drive all the way back to Minnesota. Sounds nice to me.
That's right. Hey, we'll take what we can get, but it's really nice to see a strong GP2 field overall.
Mm-hmm. There's been a lot of GP2s around, so you guys have got the E46 that's in pretty good shape. I know you've been working on it a long time, putting new motors in, doing the whole nine. We're just starting to see, I think, the changing of the guard in GP2 to the Toyota 86. Is that compelling to you guys at all, or are you committed on E46?
I think as long as we're in GP2, we'll be running inline sixes.
Okay.
I'm happy to see the E36, E46 kind of still holding it down. Obviously, the Toyobaru is a nice package. I'm not sure it's proven to be as reliable. But anyway, who knows what the future holds.
Perfect. Well, we hope to see you again sometime soon, okay?
Yeah, thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
You. Yeah.
Now that was relevant, as we did see the North Loop Motorsport BMW move up into third in GP2 there. let's see, I believe we also have a short interview with Ryan Eversley on the NP01s. Oh, having a slight issue with that.
We do have a guest who's just popped up here, and we've pre-briefed this because we know we've got about 19 minutes left on the clock here. But the man has run a hell of an effort this season and this weekend. And as we come up to the final couple of minutes here, in the fight for a GTO podium with the customer entry, our friend Tyler Hoffman, appears out of the Kingpin Racing camp, out of the Cargo Shorts Racing. Are you officially Cargo Shorts Racing and Rob Walker Racing yet? Have they accepted you as one of their own? I gotta turn the right mic on.
What's up, everybody? I'd like to think so. I think so, yeah. I think I've been
indoctrinated.
I think so. Indoctrinated. A good word.
It's probably the right word.
Smarter than me. Yeah, I'd like to think so. I don't know. They haven't like set my socks on fire or anything. Or my cargo. I haven't been presented with a branded set of cargo shorts yet. So maybe not. Maybe it's still, you know, or maybe that's an off-season thing. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
I'd like to think so.
I mean, Kingpin 11 and 77. We've seen various iterations of these cars over the season. Right now, the 11 is maybe an ex-Thunder Bunny car. Is that right?
It is, yeah. This was a TBR car that was briefly a ATR car.
Right.
Originally, so it's cool. This car and then the CSR car
just headed up front straight now.
They were sister cars at Riley.
Okay.
They were then split up.
Yep.
They both had, they went kind of two different paths, and now they're back together with us.
Got it.
So
very
just
cool.
Riley 2.0.
That's cool. Kingpin Riley.
Kingpin.
Yeah, I like it.
Who knows? Who knows with this trajectory?
Are you the Bill Riley of sports car racing?
Oh, I can't. No, of course not.
Of course not. Okay. Oh, man, side by side here. That is the number 2, right up alongside, I think, the 927. Coming out at turn number 18, that is as close as you can get to touching, maybe without actually touching there. And all of this happening right in front of the number 70, who will go nose to tail to driver's left, pointed right at the camera, along start-finish, pointed right at Ryan West, walking along the pit photo lane. And they head up the hill again with Josh Balicki in the number 70, trailing every move that the number 2 and Billy Johnson make on these final laps of the 2025 season. The Rob Walker car, obviously the 77, has been, I'm sure, as much a social experience as it has been a motorsports and coaching experience. But the end result of all this is, after a pretty excellent year, including a podium back at Daytona in the Michelin Pilot Challenge race, find themselves fighting for their last podium of the season here as a crew. It's amazing.
It's incredible. Well,
bookend the season with amazing results.
We had 4 podiums at Daytona between IMPC and VP Challenge with Rob and the crew.
Yep.
And Sonical. And then we won IMPC at Mid-Ohio for the Bronze Cup.
That's awesome.
And then we had a podium at Road America Sunday, WRL. And now we are here again fighting for another podium with 15 minutes to go here at the championship. So it's been a freaking incredible year. These guys are driving so well, just having an awesome job, like having an awesome time. Like it's just such a good vibe and such a good experience. Like it's really incredible.
Is this something we are likely to see continuing into the future? We actually haven't talked to Sonical today. We haven't talked to Rob at all this weekend. Are we running this back in 2026?
We'll be back in 2026.
Awesome.
Yep, we'll be here. Kind of like in the same presence that we were here this year. We'll be running the races that we want to do, and we'll have our the Kingpin cars and the CS cars, and we'll all be we're running. We'll be running 2-3 cars all next year.
Supras still?
Yep, still Supras. Cool. And we'll be back for probably like 6 or 7 races next year. I think we've got on the calendar.
So you're just kind of sprinkling various projects across your chosen series, whether that's a VP or
So next year we do have a full season VP challenge entry.
Is that for you?
Not for me. No. We'll run VP challenge at IMSA next year. We'll have a part-time IMPC effort, which may or may not include me part-time. And then we'll be back here in WRL. And then we'll also we'll have a 1 to 2 car entry in Porsche Sprint Challenge.
Awesome.
In the Endurance Championship.
Yeah. Did you run any of that this season?
We did not. Nope.
Okay.
So we had another one of our clients bought one of Rob's 992s.
Oh, wow.
So We picked it up from KTR, and it's been an awesome car. And
Very nice.
We're starting to get. We'll have probably about half a dozen 992s in the next by the end of Q1. So we're moving, and we'll do some sprint challenge next year.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens.
You guys having to upgrade the shop at all, or are you just going to cram them all in there?
So we doubled our space in September, October.
Okay.
So we doubled our space here in the last quarter, and then we're gonna probably pick up a little bit more space when it becomes available. But next year we have plans to. There's a development coming across the street to Linear, across the street from Road Atlanta.
Okay.
And that'll be our future home.
Is that what Linear is becoming?
It is.
Oh.
Yeah, but that doesn't. To my understanding, I'm hoping, and I have some belief that the track isn't going away.
Okay.
I know it's there for the next year. Ground does not break on this new development to the end of 26.
Got it.
But I'm hoping, like, I've seen some different variations of the plans, and all of them have Linear in it.
Got it.
Just
Okay.
different capacities.
All right.
So.
All right. I'll let that ride. I'm okay with that. Are you going to Kyalami?
No.
Ah!
It's the same weekend as Daytona.
So we can. Oh, for the roar.
Yeah. But we are. We are going to have 2 to 3 cars for Daytona Fun Cup.
Well, so how is that going to work? Because I thought you had to run Kyalami in order to run Daytona at the end of the season.
I mean, you're supposed to, yes, sure. But if you do enough other races with them, I guess you can pull strings. If you know SOTA call, then you can make things happen. You just
I love it.
I love it. Like, okay, cool. Don't worry about it.
I mean, you guys have turned Kingpin Race I mean, I know it's a team effort, but also you are kind of the figurehead here. Like, it is a pretty remarkable thing to. I'm not even sure I was aware of Kingpin as a concept until we saw you run the VP Challenge race, I think, last year at Road Atlanta. And then it was like, oh, dude, this guy knows what he's doing. Like, you take a super program, a GT4 super program in WRL, it's competitive, but it's a tough series, and immediately you're up at the front of VP Challenge. Like, weekend 1, race 1, just right there, immediately. And everything since then has just been, you guys are fun to watch, you're fun to follow, and you just seem like you're really enjoying the hell out of going racing, which is like maybe the only important thing, right?
Yeah,
it seems awesome.
It's the right people. It all comes back to our people. And I might be the person that gets yelled at first, but it's truly it's the people that we have that make this happen. We have, like, Patrick's a freaking wizard.
Yeah.
We've got Mike, James, Garrett. We've got Phelan, Andrew, Carson, Preston, who's a new one, who's our new fifth full-time guy in the shop. I hear noises.
Yeah,
sorry,
we're
side by
overtaking
side here.
it to turn 11 for the GTO one.
Woo! Yeah, this has been tremendous. Well, I don't know if you guys kind of follow anything that's been going on for the last hour and a half here, but Porsche and BMW are going at it. Round 3 and ACP Tangerine, absolutely side by side. ACP's got the legs down the straight compared to that 991 Cup. Both get on the throttle, and 7 will go back to the left. Show the nose on the way into 13. Yeah. ACP is going to crowd round 3.
The 2 has to be very careful here. They've already received 1 warning for blocking, and they have been a bit aggressive in their defense.
Opportunistic, the round 3 7.
Oh! Good car control.
Hey.
That would have been the perfect time to disappear. Like, if you could just vanish into thin air, if you're the number 17, that's the moment. Right? Remember, this is a battle for the GTO race lead, not the overall race lead. That is between 60 and 908, Stratus and Automatic Racing, which I don't have a gap for at the moment, but I can't imagine it's more than about 2 seconds.
Is that my boy? Who's in the 908?
Well, it's either Patrick or Ryan.
It's Willie. Let's go, PW.
Atlanta-matic?
Know it.
Yep. You know TJ?
Teach?
You know Teach?
Halsema?
Yeah.
Oh, very well.
All right.
TJ's a good friend of mine.
You know Teach.
Teach is my brother from another
He's a good guy.
It says Patrick's actually in the 58, but we know that's not right.
That's not right. Yeah,
it.
no. Anyway, we are going to kind of close in on the conclusion of the race. Tyler, you are more than welcome to hang out as long as you would like.
Yeah.
I know this is your quiet hour.
This is. I got up here late because we're conducting the load up plan, and we've got different trailers going to different parts of the country. But yeah, if it's cool with you, I'll hang out. And call the race or whatever.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the most breathing room we've seen that number 2 have over the last couple of. Well, I say couple of laps. It's really about the last 15 laps or so. They're going to come up behind Captain America in the number 65. Maybe balks the number 2 at corner exit there just a touch. Anyway, it's foot to the floor down the hill towards turn number 11. And that 3 or 4 car lengths of breathing room he had is now 1. Again, the 70 really good on the throttle off these slower hairpins, as you would expect. Able to just draw in back to about a car length or so before the number 2. And the power of that V8 hauls it down this long back straightaway here at Circuit of the Americas. 9 minutes left on the clock, probably something like 5 laps to go. Well worth noting here, obviously, that even though the 2 got the move done 5 or 6 laps ago, they've stayed absolutely nose to tail. Still don't have a margin for.
That's what I'm literally.
The 60 and oh, here it is. Out the window. It's about 3 seconds.
Oh, Patrick.
Yeah, 3.6.
And the 60 putting down a heater. Yeah, Wilmot 2/10 off. That's good. Oh, never mind. It updated 21.5. Okay, he's catching.
Yeah, there's something else weird going on with some of the timing data there that involves maybe tripping beams they shouldn't be tripping. I'm not really sure.
No, because of both of the start finish lines here.
We think that might be part of it. Yeah, I think that might be part of it. I know they've been fighting a little bit downstairs, and our timing system has been working through the driver ID features, which has been a lot of fun.
It's cool. Like, it's really, even if it's, it's got its glitches and it's still getting figured out, but it's cool to know who's in what cars and if it's them or not, so you can validate, right?
Absolutely. I mean, for us here too, we've spent the last 5 years calling WRL races with just team names and car colors, right?
I mean, round of applause.
That's not what I mean. I'm not looking for applause. I just mean it becomes a little bit inhuman until you meet the people behind the.
You deserve it though, because that's like what you guys do up here is amazing. It's to do that for 8 hours and not really know who's in the car.
No clue. Yeah, but we do get the chance to now dive a little bit deeper into the stories. Call the strategies a little bit.
That's the 410.
It's the 410, yeah. The other ACP Tangerine car. That car has slipped a little bit down the order, even though it did lead earlier on.
Yeah.
We think maybe it ran out of fuel over at the exit of turn number 15 and then tumbled down the order.
They did they did a tire change earlier, and then under caution about 2 hours ago, came straight back in, left rear was flat.
Oh.
Bummer.
Fascinating.
Bummer.
Well, 70's got a bit of a run here off the hairpin onto the back straightaway. Just don't think that car has the legs.
Big old wing on the back.
Yeah, it sure is. It's a lighter car than the number 2 as well. Go up the inside of the GP1 class leading.
Which I point out.
No.
Because they pit just before the full course yellow. They lost the lead. They had come out horrible placement, so they were like 5th in line behind the safety car. So they were technically about 2 minutes and 15 seconds behind the 62 open throttle.
Holy cow.
However, Brett Mitchell, apparently behind the wheel of the car, has been absolutely flying, had a lot of clear track, has been able to close that gap. That gap, with about 10 minutes to go, was 31 seconds. It's down to, I believe, around 25 seconds at the moment. To be fair, that open throttle car at the wheel with Tommy Kendall in there has been wildly consistent at like 235s. So it's that the Screaming Go is doing everything it can to reel that in, but at this rate, they're not going to have it.
70's back in the GTO lead. Sorry, JT. The lead has changed hands again. Porsche passed BMW. That's a good check-in on GP1 there, JT. Thank you for that. I hadn't realized that had all kicked off underneath the full course yellow, but the laps. Oh man, look at that! Up the inside at turn number 1, they'll shove each other wide. Out past the curbing on corner exit. That was absolute dart to the apex. Now I have to say this, JT. I think most racing drivers would take that opportunity if it presented itself. I have not seen the 70 do the lunge. Right
she's
just a touch wide. A car with Does this open the door for the Porsche up the inside? No, it doesn't, but it may have the two just out of rhythm a little bit as they approach the Kingpin Racing Toyota Supra, climbing the hill through turns 8 and 9. They're both going to run out over the exit curb climbing the hill.
All right, watch the Porsche try to go to the inside here. The two's probably going to defend.
He will for sure. Billy Johnson does move to the inside. Hasn't to this point. I haven't seen that lunge out of the number 70. And like a good team owner, Tyler Hoffman is telling the 11 that these guys are coming.
So the 70 actually did the overtake into 15, getting alongside as they fought for the apex there. So that's how that Porsche initially got
very
through.
good. Very good. Tremendous stuff by both Josh Bilicki and Billy Johnson here in the blue number 2 BMW, the red, white, and blue trim text Porsche 911 in the swan song effort for that car, by the way. The last time we anticipate seeing it under the round 3 banner. It's been a tremendous program, and we're sending it off the best possible way with just an absolutely epic scrap between 2 and 70. These races always have a way of doing this. JT, remember not so very long ago we saw a tremendous fight between a Ginetta and a Camaro, another one between a Mercedes and a Camaro. They go up the inside of the BSI Racing number 167 with a little room to spare.
I think that might give the Porsche the inside here.
In the final corner. Here comes the 70. Just enough, that number 2 off the apex a bit, and it is enough for the 70 to go through. Gets the throttle down early. They'll go past the Kingpin Racing Super, who breathes out of the throttle. Big thumbs up from Tyler Hoffman and allows this battle to continue. They climb the hill towards Big Red. 70 along the white line to driver's left, forces the 2 to go the long way around, and they do. Racing room given here on the exit, yes.
Yeah, just enough.
And that's what this battle is about, JT. It's about just enough. Be fair, but be push the limits and be and race hard. And so far, completely clean between these two drivers. Tremendous stuff in the battle for the GTO race lead.
Absolutely. We do need to keep an eye on where the 60 is out on track to try to get an idea of how many laps we have left here.
Well, it's not going to be more than 2, I think, JT. We're under 2 minutes and 20 seconds now. So the next time we see that number 60, it will be the white flag.
Yeah, I believe so, because it has a 40-second lead, so it should be down going through this, getting towards the stadium section at this point.
By the way, I think we're going to finish this race with 7 cars on the overall lead lap.
Yes.
Possibly 8. This has been really, really good, consistent, clean fighting all the way through.
Keep in mind that 71 is a half second behind the 119.
Oh, in the 8th and 9th. Yep, absolutely. And a personal best from the number 71, a 220.218 on lap number 156. The number 2 gets held up just a touch by one of the open throttle BMWs and goes out wide. So that might have been TC.
White flag there?
Yep. The final lap begins for Stratus number 60. Now, it's not smooth sailing for that Stratus car. Personal best put in by the 908 Automatic Racing NPO1, 219.170. 3.1 seconds the margin for the GTU class honors. EP1, just to touch base on that, it's down to 18.6 seconds. Probably too little too late there, but it's not over till it's over. Garage 66, meanwhile, leads in GP2, so we'll come to that in just a moment. But as the GTO leaders round the corner to begin the final tour of the Circuit of the Americas, begin their final tour of the 2025 World Racing League season, the margin front to back is about 3 car lengths. It's the biggest lead that 70 has had since this fight began some 45 minutes or so ago. 555 will stay well out of the way. Good drive to the apex for that number 2. But man, even though it's 3 or 4 car lengths, JT, it almost feels like it might be just a touch too far given how even these cars have been.
Yeah, it's especially when we're entering the section where I think the Porsche has a slight advantage here. We also need to keep in mind 5th in GP1, half second between El Diablo in 6th, hunting down HK Motorsports in 5th.
This may be our sole concern here till the end, JT. Look at the number 2, close that gap, forget it. It was 3 or 4 car lengths, it's now about 1.5. Number 2 way out over the exit curve, climbing out of turn number 9, accelerating down the hill once again into one of probably 3 decent remaining passing zones on the track, maybe 4.
It's going to be a fight into 12.
Try and get the drive. Remember the legs that this BMW has down the back straightaway. We've seen it time and time again. It's a good launch for car number 70, however. Maybe that 1.5 car lengths that he builds in the first third of the back straight is enough to defend all the way down here to turn number 12. 2 ducks to the inside, goes back to the outside. The 70 parks the Porsche right in the middle of the road. Josh Bilicki gets back to the apex first. The number 2, no choice but to fall back in line as they work through the stadium section. There's the send from the 2, gets the axle alongside the right rear wheel of the number 70 Porsche. They'll fight through the arena section here. 2 left-handers to go. The 70 defends hard to the inside. It's going to make the exit a little bit awkward for that Porsche. The 60 Stratus Racing NPO1 wins in GTU and wins overall as the GTO leaders descend the hill through 16, 17, and 18. There is traffic to play a role here. 779 moves out of the way. 70 has to cut to the inside. 2 swings it out wide and tries to square the corner off, and will pick them up off the final corner here. The 70 gets launched, 2 pulls to the inside. Is it enough for ACP? No! Nose to tail at the line. Josh Bilicki defends from Billy Johnson and wins the Circuit of the Americas 7-hour finale of the U.S. Endurance Championship in GTO. Goes to round 3 racing and the final effort for that Porsche 911 Cup. Tremendous, tremendous conclusion to our Sunday afternoon.
And we also see coming not too far behind them, the number 71 from round 3 racing, managing to get 5th from AE Victory. Oh, is this our... Oh, that's TC Clan. Okay. I thought for a moment that was our GP1 fight at the line there.
It was really close. I thought so too, JT.
It was a 10-second gap.
I heard the Screaming Goat BMW come off the final corner there and begin to accelerate. It was 9.8 seconds the margin. So against all of the odds, our friends Matt Farah and Johnny Lieberman up here spending some time in the final hour and a half. They said there was a non-zero chance that this one actually ends up going their way based on pit strategy. Maybe it took a little bit of full course yellow to go their way, but man, you capitalize where the opportunity presents itself. And open throttle racing, Mike Gorman bring home the M235 IR with a class win in GP1 in the season and championship finale. Tremendous, tremendous stuff.
Yeah, Tommy Kendall once again.
Tommy
top of the podium.
Tommy Kendall wins in WRL. Tremendous. Easily the biggest win of his career. Easily.
Oh, hands down. Dude, I think this guy can go
We don't
somewhere.
know, maybe.
I think this guy has promise. I think he
might
can go somewhere.
I bet he comes back now. Our
Big
seats
smile
available
there.
All right, let me open the mic. Yeah, what do you say that again?
Yeah, so I need to go meet Tommy. So Tommy and my uncle, who's my godfather, were best buddies and went to high school growing up in La Cañada, outside of LA, La Cañada together.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, small world.
How about?
I know, never met him.
Well, go meet your godfather's best friend.
I guess my
best buddy.
Yeah,
It's very cool.
It's wild. Appreciate all.
I hear you guys have a seat.
Yeah, well, for Tommy Kendall, we got a seat for sure.
Tyler Hoffman,
Appreciate
thank you for coming,
everything,
spending
guys.
some time with us. We'll see you in 2026.
Always a
man.
pleasure. Can't wait.
See you at Kylon? No.
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 You guys, we'll maybe see you in Austin tonight. Little celebration.
Oh, I might be around.
Me and Wilmot are doing a little something. So
Yeah?
hit me up.
All right.
All right.
Oh yeah.
Thanks, Tyler. Appreciate it, man. Okay.
Breathe.
Wait for Ryan to put the headset back on.
Hello?
Yeah, hello.
Ryan.
Welcome back, Ryan.
Hello. How's it going?
You're in something of a hustle, right?
I mean, quasi hustle.
Yeah.
If I left now, I would be sitting at the airport for a long time.
Long time.
Yeah.
All right. So let's start here. I'm not going to make you all listen to me for a long period of time to close this out.
That's what the podcast is for.
I understand that, but we don't have one. I know people that do, but at the moment we don't. Before we do our wrap up from the event and close out these races the way that we always do here, I do have some thank yous, which I have not prepared for. So here we go. Our final race of the 2025 World Racing League season, bearing in mind we still have one race weekend to go, Ryan West.
Yes.
out at Willow Springs International Raceway next weekend. Not for WRL, but anyway, our final race of the 2025 WRL season, as it always is here at Circuit of the Americas, it has been an awesome season. It's been a long season. It's involved a ton of effort and a big lift from a lot of people involved. And important to recognize just a handful of those people. Obviously, Vice President of the World Racing League, RJ Till, owner Kurt Swearingen, have allowed DriversEye Live and our team here to invest some serious time and energy into how we interface with the series and the lengths that we have the ability to go to be a part of the WRL product as a whole. I can't thank RJ enough for taking kind of a flyer on this season and doing something a little bit differently, maybe in years past. But obviously, it has been a labor of love and something that I hope you all have enjoyed as well. If you've seen the posters available for sale at registration, I know there are some left over from every race during, since Road America. That is all thanks to 10 Tenths Creative. Patrick Skinner, a tremendous motorsports artist, car culture artist, Australian. So we've been fighting the time difference all season long. But one of my personal favorite artists, and getting to work with him this season on some of the identity and branding of the series and kind of capturing these events from a perspective has been really cool. I know the teams and the drivers have enjoyed seeing their cars featured as well. Every time a new team makes it onto the poster, it's immediately a Facebook or an Instagram message. How do I get one? Maybe they end up on T-shirts someday. Who can say? Would love to see it. I got to call a race this year called the Paul Revere 14 Hour. Yes, I created that. I don't care. It was cool as hell. And being able to do these things and generate some identity around what is, in my opinion anyway, I think our opinion here collectively, a spiritual follower to some of the great years of IMSA and grassroots racing transitioning up into the pro ranks. I think that is where WRL belongs and where it resides. And man, the racing delivers just as much as the cars and the drivers and the teams, and it's been a tremendous season. Everybody who's helped us along the way this year from the WRL side as well: Kelly Smith, Stephanie Ormaza, Lauren Lamacchia, Parker, Leica, Jacob. I don't know a whole ton of last names here, but we see these people week in and week out. They've all been tremendous. They really have. On the DriversEye Live side, our developer, Joseph Mudrock, we've pushed these things, the timing and the graphics forward this year, some late updates to the season. I know it wasn't it was a bit of a hustle to get some of this stuff ready for Circuit of the Americas, but hope you enjoyed some of the late additions this season. What we've been able to do. Bearing in mind, we've also transitioned to a new timing system. Brian Griggs over at Big Mission Motorsports putting together Red Mist Racing. Everybody over at Flagtronics who's been putting this driver ID implementation together. It's been a big step forward for everybody and added a lot to this week. And I thought, of course, our commentary team, our production team, Ryan West, JT Tammy, Scott Michaels, who is not here with us this weekend but has joined us at various points throughout the season. Our producers, absolute stars. They've all done their respective weekends in their totality. Dustin Allis, who's done about a third of the races for us this year, including 14 hours straight at Daytona. Jordan Worth, who's just Jordan. He is the top split of bottom split, I would say.
Yes.
He's just tremendous work.
Is that like deep and shallow?
I think so.
Yeah.
Hey, easy. I said thanks. Jordan's put a lot of time and energy into keeping the productions clean and professional, but also the vibes extremely positive, and has really driven the DriversEye Live product forward in a meaningful way as well, and to the Circuit of the Americas staff here this weekend. Ultimately, they've been invested and allowed us to do the cool things that we get to do, including being up on the jumbotrons and out over the PA.
Yeah,
never gets old. These hallowed grounds. And finally, to my lovely wife, Layla, who accompanied me on more than a handful of these World Racing League trips this year. Tuesday is Layla's birthday, December the 9th. We are off to a place that isn't Austin or Eastern Pennsylvania. Please do wish Layla a happy birthday if you happen to see her on social media or if you're in the YouTube chat. I'm sure she appreciates it, even though she couldn't be here this weekend. And I think that's just about it. KT, Ryan, either of you take it away with some closing thoughts for today, for yesterday, for the season, and we'll wrap this up and package it all up till next February. KT?
Another fantastic season. I mean, we've had battles every single race. We've seen WRL constantly WRL itself with stuff coming down to the wire almost every single time. It's been absolutely thrilling to watch these races and to help call them. So big thanks to everyone involved.
Ryan, not your last WRL race here for the immediate future.
Is that an announcement?
I think so.
Well,
that's up to you, man.
I mean, hey, it's my intention is to be at most, if not all, of the WRL races next year. But that's been my intention off and on the last couple of years. So hopefully, and I believe we're at an arrangement where I will be doing most of the WRL stuff next season. I'm really hoping to push the product forward a little bit. I think what we do is fantastic, and I think what WRL does is fantastic. It's the people. It's the people that are here who make it cool, who make it fun, and I want that to continue a great deal because this is my favorite racing, just full stop. I like it better than F1. I like it better than IMSA. I genuinely do. This is a lot more my type of vibe, my type of people, my type of racing. So it's always a pleasure to get any opportunity to be associated with it, and I'm really looking forward to doing a lot more of that next season. So thank you all for having us and all the kind words, the kind wishes. The competitors here truly are great. Everybody's always happy to see me, it seems like. If not, they're always great at faking it. Whatever you say behind your back, you just don't have to tell me. You can keep talking behind your back, that's fine. But no, genuinely, it's always a pleasure to come back around these races and have, smiles and waves and people coming over and shaking hands and hugs. That's great. So really looking forward to next season. I think it's going to be fantastic.
Ryan brings a tremendous vision as well as a massively increased social battery. I tend to get to Saturday night on these weekends, and boy, between just the early mornings, the long hours of talking, socializing is not normally high on my priority list, but Ryan just seems to have that extra motivation to, connect and really learn, right? Tell the stories a little bit, and that's what we're ultimately here to do, in addition to sharing some awesome racing like we had the chance to close out this season with here this afternoon from Circuit of the Americas. I do not know what my next WRL race is likely to be. I know we have a pretty loaded slate for DriversEye Live next season. It has been a tremendous platform that WRL has given us over the last 8 years now that we've been coming here to Circuit of the Americas and involved in the full season. Allowed us to turn DriversEye Live into something consistent and something unique in the grassroots motorsports world. I will be off doing other things for most of next season, but hope to be back in the WRL paddock from time to time as the schedule and as the races allow. In the meantime, enjoy Ryan West's company as we head towards Eagles Canyon Raceway, February 6th through the 8th, which will be our next WRL Live broadcast from not so very far away from here, just north of the FW metro area, before we get into the throes of 2026.
I bet if you're a Toyota team, you can leave your hauler there. Hit up GR Racing and see.
Fast tracks up there too, are they not?
Ooh, I'm sure an arrangement could become. To be clear, I have no ability to authorize that. I just think that probably a synergy there. Sure. Like, it's not really that synergy. Far. It's not really that far away. So maybe,
All right, let's wrap this thing up. For Ryan West, for JT Tammy, for Jordan Worth, and for everybody who has contributed to the 2025 World Racing League season, my name is Brendan Kazmarek. My final thank you of the season is, of course, to you, the viewer, and to the listener. If you've been with us at any point this year, you know just how much we care about the series and how much we love being able to be a part of this. Long may that continue. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your viewership. Thank you for all the kind words and the suggestions and the connections that you all have made over the past 8 years. We'll see you at Eagles Canyon Raceway on February 6th, 7th, and 8th for the season opener of the 2026 World Racing League season. Till then, take care.